Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. So what could he say? It was better to keep things low-key for now. Besides, the impact on the fans who don't know the full story will be even worse this time. With my manga, they'll be okay, but jumping into light novels will confuse them even more. Even Machida Sanoko and Atosuna Mihari were shocked when they first heard the news. What could he expect from fans who didn't understand? There was no way they would stay calm about this. Exposing the identity would be troublesome. It could even cause a large-scale drop in followers. Therefore, if he wanted to write a light novel, it would have to be under a new alias. And as for keeping it a secret from everyone just to be safe, he had to. As the saying goes, seeing you make money hurts me more than losing money myself. Given Akifumi's current success, there were certainly people who were jealous and resentful of him. Even in the comment sections, there were often haters. The trouble of exposure was laid bare before him, so secrecy was a must. Machida, who had been in the industry for many years and worked her way up purely through her own abilities, quickly understood Akifumi's reasoning. After a brief moment of thought, she spoke up. I understand about keeping it from everyone else, but the chief editor will eventually know. Contracts for signing always expose personal details. With the chief editor's authority, they could easily access an author's contract, and that was something she, as an editor, couldn't stop. Akifumi understood her reasoning and nodded. That's natural. Machida sighed in relief and smiled. So, what name do you intend to use? Shadow. He had already decided, so there was no hesitation in his response. Shadow? Like your own shadow? Machida Sanoko muttered to herself, then grinned. That's really vivid. I can already picture the fans' faces when they find out the light novel they've been loving was written by the same person as the manga they adore. Akifumi looked at her in surprise, then shook his head with a smile. I hope that day never comes. He grew serious and said, now, I have one last request. The manga rights must belong to me. It sounded a bit convoluted, but Machida Sanoko quickly understood what he meant. You mean for the Warrior of Love and Hope, right? Exactly. No problem. I'll draw up a special contract for you. She agreed without hesitation. For anyone else, this request would be hard to accept, especially since the publisher's main asset is the copyright. While it wasn't yet at the level where authors lost the rights to their works, issues like manga adaptations, anime rights, and merchandise could all be tightly controlled in contracts. But since both publishers were under the same company, things would be much easier to handle. This was why Akifumi didn't bother seeking someone outside the company. Then, here's to a smooth collaboration. Looking forward to it. They exchanged smiles and shook hands. I'll take my leave now. Machida Sanoko said. After all, you've given me a big task. I can't guarantee I'll finish it in 10 days without putting in the effort. Akifumi chuckled. Thanks for your hard work, Editor Machida. From today, I'm under your command, right? Haha, welcome aboard, Akifumi-sensei. Machida left, and Mihari couldn't help but mutter, you really are a monster. Thanks for the compliment. Mihari rolled her eyes, not admitting she was praising him. After leaving the restaurant, Machida thought for a moment and then dialed the chief editor's number. Soon, the phone was answered, and an older voice, tinged with a bit of helplessness, came through. Machida-san, it's the weekend, you should take a break. Sorry to disturb you, but I've come across. Well, I should say someone has brought me a work with the potential to be a huge hit. Are you interested in hearing more? The chief editor replied seriously, oh? Someone brought it to you? You must have heard about the little monster in the manga department. Well, he came to me today with a piece of work that's too good to let go. That little monster is the one who draws manga, right? Geniuses have many talents. Alright, bring it here for me to take a look. Done. Chapter 113. The day after finalizing the agreement with Machida Sanoko, Akifumi received a confirmation from her. World End would be released on the 11th. It was a hassle-free resolution to a task that could have been quite complicated, and Akifumi couldn't help but admire her ability to move quickly and decisively. As for how she managed to make it happen, that wasn't something Akifumi had to worry about. Soon after, both sides had successfully signed the contract. Akifumi also cooperated by posting a new update on his social media to promote the upcoming project. Honestly, both of my ongoing series are already finished, so why do I feel like I'm posting updates more frequently than ever? I must be imagining it, right? Coughs anyway, enough rambling. Let's get to the main point. First of all, I want to express my deepest thanks to all the fans who came to my signing event yesterday. I want to say once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. It's because of your support that I am where I am today, and I firmly believe that. I also have to apologize to those of you who couldn't get into the store. Your enthusiasm was beyond what I expected. Neither I nor my editor imagined there would be so many people at the event. We failed to make sure everyone had a good time, and that's on us. If we ever hold another event like this, though it probably won't happen in the short term, we will make sure to learn from this experience and do better so that every fan leaves satisfied. That's enough about yesterday. Let me share some new updates with you all. I know some of you were hoping for new details about my upcoming work, but sorry, that's not the case right now. The next big thing is that I'll be the illustrator for the light novel World End. Although both I and the author, Shadow Sensei, are new to this, I've already read his work, and it's fantastic. If you're into light novels, give it a try. I hope you all enjoy it. By the way, the release date for the novel is October 11th. This will be my first time working as an illustrator, and I put a lot of effort into drawing the characters. I really hope you all like what I've done. Also, the Madoka Magica anime will be airing on the 6th of this month. Be sure to tune in. That's all for now. When there's news about the manga, I'll be sure to let you know right here first. As always, thank you so much for your continued support. After posting the update, Akifumi couldn't help but smile at the positive responses from fans. First, tears. I was so happy to be at the event yesterday. It was amazing to meet such a handsome and kind author. I'll definitely come to the next signing event. Don't feel bad, Sensei. I was just late, so I didn't get in. I'm so sad, though. The gift from Sensei was so interesting, the Madoka Magica figure was so cute. Huh? Are you serious? The gift? I don't think it's interesting at all. I almost forgot, but using the Madoka Magica figure just made me remember that scene. Using? What the heck? Oh, you didn't notice? The gift Sensei gave was actually a USB drive. If you pull off Mommy's head, you can use it. Guess I'll be using this special version for our upcoming lecture. Wait, is this the one product Sensei had a hand in designing? Everyone, isn't your focus a bit off? World End light novel comes out on the 11th. It has Sensei's illustrations in it, you know. Who cares about that? Not every newbie is as great as our Sensei. So you're not going to buy it? No, what I mean is, I've mentally prepared to buy a bunch of toilet paper. No problem, I'd pay for the Sensei's illustrations alone. I've been following the Madoka Magica anime release for ages, Sensei, no need to worry. Right. Manga and anime are two completely different experiences. I'm really looking forward to the voice actors' performances. By the pace of the manga, we'll get to that scene by the 3rd episode of the anime. I can't wait to see the reactions of the anime-only fans. I'm different though. I already told my best friend, Madoka Magica is so heartwarming and healing, totally unlike any other magical girl series, and he has to read it. He has to read all the way through chapter 3. Are you guys monsters? But I love it. You should try harder. Get more people to join. I feel sorry for your friend. He's lucky to have a friend like you. Are you sure it's not depressing? Looking at all these comments, Akifumi nodded with satisfaction. While the conversation may have veered off a bit, at least it got back on track later. World End might not have sparked much discussion yet, but judging by the fan responses, it's clear they'd buy it even if it were a toilet paper roll. And really, how could they not take a quick peek at the content after paying for it? Still, those of you pulling friends into the Madoka Magica fandom, don't you feel guilty about it? Do you have any conscience at all? Oh well, as long as you're happy. Over the weekend, after a signing event and a day spent at home drawing manga, the days were almost over. At 10 p.m. just as Akifumi was about to rest, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, he was a little surprised. He answered with a calm tone. Hey, did you finally remember you have a kid here in Tokyo? The person on the other end didn't answer right away and paused for 2 seconds before speaking. Ahem. Mu-chan, it's not like that. Akifumi's voice sounded a little embarrassed. We're always thinking about you. It was clear from the brief pause that someone else had picked up the call. Oh. Akifumi responded with a flat tone, the last time you called was on my birthday. How long has it been since then? Akifumi immediately shut down, then sincerely apologized, sorry. It's not that we didn't want to call, We just figured you had your own life. Stop, stop, stop. Doesn't that sound a bit fake? We're not in some foreign country. Just get to the point. Oh, so you're only calling because you need something? Akifumi didn't hesitate to say. Do we really come across like that? Yes. The last time you called was for my birthday, and before that, you had me pick up some antiques for you in Osaka. Need me to keep going? Hearing Akifumi list off everything, Akifumi felt his scalp tingle. He turned to his wife, Akifumi Nikui, with a desperate look. She nonchalantly avoided eye contact and muttered, I just boiled some water outside. It should be ready now. I'll go get it. Chapter 114, Akifumi felt desperate. Wait. Interrupting Akifumi Mugio's complaints, Akifumi immediately apologized. Forgive me, Mugio. I don't mean anything bad, I just wanted you to realize how unreliable you are. Akifumi Mugio responded, even if you can't make it back, isn't it okay to call a few more times on a regular basis? I'll definitely do that the next time. Let's hope it doesn't turn into next time. Maybe though. Akifumi Mugio shook his head, come on, just tell me what's going on this time. This time, really nothing. If you're trying to ask me for something later, I'm not going to care. Akifumi helplessly sighed, Maki, can't you show me some face? Face is earned, and honestly, it's better than living in shame just to keep face. Fine, fine. Akifumi spoke up, actually, this is about that suggestion you mentioned last time. That suggestion? Had he said something last time? You know. The one where. Akifumi lowered his voice, bring another kid along. Mom's pregnant? Akifumi Mugio's face was full of shock. To be honest, he had said that jokingly, and he never expected those two would actually take it seriously. Akifumi Mugio took a deep breath, don't worry, I'll keep my promise. Hopefully, it'll be a cute little thing. Even silly ogged would be acceptable. Akifumi, speechless, spoke, what are you even thinking? Though I tried, your mom's belly wasn't cooperating. As soon as he finished speaking, Akifumi felt an icy gaze on him. Standing at the door, holding a kettle with a cold smile on her face, was Akifumi Nikui. It was clear she had heard everything. It's over. Akifumi closed his eyes in despair, already imagining how things would go once the phone call ended. Hello? Are you still there? Akifumi Mugio's voice pulled Akifumi back to reality. He gave a wry smile, still here. Don't be cryptic, just tell me everything at once. What's going on? Simply put, even though I couldn't give you a sister, we managed to get a character who could be like a sister for you. Speak human. Realizing Akifumi Mugio's irritation, Akifumi had no choice but to spill it all out. To put it simply, a friend's child was coming to Japan to learn how to draw manga. They asked if Akifumi's parents could help look after her, but since they're rarely home, they turned to Akifumi Mugio for help. I'm not doing it. Without hesitation, Akifumi Mugio rejected. Does he think he has time for this? Even during breaks, he's busy working. There's no way he's babysitting some random person pursuing their dream. She's a girl. Even if she's a cute girl, I'm still not doing it. Come on, he's surrounded by girls like Ariri, Shina Miharu, and Kato Megumi every day. One more girl isn't going to make his heart race. Beep beep beep. They really hung up on me? Akifumi Mugio was slightly surprised. Well, it's probably for the best. At least it means they've given up on their unrealistic expectations. Then. Ding. It was a message notification. It was no surprise that it was from his dad, Akifumi. A picture. Don't tell me you really think I'll say yes just because of a picture? He clicked on the image. The picture was a little blurry, and it wasn't clear what angle it was taken from. At first glance, her hair looked golden, but upon closer inspection, it was more like a light yellowish hue, not quite shiny gold. Her calm gaze was fixed on something far away, as if something had caught her attention. She wore a white winter coat, so the picture was clearly taken in the winter. She wasn't particularly petite, but there was a certain obedient and cute vibe to her, almost like a pet. Despite the blurry picture, you could still see that her skin was exceptionally fair. The only regret was that her face wasn't fully visible. But just from her unique aura and slender figure, Akifumi Mugio could tell that she was definitely no less than any of the girls he knew. Ding ding ding. Just as Akifumi Mugio was lost in thought, his phone rang again. No surprise, it was the same guy who had just hung up on him. Have you changed your mind yet? No. Akifumi Mugio replied coldly. He admitted she was pretty, but his favorite thing was telling people who thought they knew everything, no. Akifumi exaggerated his response, damn, when did you become someone who isn't interested in girls? I'm hanging up. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Akifumi pleaded, just this once. This is my one request in life. Please. His one request. Who's the father one here? Okifumi Mujio sighed in resignation. Fine, I get it. You want me to look after her, right? It wasn't because he was moved by his father's request or anything. It was more about testing out this whole taking care of someone thing. Wait. Does he even have a chance to look after anyone in this house? That's great. Okifumi sighed in relief. She'll arrive tomorrow at 3 p.m. Make sure to pick her up at Narita Airport. Narita is in Chiba, about an hour away. Don't worry, I'll call your teacher to ask for the day off. He can even get a day off? Well, that's nice. I got it. I'll be there on time. After thinking for a moment, Okifumi Mujio added, by the way, if there's an extra person at home, does that mean you'll give me some extra allowance? He wasn't lacking in money, but this was their request, so he couldn't just pay for everything himself. Otherwise, he'd end up taking care of someone else. Don't tell me you think you're going to live with her? Huh? I mean, just take care of her occasionally, like checking on how she's adjusting and making sure she's okay. Why didn't he just say that from the beginning? He was so looking forward to. Feeling troubled. Anyway, don't overthink it. The only thing that will be annoying is having to pick her up every day. By the way, she's staying in your building, so it's very convenient. It's getting late. Your mom and I are going to rest. Hang up? Wait a minute, where are you two going this time? We're in Longo. And with that, the phone was hung up. These two. Okifumi Mujio shook his head in disbelief. The next morning. Since he had the day off, Okifumi stayed home. He had lunch at noon, then left around 3 p.m. Wow, she's staying in my building too. What a coincidence. Those two should have at least told him the exact details. And with just a blurry photo, how is he supposed to pick someone up? They said he'd recognize her right away. Ridiculous. He arrived early at the airport, waiting until 3:30 p.m. Half an hour later, no one had arrived. Did they get delayed? No response to his messages. How unreliable. Okifumi Mujio found a spot where he could keep an eye on the exit and decided to wait a little longer before heading back. Just then, a shadow blocked the light in front of him, and a soft voice called out to him. Hey, what color do you want to be? Chapter 115, Hey, those two kids should have met by now, right? Unless something unexpected happened. Unexpected? Just saying. By the way, that kid, Mashiro, seems pretty impressive, huh? Yeah, she's quite something cute, pure as a blank canvas, and already one of the world's top oil painting prodigies at such a young age. But she got influenced by that Boys 2 manga series and now wants to draw manga herself. That's what you wanted to say, right? Haha, as expected of my kid. Okifumi Nakui shook her head helplessly and then said, by the way, yours should be wrapping things up soon, right? Probably within this month. Well, once she's done, let her come over there and help keep an eye on Mujio. Got it. Okifumi looked up, and before him stood a girl who looked like she had stepped straight out of a painting. She radiated an ethereal and almost unreal aura. No wonder those two said she'd be recognizable at a glance. With such a distinctive presence, how could anyone possibly overlook her? The girl gazed at Okifumi, her eyes as pure as the finest gemstones, devoid of any impurities. Perhaps due to the prolonged silence, she asked again, Hey, what color do you want to be? Okifumi snapped back to reality and smiled. Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Before asking me what color I want to be, shouldn't you tell me what color you want to be? That's basic manners, you know. The girl fell silent. Her dazed expression made it unclear whether she was actually processing his words. After 5 seconds, she finally seemed to regain her focus. Basic manners? Yes. Never thought about it. She paused for a moment before speaking again. If I had to choose now. I guess white? White, huh? That does suit you. Thank you. Despite expressing gratitude, her expression remained unchanged. Then, what color do you want to be? Me? I'm not sure either. Okifumi chuckled. Having only one color for a lifetime sounds a bit dull, don't you think? That's why I want to try them all. Only one color is too dull? For the first time, ripples formed in the girl's calm gaze. Then, what color are you now? Right now? Probably red. A color full of passion for everything around him. Nice to meet you, I'm Okifumi Mujio. I'm not sure if they told you, but I'm here to pick you up. I know. Her expression remained as cold as ever. To someone unfamiliar with her personality, it might seem like indifference. The girl reached out her hand. Shina Mashiro. Can I call you Mugi'? I really like that character, it's cute. Even without any expression on her face, she was undeniably beautiful, For a boy his age, it would be hard to resist such directness. You like it, huh? Okifumi showed no reaction to her words and simply smiled. If you like it, then just call me Mugi. Unlike others, when she said she liked something, she truly meant it without any hidden meanings. In return, can I call you Mashiro? You can. That's it? Nothing else? That's it. Alright, let's go. Okay. The walk home was silent. Back at the house, Okifumi looked at the girl sitting on the couch, holding a teacup, her gaze slightly vacant. Why does this feel like I just kidnapped a clueless girl and brought her home? After the initial excitement wore off, he started feeling a headache coming on. Even though he had a rough idea of her personality, that didn't mean he knew how to communicate with her properly. For a moment, he had no idea where to even begin. Good thing I'm not the one taking care of her. Otherwise, it'd be like adopting a pet. From an outsider's perspective, a girl who could make a room this messy in just one night might seem like an amusing character. But think about it, what is it like having to clean up after someone all the time? Even when it's just your own room, you don't always feel like tidying up. Now imagine a room that's several times messier. It'd be absolute torture. As for the supposed benefits of helping her change clothes and seeing things one shouldn't, just thinking about it already feels like a crime. Mashiro's age was completely fine, but her level of emotional maturity? She was practically a child. Faced with someone as pure as a blank canvas, just having those kinds of thoughts would be enough to make one's conscience scream. Come to think of it, if he were the one taking care of her. Mugi, help me change clothes. A barely dressed Mashiro saying such a thing, who could handle that? The story would definitely unfold like this. While his moral compass screamed at him, his senses would be overwhelmed by the visual, tactile, and olfactory experience. His instincts as a man and his principles as a person would clash endlessly. Now that I think about it, this kind of push and pull between temptation and restraint. Kinda thrilling, actually. Mugi, your expression looks weird. Are you sick? A shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, startling Okifumi. A cool, delicate touch landed on his face. The girl had leaned in, stopping just a few centimeters away. Unlike most people, at this distance, Mashiro's beauty became even more striking. Her fair, smooth skin had a soft glow, flawless like the finest porcelain. Her breath, faintly sweet, brushed against his face, tickling like a feather. For a moment, Okifumi froze, completely captivated. Seeing no reaction, Mashiro instinctively moved even closer. The already small gap between them shrank even further. Okifumi snapped out of it and cupped Mashiro's face with both hands. Her skin was warm and incredibly soft, so delicate that he worried even the slightest pressure might leave a mark. Mashiro blinked, confused. I'm not sick. Okifumi sighed. And even if I were, would holding my face really tell you that? Maybe. With that, she pulled back and returned to her seat. By the way, the person actually responsible for taking care of you lives in this building too. Why didn't they just tell me which floor? It would have been easier to take you straight there. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about her. Thinking of this, Okifumi asked, so when are they coming to pick you up? Mashiro tilted her head slightly. Who? Your relatives in this country? I don't know. Wow. A true master of giving vague answers. She only spoke in 3-word sentences and left the rest for others to figure out. Even Okifumi couldn't tell whether her I don't know meant she didn't know when they'd come, or if she didn't even know if they would come. Rubbing his temples, he gave up trying to guess and instead asked again, so when are they picking you up? Aren't you the one picking me up, Mugi? If he had a shorter temper, he might have died of frustration already. Before he could think of a better way to phrase his question, click. The sound of the door unlocking interrupted him. A familiar voice came from the entrance. Sorry, Okifumi. I got held up buying groceries, so I'm a little late. Then, noticing the extra pair of shoes at the entrance, the voice asked curiously, wasn't Iriri supposed to be out with her friends today? How did she get here before me? The voice grew closer. Whoever it was had already changed into indoor slippers and was heading for the living room. Chapter 116, as expected, when she walked in, Mahiru immediately spotted Mashiro sitting calmly in the center of the room. Her smile froze, and a look of utter disbelief appeared in her eyes, as if she had seen something truly impossible. Mashiro? Hearing her name, Mashiro lifted her head. Her gaze, previously emotionless, now brightened noticeably. Mahiru? The familiar voice confirmed Mahiru's suspicions. She sat down beside Mashiro, excitedly grabbing her hand. Mashiro, it's been so long. Mashiro thought for a moment, then nodded. It really has been many years since I've seen you, Mahiru. Where have you been? Mashiro asked, half amused. I've been in Japan the whole time. She replied. Previously when we meet, I just went to the UK for a trip. Oh. Masaru nodded, not sure if she fully understood. I'm really happy to see you again. I'm happy too. While Masaru's expression remained calm, Maharu's face was full of joy, and even her eyes glistened with a few excited tears. After a moment of excitement, Maharu couldn't hold back her curiosity. Masaru, why did you suddenly come to Japan from the UK? To study painting. Masaru said simply. Given Maharu's background, she couldn't help but comment, aren't you the world's top oil painter? Who could possibly teach you how to paint? Masaru shook her head, her orange eyes sparkling. The kind of painting I want to learn isn't oil painting. There are plenty of people who can teach me. Maharu instinctively imagined someone coming to teach Masaru to paint. But could she even come up with anyone? Masaru and Maharu. They're characters from completely unrelated stories, and now they've become a family here? Just thinking about it felt a little surreal. As for how he knew. Wasn't it mentioned before? Masaru was going to live in the same building. And Maharu just so happened to live downstairs. Okifumi didn't think there could be this many coincidences in the world, and there was no one else suitable but Maharu. This really is a touching scene. He thought to himself. The names Maharu and Masaru were so similar, why hadn't he noticed? It was like Luffy and Lucci. Could you say they were brothers? Besides, there were so many people with the same last name in Japan, and while Shina wasn't a common surname, there were several Shinas in this building alone. So when he came across someone with a similar name, his thoughts naturally went in that direction. Not worth wasting energy on. Ahem. Okifumi interrupted the touching reunion. So, what's your relationship? Although he had a guess in his mind, he still wanted confirmation from them. She's my aunt's daughter. As expected. So Maharu was taking care of Masaru? Good, good. Actually, I have a lot of questions too. Maharu looked at Okifumi. Why is Masaru here at Okifumi's house? Because Mugi brought me back. Masaru answered before Okifumi could speak. Maharu gave her a confused look. Mugi? Are you really that close to each other? Because I like him, so I call him Mugi? At this moment, Okifumi finally realized why so many people in his past life had said that Masaru, once peeled, was truly dark. Just listen to this conversation. Look at Maharu's expression now. You don't even need to think to know she was already going down the wrong path. Wait, Masaru, don't talk yet. Masaru tilted her head like a confused kitten, but she stayed quiet. Masaru's parents and my parents are good friends. Last night, they called and asked me to bring her back first. She calls me Mugi because she likes that name. And since there are two Shinas here, I had to call Masaru by her full name to avoid confusion. Now, do you understand, Maharu? Maharu's face flushed slightly at suddenly being called by name. A feeling of shyness bloomed in her heart, but she still nodded. I understand. Okifumi's explanation was simple and straightforward, unlike Masaru's vague responses, which made people want to overthink things. So troublesome. Masaru muttered. As if to say, these few words could explain everything, why was there a need for all this extra talk? Hearing Masaru's complaint, Okifumi and Maharu both rolled their eyes in unison. You're the last person who should be saying that. This thought only surfaced in their minds. At that moment, Maharu remembered something about Masaru. I almost forgot, Masaru has a lot of shortcomings in daily life. But now that she's older, she shouldn't need anyone to help her change clothes, right? Rita will help me. The slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. Seeing Maharu's dumbfounded expression, Okifumi laughed. To get what you want, you have to pay the corresponding price. Masaru becoming the world's top oil painter at such a young age didn't happen for no reason, right? Masaru nodded happily, despite not understanding what was being said. Don't respond so quickly when you don't know what's being said. Maharu gave her a helpless look. True. She finally agreed. Akifu. Mugio-kun, you know Masaru? Since Masaru was calling him Mugi, surely it was okay for her to call her that too? Comforting herself with this thought, Maharu's eyes flickered. Not bothering with such a small detail, Okifumi smiled and said, I'm also into painting, so I occasionally follow other masters in different fields. That makes sense. Maharu nodded. Then, feeling troubled, she asked, Mugio-kun, you're just responsible for bringing Masaru back, but will someone else come to take her away later? Masaru should be the older sister, not this child. Okifumi added, reaching out to ruffle Maharu's head. Maharu. She decided to ignore that part. Looking at her, Okifumi couldn't help but laugh. While age-wise, it made sense, psychologically, it was hard to admit. If I'm not mistaken, it should be you, Maharu. She said. Eh? Maharu blinked. I've never heard of this. Do you want me to do it? That's not it. Faced with a pitiful Mashiro, Mahiru explained, feeling a little guilty. It's just that no one told me from the beginning. Okifumi half-jokingly said, if there's really no one, Mashiro can stay with me. Anyway, there are 2 empty rooms. Mugi, you're so kind. Mashiro's eyes sparkled again. Mugio-kun, though I know you're joking, some things shouldn't be said so casually. Mahiru's face darkened, and a sinister smile appeared. A dark aura surrounded Mahiru, and the atmosphere grew tense. You're so scary, Mahiru. Okifumi smiled and nodded, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'll go make dinner first, and we can discuss the rest after eating. Saying that, Mahiru walked toward the kitchen, feeling flustered. Is Mahiru angry? Is it because of me? No. Okifumi, like a cat petting its kitten, gently ruffled Mashiro's long, smooth hair, enjoying the feeling. Some things only Mahiru can handle herself. If it can't be solved, then maybe a little push from behind later. Chapter 117, as Mahiru walked into the kitchen, the lively room instantly fell silent. Looking at Mashiro, Okifumi thought for a moment before asking, Mashiro, are you planning to draw manga? Yes. Mashiro nodded without questioning how Okifumi knew she came here to draw manga. Talking about it with Mashiro was surprisingly pleasant. While most people might wonder how he knew, Mashiro didn't ask many questions. Do you know any editors? In the original story, she had spoken with editors before coming here. Even though the story had no content, her world-class artistic skills would be enough to make any editor treasure her work. The ability to tell a good story can be learned, but producing top-tier art like hers is a talent that can't be faked, no matter how hard someone tries. No. Mashiro's answer didn't surprise Okifumi. Given the drastic changes in her timeline and the course of events, contacting the original editors again wouldn't be easy. Do you want me to help? Mugi, are you drawing manga? So, this girl is sharp where she cares and completely oblivious where she doesn't, huh? Most people wouldn't catch on this quickly. I'm drawing manga. Unable to lie under Mashiro's expectant gaze, Okifumi answered. Can you teach me? Knowing the plot, Okifumi understood why Mashiro couldn't draw. She lacked real-life experience, which is essential for storytelling. Drawing oil paintings, as Mashiro did, was impressive, but drawing manga required a whole different skill set. Mashiro's world was focused purely on art. She even struggled with basic life skills, like dressing herself, as seen at the beginning of the anime. It's not that I can't teach you. It's just. Maybe the real issue isn't about drawing manga. It's more about learning to enrich a life that's been too simple so far. So. I can't be taught. Mashiro's eyes reflected disappointment. That's right. Okifumi replied without hesitation. But there's another way, one that's simpler. But you probably won't agree with it. A simpler way? By copying others' work, you can learn and feel their stories. Mashiro shook her head. Drawing someone else's manga isn't true manga. Though Mashiro might not fully understand what manga truly was yet, she had a very clear definition of what it was not. So, the only thing you can rely on is yourself. Okifumi said with a smile, ruffling her hair. For now, just try drawing your own manga. Okay. Mashiro nodded seriously. Thank you, Mugi. Okifumi waved it off. I didn't do anything. Mashiro didn't reply, but as the door opened again, a cheerful voice echoed from the kitchen. I'm back. A eerie excited voice filled the air. Thud, thud, thud. She quickly appeared before them, and, unsurprisingly, immediately spotted Mashiro sitting on the couch. Shina Mashiro? Airi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait. Do you know her? Okifumi thought, but then Airi's next words made him realize he was overthinking it. You're Shina Mashiro? Airi dashed in front of Mashiro and grabbed her hands with excitement. I'm your fan. Please, can I have your autograph? It turned out that Airi recognized Mashiro from the internet and TV. Mugi. Mashiro looked at Okifumi for help. Okifumi sighed, asking, Airi, do you know what you look like right now? A stalker chasing after a beautiful girl. I'm not a stalker. Airi's face turned red, realizing she had been too overzealous and had scared Mashiro. She immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Mashiro shook her head, stood up, and walked to where her luggage was. Why is Shina Mashiro here? And why did she call you Mugi? Airi's face shifted to one of curiosity and suspicion. She's a relative of Mahiru's, here to learn to draw manga. Draw manga? Airi was shocked, clearly unable to comprehend why a world-class oil painter would suddenly switch to drawing manga. In every field, there are certain biases. Manga artists often look down on others, and artists who focus on oil or traditional art tend to dismiss manga as something lesser. Okifumi shrugged. What people want to do is their choice. We outsiders don't have much say in it. Right. Ariri nodded, still somewhat puzzled, before her face shifted to a more serious expression. You still haven't explained why she called you Mugi. Well, Mashiro's from here, but she's lived in the UK. Do you think she knows all the local customs? Ariri reluctantly accepted the explanation but was still a bit dissatisfied. Just then, Mashiro, holding a sketchpad, walked over to Ariri and handed it to her. Here. This is an autograph. Ariri, who had been upset earlier, now had a face full of joy. Yes. Mashiro nodded. You said you wanted one. Thank you, Mashiro-chan. Ariri beamed, hugging Mashiro tightly, barely able to contain her excitement. By the way, I'm Sawamura Spencer Ariri, but you can just call me Ariri. Okay, Ariri. Time to eat. Mahiru's voice came from the kitchen. Yum. Mashiro's eyes lit up. Mahiru's cooking is amazing. Thanks. Mahiru smiled shyly. Ariri, sitting next to Akifumi, didn't hurry to start eating. So, does this mean Mashiro will be staying with Mahiru? Mashiro looked at Mahiru and said calmly, if it's inconvenient for Mahiru, I can stay with Mugi? X3 stay with me? Are you seriously that clueless about politeness? Akifumi pulled a small smile but stayed silent, knowing someone else would handle the rejection for him. No. All eyes immediately turned to Ariri, who had been so excited moments ago but now seemed to shrink into herself, blushing and murmuring, I mean, there could be issues with a guy and a girl living together. Why? Mashiro asked, completely confused. Mahiru sighed, not bothering to explain why, but simply said, it's not inconvenient. I'm happy to have Mashiro stay with me. At this point, Mahiru was thinking about how to manage the living costs, but why hadn't anyone told her about this? Was it because they didn't want to see her? Even a phone call would have been nice. The sparkle in her eyes dimmed slightly, and the smile on her face seemed a bit forced. Chapter 118. At the 9 p.m., the once lively house grew quiet. To think that Akifumi-sensei would actually call me, that's quite a rare occurrence. Mihari said in disbelief. I've found you a genius, are you interested? Akifumi's voice was calm. Mihari's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she replied, where are we going for dinner, sensei? Glad you're interested. Do you know Shina Mashiro? That world-renowned genius oil painter? Mihari said in surprise. You're not suggesting you want to introduce her to me, are you? At this point, it was clear that Mihari was becoming more perceptive. Akifumi chuckled. Exactly. Mihari exclaimed in disbelief. Why would such a great artist want to draw comics? Well, why don't you ask her yourself? Akifumi suggested lightly. Ugh, never mind. Mihari said with a defeated gesture, clearly feeling a bit pressured by the idea of talking to such a genius about something so personal. But be prepared. Akifumi added. Mashiro's art is unquestionable, but the story? Well. Mihari waved him off, it's okay. A potential newcomer like her is something you can't even get with a plea. If she truly wants to draw comics, I'll definitely help her to the best of my ability. Thanks for that. Akifumi said, hanging up the phone. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I just hope she won't regret today's decision. Mashiro's arrival hadn't caused much of a stir for Akifumi. The one most affected by it was really Mahiru. And the reason for that, only the girl herself knew. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the 6th day of the premiere of Madoka Magica. Trust me, this is going to be a masterpiece. Tanaka said, patting his chest confidently in front of the classmates. Is this the one that caused all that buzz recently? One of the students asked. I'm not really into manga, but I heard the sales were pretty good. It's worth looking forward to. Being worth looking forward to is one thing, but being a masterpiece is another. There's a saying in the industry that an animation adaptation might ruin a story. And I'm not sure if it's just gossip or not. But really, does Magical Girl Madoka have anything to be excited about? Tanaka didn't mind their reactions. After all, his goal from the beginning had been simple, to get them to watch the first 3 episodes. Tadakuni, Tabata, you've both seen it, right? Say something about it. Tadakuni looked uninterested. I like Madoka Magica, but I don't want to casually recommend it to others. Tabata patted Tadakuni's shoulder reassuringly before addressing the classmates. Well, I feel the same way as Tadakuni, but there's this 3-episode rule when it comes to anime, right? Once you get through the first 3 episodes, you pretty much know what to expect. His statement quickly garnered approval from the group. That's true. They all agreed. Well, let's just watch the first 3 episodes before we make our judgments. One student suggested. Yeah, with so few interesting things to look forward to this Friday, it seems like the only thing worth watching. Tanaka, Tadakuni, and Tabata exchanged knowing glances, their smiles saying it all. That evening, Okifumi, Mihari, Mashiro, and Miharu gathered together for a viewing party. Okifumi sighed, haven't we already seen it once? Do we really need to gather just to watch it again? This is your first animated work, Mujio-kun. You can't miss out on the ceremony. Miharu replied with a smile. Mujio raised an eyebrow. You always ignore the little details. Mashiro, on the other hand, looked somewhat confused and asked, what exactly are we watching? She looked distracted, clearly wanting to return to her art. Mihari and Mashiro had already met, and now they just needed the girl to present her completed work for the next step. It's the first episode of Madoka Magica. Miharu explained. Madoka got an anime adaptation? Mashiro asked, surprised. You're following Madoka too? Mihari asked, surprised. I love that series, along with Nohana. Mashiro replied. Mihari and Miharu exchanged a glance, the meaning clear, another one of Mujio's little fans. Mashiro, still confused, said, I never heard of the Madoka anime adaptation. Well, it's understandable. Mujio said. News travels slowly from Japan to UK. Mashiro nodded and sat upright on the couch, her serious expression contrasting with her earlier distracted demeanor. 20 minutes later, the episode ended. This is really good. Everyone is so cute. Mihari exclaimed, giving a satisfied nod. Okifumi reminded her, the next parts are going to be hard to watch. What? She asked, her eyes wide. Are you trying to ruin my fun? Mihari gave him a fierce look, but Miharu only smiled warmly at them both. Suddenly, Mashiro stood up. Without much expression on her face, but with unwavering determination in her eyes, she declared, I'm going to make sure my own manga appears on the screen too. Go for it, Mashiro. Miharu said encouragingly. You've got this. The next day, news about Madoka Magica's premiere filled the internet with praise. Madoka Magica has earned rave reviews for its animation. Director Akiyuki Shinbo didn't disappoint. Looking forward to the rest of the series. Fans of Madoka were buzzing with excitement after the first episode. However, that same day, World End was released. Although no one had high expectations for the newcomer, Shadow, the book still managed to sell decently due to its association with Love and Hope's Warriors. Despite being a newcomer and not receiving the best placement in bookstores, The World End still managed to sell decently, thanks to the fame of Warrior of Love and Hopes. Even though many of the buyers were not expecting much from Shadow, they still supported the work because of their loyalty to the idol-like group. They were like other fans who bought works that came with extra perks, like posters or limited editions, nothing that would change their dedication to their fandom. In the end, the book's modest sales proved that despite being a new author, Shadow was still able to ride on the coattails of their association with Love and Hope's Warriors. Chapter 119, Hikari Nohara was an ordinary office worker. Like every other day, he dragged his weary body home after work. The only thing that made him happy today was that his boss, who was as fat as a pig, didn't force him to stay for overtime. It was rare for him to finish an early shift, but as a single guy, he had no idea how to spend this rare free time. Such a shit life. Although he used to finish work after 9 p.m. most days, he always had colleagues around to spend time with. They'd go to a pub, grab a few drinks, and vent about work. But today, it was barely 5 p.m., and the pub wasn't even open yet. That's when 3 young boys passing by caught his attention. Of course, it's the mangaka. The artwork is amazing. It was worth the money to buy a copy and keep it as a collector's item. If only the story was a little better. No chance, no chance. A completely unheard of new author, what good story can they write? As the boys walked away, their voices faded. Light novels, huh? Hikari thought, watching their retreating figures. He sighed, feeling nostalgic. It must be nice to casually discuss these things out in the open. Back in his day, even if he was interested in these things, he could only enjoy them alone in silence. He could only imagine discussing them with friends on the street. Speaking of which, I don't have time to read after work. With that thought, he walked into a nearby bookstore. Hikari wasn't interested in books with names like Volume 3 inches or Volume 4 inches of series he'd never heard of. He wasn't the type to skip ahead to later volumes without reading the first ones. Instead, he went straight to the new release section. Soon, a particular book caught his eye. It wasn't the title that stood out, but the vibrant, detailed cover art. It depicted a mature-looking man in what appeared to be a German-style military uniform, exuding a tough vibe. But his dark, lifeless eyes added a melancholic touch, making him appear more somber. Next to him stood the female protagonist. She wore a large cloak, reminiscent of a fairy or a mysterious traveler from European folklore. Her bright eyes were filled with fragility and strength, and her delicate face conveyed both tension and unease. It immediately made him want to know more about the story between these two. What are you doing at the end of the world? Are you free? Can you come and save us? These light novel titles are getting longer and longer. Hikari chuckled to himself. Back when he read light novels, titles were never that long. Still, he picked up the book and began reading the blurb. It's a story set at the end of the world? He muttered as he opened the first page. The beasts had wiped out humanity. A young man named William awoke from centuries of sleep to become the last human alive. Various races now lived in the skies, using human technology and power. They fought the beasts with the help of holy swords and fairy soldiers who wielded them. After each battle, the exhausted fairy soldiers would fall, but the holy sword could be used again. At least, I hope I don't disappear. I want to be remembered. I want to leave behind a connection. This was a story about fairy soldiers destined to die, sharing fleeting but brilliant days with their young commander. Reading the summary, Hikari felt a pain in his heart. The end of the world. At first, the mere mention of these words made him feel an unexplainable sadness. But now, it stirred a deeper, more painful sensation. The weight of these words hit him hard. It was a concept so distant and abstract, yet somehow, it made him long for the brief but brilliant days the story promised. He flipped through a few pages, and a sorrowful atmosphere swept over him, confirming what he had suspected: this story was bound to end in tragedy. But because it's destined to wither, it's the beauty before that decay that makes us yearn for it so much. We want to grab hold of it with all our might. After reading more than 10 pages, Hikari was sure this was the kind of story he wanted to experience. He closed the book and returned it to the shelf, only to pull out a brand new, sealed copy. He went to the counter. "Hello, I'd like to pay for this." For someone who had been working for a while now, a few hundred yen was nothing. Back in his younger days, he might have hesitated, but not anymore. Cradling the book, Hikari felt a wave of nostalgia for his younger years, when simple pleasures like this brought him joy. Now, he just wanted to get home and finish reading this story. That night, he followed the perspective of the protagonist, William, as he navigated a world where humanity had been wiped out by the beasts. The remaining races, stranded on floating islands in the sky, weren't entirely safe, as the beasts still threatened them from the ground below. Other strange races, salvage teams searching for relics of civilization, and fairy soldiers fighting with holy swords. The world came to life in a way that completely immersed him, filling him with awe. What stood out most was the portrayal of William. In a world where civilization and entire races had perished, there should have been nothing but despair. Yet, despite everything, William still felt the vividness of life all around him. It was a contradiction that resonated deeply, stirring an uncontrollable sadness. He was an outsider without a past, without any ties to the world he now inhabited. There was no one for him to care about, no reason to feel connected to anything. Even memories of his homeland were nowhere to be found. And yet, his past battles had shaped him into someone with a calm, detached mindset. It was as though his heart, filled with anger and sorrow, had been trapped deep under the surface, unable to express itself. This sense of quiet emotion echoed with readers, drawing them deeper into the story and evoking a sorrow that was almost unbearable. What a fantastic piece of work! Hikari sighed. Though the story was filled with sadness, the way it was told captivated him completely. I should follow up on this series. Despite his busy work life, he couldn't afford to neglect such small joys. Without them, life would be nothing but pain, wouldn't it? If the end really did come, he would only regret not having taken the time to appreciate life's beauty in the here and now. The book's popularity had already spiked, and discussions about it were flooding the internet. First, I must apologize to the author. I'm sorry. I started following World End because I knew the illustrator, the Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei. This was their first illustration project, so I bought it out of support for them. I had no expectations since they were a complete newcomer, but after reading it, I realized how foolish I was. If this work could get the Warrior of Love and Hope to agree to illustrate it, then it must be an outstanding work. With their current fame, why would they do something like this otherwise? I really hope that fans who bought this book with the same mindset as me will take the time to read it. This is a truly outstanding work from every angle. With the teacher's illustrations, it's an amazing collaboration. It really is a great work. Thanks to the recommendation from the Mangaka Warrior of Love and Hope. I didn't miss out on such an incredible piece. Maybe this is the magic of words, even though we know the inevitable ending is going to be like the ghostly faces of past characters fading away, we can't help but keep reading to experience that last bit of beauty before the end of the world arrives. Even though the first volume hasn't fully unfolded, there's this unspeakable sadness that lingers in my heart. I don't know how to describe it, but the author's writing skills are incredible. They made me feel the pain at every moment. Honestly, when I first saw the long title, I thought it was just going to be a tragic story wrapped in a fancy package. But after reading, the sadness I couldn't express made me realize, this is a tragedy with no hope. Strongly recommend this to every reader who likes this style. Could it be that the warrior of love and hope sensei agreed to illustrate this because from the start, this story was always meant to be a tragedy? I wouldn't rule that out. But of course, I think the work's excellence is also a big reason for that. For someone who enjoys tragedies like me, this was such a fulfilling experience. Ugh, after reading your comments, I suddenly got scared. Madoka Magica. Anohana. Those endings made me cry enough as it is. And now here comes another one. Is this story really trying to make us cry? Chapter 120. As days pass, more and more discussions about the future plot of World End emerge in forums and group chats, sparking curiosity among readers. Even those who usually enjoy comedy, or harem genres couldn't resist picking it up. They all wanted to know what made this book so captivating, and they found themselves feeling both pain and joy as they experienced the deep malice of World End. As they know, readers who enjoy comedy, and harem genres might not dislike tragedies. Perhaps the type of tragedy they enjoy just hadn't appeared until now. But World End hooked many readers with its oppressive, unresolved pain, fulfilling that unique lonely feeling from their adolescent years. A week later. Akif. Shadow Sensei, doesn't it sound strange? Should I just call you Shadow Sensei? Never mind. Listening to Machida Sanoko's voice on the phone, Akifumi replied indifferently, whatever makes you happy. Shadow Sensei, the sales for the first week of World End are in. Machida's voice carried an unmistakable joy. Akifumi smiled but didn't respond. There was always someone eager to speak first, but why the rush? Not getting the response she expected, Machida couldn't help but pout. It really is like what Mihari said, you never react to sales, Sensei. It's like you're not interested in royalties. Well, whether I know the sales or not doesn't stop me from getting paid, right? True. Machida shook her head. She had hoped to see him as excited as the younger newbies, but it seemed like that wasn't happening. The first week sales for World End are 27,000 copies. At 600 yen a volume and a 10% royalty rate, that's 1.62 million yen. Though this is far from the numbers seen with comics, it's still not bad. Especially for the first week. But this number is a bit lower than Akifumi had expected. After all, even the first volume of Madoka Magica sold over 60,000 copies, and the second volume almost hit 50,000 on its release day. Compared to that, 27,000 feels a bit low. That's still not too bad, right? Machida was silent. Was he seriously downplaying it? 27,000 copies in the first week. That's enough to hit 100,000 by the end of the month. And 500,000 for a single volume, that's an incredible result. And yet, here he was calling it not too low? If any other author heard this, they'd probably want to punch him in the face. Despite wanting to complain, Machida couldn't ignore the fact that Akifumi was a rising star in the comic world. Though she wasn't as familiar with the light novel sales, she had heard from others that this was still a solid number. Still, comparing comics to light novels is a different thing altogether. The animation crowd is much wider, while the light novel crowd is narrower. Machida decided to explain, Sensei, we can't say it's low. In the light novel world, these first week sales are considered a hit. This is a super hot work that will definitely reach 500,000 copies. Okay. As long as I didn't embarrass you, Machida-san. Embarrass? That's impossible. Other authors will be jealous of this success. And given that Machida Sanoko had worked hard to get this book published so quickly, she was certainly in line for a nice bonus. Now, where can I travel for a vacation? Though vacation was a joke, Akifumi couldn't help but fantasize. Machida-san, now that the first volume is out, it's time to start planning for the second, right? Not only did they have the drive to release a second volume so soon, but they also brought it up themselves. Machida couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Mihari. Though she also wanted to get started on volume 2, the first volume had only just been released a week ago, talking about volume 2 already felt a bit rushed. With a polite tone, she said, Sensei, there's no need to rush. We have time for the second volume. 5 months, 6 months, the readers won't mind. Machida-san, you don't need to be so formal. Akifumi sighed. You know, this work is meant to pave the way for my new manga, right? Waiting for readers' feedback is one thing, but I have my own thoughts. Is this what genius looks like? Passionate about publishing, unstoppable. No wonder he managed to complete 2 works in just 6 months. His work ethic is the key to success. Machida carefully asked, so, Sensei, do you mean? Let's release the second volume next month? Was I imagining things? Did he just say next month? Machida was stunned. Next month? Is that really possible? She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The first volume was just released on October 1st, and now he was talking about releasing the second volume by November 1st? That's barely more than 20 days. Actually, I finished the second volume back in September. The third one is almost done too. I calculated it, and releasing it next month is totally feasible. The only thing we need is for you to work a little harder, Machida-san. Machida, still in disbelief, tried to process what Akifumi just said. So, you're serious about releasing it next month? He wasn't joking at all. He was already on track to finish the third volume, and he was pushing to release the second one in a month. She hesitated but then said, "Sensei, isn't 1 month too short a time to prepare?" Considering that the first volume had just been published and the second volume was supposed to be ready in no time. It seemed too fast. But with Akifumi's passion and confidence, Machida Sanoko realized that nothing was impossible for him. Chapter 121, Is it really that fast? Machida Sanoko pondered his words for a moment, then answered firmly. Yes, it's fast. For a light novel, it usually takes around 3 months to fully tap into the potential of a work and convert its fans. If we release the second volume on November 1st, some of the potential left in the earlier volumes will be missed. The most important thing is that such a fast release pace isn't very wallet-friendly for readers. As a result, the sales might actually be lower than the first volume. So, I'd appreciate it if you could reconsider. Akifumi thought for a moment, then replied, Machida, I don't think these are problems. Even if we maximize the potential and pique the reader's expectations, a work can't always maintain its initial sales. For the fans who really love this story, I believe they'll find a way to buy the next volume, no matter how tight their budget is. On the other hand, only fans who are on the fence will hesitate. Yes, this quick pace might lower sales to some extent, but it could also keep the enthusiasm high for those who are passionate about it. Besides, isn't the most important thing the quality of the work itself? As long as the quality is guaranteed, short-term sales don't matter much. And the most important point, once World End has enough volumes, I can finally release the manga version. The light novel will provide a foundation for the manga's release, and in return, the manga will boost the light novel sales. The final sales could even exceed our expectations. Machida Sanoko was silent for a while, then sighed with a wry smile. I'm really losing to you, Akifumi-sensei. This strategy does have a significant chance of working. But there's still considerable risk involved. However, since you're so confident, I guess I'll go along with you. Akifumi smiled. Thank you for your support, Machida-san. I'll send you the content for the second volume by email shortly. Should we start preparing for the second volume? Akifumi-sensei, you really are confident. Machida said with genuine admiration. Usually, it would take most authors 10 to 20 days just to revise the manuscript after finishing it. But Akifumi didn't seem to have any of those concerns. Well, from my perspective, I feel like the second volume is already good enough. Akifumi couldn't exactly say that he had just followed the usual publishing template, could he? After hanging up, Akifumi immediately sent the manuscript to Machida. It was already late, so he wasn't going to wait for a reply. He spent a bit more time on his illustrations, then washed up and went to bed. The next morning, he received a reply from Machida as expected. The content is fine. I'll go talk to the editor-in-chief today to make sure the second volume releases on November 1st. You've just been busy, and now you're giving me more work? You owe me a few big meals. Akifumi smiled and quickly replied, Thanks, Machida-san. But I can see that you're visibly happy. Are you sure you're not the one treating me to dinner? Maybe it was as she said, she was tired but happy. After all, bonuses in the editorial world are closely tied to a work's success. A successful project means more money for the editor too. It was still early, around 6:30 a.m. Machida had probably not woken up yet, so Akifumi didn't expect any further responses. After a quick wash-up, Akifumi put on his workout clothes and headed out to begin his daily exercise. Wow, tomorrow's already October 20th. Time really flew. Madoka Magica was about to air its third episode. I can't wait. He was excited not just for the episode itself, but also for the fans' reactions. October 20th. In Tanaka's class, Hey, Tanaka, are you sure Madoka Magica is as amazing as you say? The characters are cute, sure, but it feels like just another magical girl show. The main character hasn't even transformed yet. It's starting to feel a bit dull. Even my mom's been giving me weird looks, probably wondering why I suddenly started watching a show aimed at little girls. Tanaka responded nonchalantly, I think no matter what I say, it's better if you just watch it and experience it for yourselves, right? Anyway, the third episode airs tonight. Watch it first and decide if you like it. True enough. Well, we've watched 2 episodes, so hopefully the third one has some big twist. But I'm mentally preparing myself for disappointment. By the way, which character do you like the most? Of course, it's Mommy Senpai. Mature, elegant, and well-endowed. Huh? Well-endowed? Her age, of course. No need to explain, we get it. As the group continued discussing, Tanaka smiled. Beneath the table, his hand silently pulled out a figurine of Mommy Senpai. Click. He removed the figurine's cap and quietly put it back in place, his eyes darkening. Tonight. It begins. As the time drew near, comments on Akifumi's SNS account began pouring in. It's probably tonight. What should I do? I'm kind of scared to watch. Mommy Senpai, there's nothing left to fear now. What's there to be scared of? I'm already looking forward to screaming and crying during this episode. Are you a devil? You should record it and share it with the boys. Good things shouldn't be kept to yourself, everyone wants to see. Can't wait to see my girlfriend's reaction. My girlfriend? Didn't we all agree to stay single? Who quietly turned into a traitor. Before long, the discussion drifted off topic, but the general buzz was still focused on what the animation fans, who knew nothing about Madoka Magica, would think after watching the third episode. Chapter 122, at Akifumi's home, why are we having another viewing party for the third episode? Akifumi said with some resignation. This is the third episode. It's a major turning point in the story. Ayuri said, her voice full of excitement. You agree, right, Miharu? Miharu nodded eagerly, her eyes glued to the screen. Her enthusiasm was contagious, giving Ayuri a huge boost of energy. Miharu smiled and said, sometimes it's nice to do something together like this. Seeing how happy the girls were, Akifumi didn't want to dampen their spirits. Well, as long as you're happy. Soon, it was time for the episode to air. Seeing the title of the third episode, Ayuri's happy expression turned into one of exhaustion. This is so malicious. The third episode's title was already hinting at something ominous. Anyone who had read the manga knew exactly what it meant. It was already a classic flag. Using that phrase as the title felt a bit too much. Akifumi laughed. It's not as bad as it seems. Is there really a better way to sum up the central theme of this episode? There wasn't really any doubt that this episode is gonna hurt a lot of people. But that didn't stop people from watching it. It's easy to see that with a title like this, at least 90% of the blame would fall on Akifumi. So, Ayuri decided to throw him a sidelong glance. Soon enough, the story reached its climax. In the manga, the atmosphere of the scenes wasn't as intense as in the animation. We see Kyoko and Mommy walking through a completely white space filled with bottles. It gives off a nostalgic vibe. As they continue talking, the space around them begins to change. The colors dim, with a hint of crimson appearing. The background music becomes dark and tense. What initially seemed like a normal conversation slowly turns into Kyoko setting up one flag after another. That's impressive. Akifumi remarked, the atmosphere is built just perfectly. Kyoko gains support from Mommy, and Mommy finds courage through Kyoko to strengthen her resolve. In the end, it all sums up to there's nothing left to fear. Whoever came up with this plot is a genius. Even someone like Miharu couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Mujio-kun, it's impressive, but boasting about yourself like that is a bit much, don't you think? Boasting about myself? I was just saying. Well, I did draw Madoka Magica. Looking at it now, it does sound a bit self-congratulatory. Mashiro suddenly chimed in, Mugi, you're right, this is a genius idea, good job, Shiro. Just as Akifumi was about to speak again, his left hand was suddenly grabbed by Ayuri. Looking over, he saw her usual cheerful face now full of tension. Her eyes were locked on the TV. Kyoko and Mommy's conversation had just ended. The camera shifted, and Mommy transformed into a magical girl. The somber tune suddenly became bright and lively. The dark room was suddenly bathed in cream-colored light. The extravagant battle scene was dazzling, making everyone's spirits soar. There's nothing left to fear. The death flag was set. The clueless anime fans were wide-eyed, exclaiming so cool. The upbeat music paused for a second, and the screen briefly darkened. The background music then shifted to a more intense tone. Tyro finale. Mommy's small gun transformed into a massive cannon. Unlike the original manga's contrast of a toothpick cannon, it was now an impressive laser cannon capable of obliterating the enemy with a single shot. As the blinding light faded, just when they were about to celebrate, a small, pitch-black dot fell from the sky. The dot quickly expanded, like a prank scare box. With a playful grin on its face, it lunged at Mommy in an instant. It was really only a split second, but the deliberately slowed-down animation made sure the audience saw everything clearly. They watched as it slowly opened its mouth, followed by close-up shots of the girls. Then, it bit down. Ah! Ayuri screamed. Miharu's hand had unknowingly grasped Akifumi's, and now she squeezed it tighter in reaction. Compared to the manga, this scene in the animation was amplified by several times. Especially after discussions with Shinbo, this version of Madoka Magica was even more intense than the one in the original. Even Ariri, who was mentally prepared, was thoroughly shocked. Miharu, who didn't really care for Madoka Magica, couldn't help but feel tense. You could easily tell how powerful this scene was. As for the anime fans who had no idea what was coming, they were completely stunned. Their minds filled with little question marks. Some even thought to themselves, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? They stood there, dazed and confused, until the ending BGM played, snapping them back to reality. The screening was over. This episode was amazing. Akifumi stretched, standing up from the couch. Not only was the plot itself impressive, but the sensation of Ariri resting half her body on him, and the warmth of Miharu's hand in his, was an unexpected experience. This is nice. He couldn't help but think that he'd love to have more movie nights like this. Ariri and Miharu gave him a slightly resentful glance but didn't say anything. Only Mashiro, sitting at the end of the couch, nodded and agreed. It was great. After seeing the girls off, Akifumi eagerly opened his phone. Unsurprisingly, Madoka Magica Episode 3 was trending at number 1. Nothing to Fear Anymore was also in the top 10. As for his SNS account, there were countless comments flooding in. Madoka Magica Episode 3 was amazing. Definitely my most anticipated new release for October. FK, this is amazing. I've seen the original Madoka Magica and was left stunned. Scared you even after you've seen the original? Now that's impressive. I can't even find words to describe how great this episode was. Truly legendary. Exactly, that scene was pure genius. Shinbo's direction and the perfect collaboration with the creator made it unstoppable. 1 + 1 = 2 plus. Hey, that guy who said he was expecting more screams, how's he doing now? He got a mix of beatings from both parents and is now lying in bed, can't even get up. His little sister is still crying, and he's lost next month's allowance. PFFT, bro, that's rough. But I'm laughing so hard. You devils. You knew this was coming, didn't you? No wonder my classmate kept reminding me to watch Madoka Magica Episode 3 today. Looks like they were waiting to mess with me. Just wait until Monday at school, I'll get him good. Ugh, my mommy-chan. She died so horribly. I totally cracked up on the spot. The mangaka is cruel. You kill off such a cute girl like that, I'm seriously going to send him razor blades. 10 million yen bounty on the mangaka's home address. At the start, those were all comments from fans who had already watched the episode. The later comments clearly came from anime fans who were just getting into the series. Akifumi smiled as he read through the reactions. The most brilliant part was how Mommy's monologue made people fall in love with this honest, strong, yet somewhat stubborn girl, and then, without warning, the knife came. That sense of the gloom, the heartbreaking emotions, it was perfection. As he thought about it, Akifumi couldn't resist posting an update. Just finished watching Madoka Magica Episode 3. It was amazing, way beyond my expectations. The perfect use of color contrasts, the music, the dazzling effects, and of course, that ruthless knife in the end. Special thanks to Shinbo for his meticulous direction. I wonder if everyone enjoyed it as much as I did? I'm looking forward to the rest of Madoka Magica. The post was sent, and within a minute, he was flooded with replies. The first thing that comes to mind is the overwhelming question marks from fans. Chapter 123, shall we head out now? Be careful on the way. Let's go. Mashiro nodded her little head, clutching her manuscript with both hands, following Akifumi Mujio closely. Though it was already late October, the weather hadn't gotten cold yet. Today, Mashiro was wearing a white dress with a few floral patterns on the hem. Her fair skin glowed in the sunlight, and her long legs, ivory in tone, were eye-catching. Her aura was delicate and pure, giving her the presence of a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Mashiro was now attending Toei Agasaki Academy. It was hard to forget the stir she caused when she first arrived at school. Even the popularity of Akifumi, the warrior of love and hope, was overshadowed by her. He had to admit that, thanks to her, many of his troubles were eased. At the same time, he learned an important lesson: trusting a girl to keep a secret was as unreliable as believing that a pyramid scheme could actually make you money. As Mashiro appeared at school more often, the initial commotion began to fade. Now, most people didn't disturb her. It had been a while since Mashiro started drawing her manga, and she had already finished the first chapter. After meeting with Mihari, they had agreed to meet at Shueisha today. Akifumi was deep in thought, not letting his attention slip away from Mashiro. Suddenly, he noticed her stop in her tracks. "What's wrong?" he asked. Mashiro didn't answer, her eyes focused on a nearby convenience store. "Are you hungry?" Mashiro nodded, her face showing little emotion, yet her demeanor was as cute and obedient as a pet waiting for a treat. "Wait here." Okifumi smiled and entered the store. He came back with 3 ring cakes, handing them to her. "Here." Mashiro took the cakes, her eyes narrowing with pleasure as she smiled faintly. Taking small bites of the cake, she hesitated, then offered it to Okifumi. "Here." Her gaze was firmly locked on the bread, a clear reluctance on her face. Okifumi chuckled, "If you're so reluctant, you don't have to give it to me." Mashiro stubbornly shook her head. "Good things should be shared. In that case, I won't hold back." Okifumi smiled, tearing off a small piece and popping it into his mouth. Seeing this, Mashiro visibly relaxed, her nervous expression fading. She continued eating the cake in small bites, content. Seeing her happy, Okifumi casually asked, "By the way, does Mashiro have a limit on how many ring cakes she can eat in a week?" 3. "And is this the 4th one this week?" "Yes." Mashiro answered without thinking, then quickly realized what she had said. Her small body shivered slightly, and her eyes widened with a nervous look. Her protective stance was so cute that Okifumi couldn't help but laugh. He reached over and ruffled her head. "Don't worry, I won't tell Miharu." At 162 centimeters, Mashiro was already quite tall compared to other girls, but every time, he felt the urge to pat her head, almost as if she were a child. Maybe it was the contrast between their mental and emotional states that made it feel so natural. Hearing his words, Mashiro sighed in relief and quickly finished the cake, looking at him with a pout. "Mugi, bad." Her voice, just like Kado's flat and unremarkable yet with a hint of reproach, felt oddly endearing. Didn't Mashiro sneak some cake behind Miharu's back? Mashiro was at a loss for words, quickly turning her head away as if she hadn't heard him. Her childlike behavior was simply too adorable. Okifumi couldn't resist pinching her soft cheek. The rest of the walk was silent. They soon arrived at Shueisha. After a short wait in the small office, Mihari briskly entered. "Sorry to keep you waiting." As soon as Mihari saw the two sitting inside like a perfect couple, her eyes widened in admiration. "You're both so talented for your age. How did you choose this path instead of just relying on your looks?" After exchanging pleasantries, Mihari, curious, asked, "Okifumi-san, have you seen Shina-san work?" "No." Okifumi answered honestly. Having read the original work, he wasn't particularly hopeful about Mashiro's debut manga. Thinking of this, he decided to add, "Though I haven't seen it, I think it's best not to set your expectations too high, Atosuna-san." Mihari rolled her eyes. "Do you know whose work this is?" "The world-renowned oil painting master, Shina Mashiro's debut manga." "And you're not setting your expectations high?" "If it weren't for Minano-san stopping us, the chief editor would have come along too." So this was Mashiro's leverage? It made sense. If her artwork could sell for millions of euros, then bringing a high-caliber artist like her to do manga would naturally require top-tier treatment. Of course, Mashiro probably didn't think of herself as someone special. But even so, she still didn't have anything that would truly grab attention besides her talent for drawing. Realizing this, Okifumi gave up on trying to advise her. "Well, if you're happy, then go ahead." Mashiro, with respect, handed over her work. "Thank you. Miss Shina, you're too kind." Mihari was taken aback, her nervousness evident. She quickly began flipping through the manuscript to cover up his unease. The exquisite art style immediately impressed Mihari. "This is amazing," she said. "It's definitely a step above even the most talented artists from Love and Hope. It's almost like a dimension-shifting impact." However, as she kept turning the pages, her expression grew more and more troubled. Okifumi watched with amusement as the scene unfolded. At just 20 pages, it didn't take long to reach the end. Silence. A long silence. "So, what do you think?" Okifumi asked. Mihari snapped out of her daze, uncertain of how to respond. She glanced at Mashiro, who was waiting expectantly, her face unreadable. After a moment of careful thought, Mihari flipped to page 8 and asked, "Shina-san, can I ask why the main couple decides to start dating in this scene? Because they like each other?" Mihari, still unfamiliar with Mashiro's style, had trouble understanding the depth of her simple two-word answer. "Because they like each other, so they decide to start dating." Wait, why did I suddenly become the translator? Mihari sighed, finally giving in to her frustrations. But why would they suddenly decide to confess their feelings when they haven't really spoken much before? Secret crush. This time, Mihari understood without the needing further explanation. The characters had been secretly in love with each other and decided to confess and become a couple. But nobody just confesses out of nowhere during a secret crush. Mihari finally couldn't hold back her complaints. What happened in between? Isn't it obvious? Mashiro said innocently. Mihari, head in her hands, placed the manuscript back on the desk, wondering how to even begin explaining things to Mashiro. Chapter 124. Upon seeing the expression on Mihari's face, Akifumi couldn't help but feel a slight curiosity about the comic that Shina Mashiro had drawn. Can I take a look at it? Sure. Mashiro nodded, and Akifumi wasted no time grabbing the comic and starting to read. The story was simple: a boy and a girl like each other, eventually come together, and live happily ever after, eventually tying the knot. After finishing, Akifumi fought back a chuckle. This isn't so bad, is it? Really, you think it's good? Mashiro's eyes lit up with hope. Akifumi grinned and ruffled her hair, to which she squinted her eyes in enjoyment. For your first attempt at drawing a comic, this is pretty good. Looking at Akifumi, who was treating Mashiro like a doting parent, Mihari couldn't help but mentally roll her eyes. Don't keep spoiling her. She let out a tired sigh before continuing. Maybe it's good, but a story like this would never get published. Why? Mashiro didn't understand. Mihari explained, in the earlier pages, the focus is mostly on the minor details around the characters. They only have a couple of conversations about schoolwork. But then, on page 8, suddenly they're confessing to each other and becoming a couple. Mashiro frowned. But why? What reason do they have to get together? Mashiro, serious as ever, replied simply, because of a crush. Ha 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 ha. Akifumi couldn't hold back, wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes. Well, as a sci-fi story, it's not bad. Mihari shot him a fierce glare. Stop making it worse. Huh? I'm sorry. Mihari, suddenly reminded of how frightening Akifumi could be, apologized quickly. Anyway, Shino-san, you should think more about why the two characters got together. What event made them brave enough to confess? I understand. Mashiro nodded, still confused, but willing to listen to the advice. Mihari looked at Akifumi and muttered, aren't you two really close? Why don't you just teach her? Well. Akifumi waved his hand dismissively, you can't rush things like that. As she experiences more, Mashiro will naturally get better at drawing comics. Mihari shook her head. Though she didn't entirely understand, she couldn't argue as an outsider. By the way, Food Wars is going to debut in the first issue of November. You should just tell Airi about it. Of course, I will talk to the author directly. Akifumi thought to himself. But if this childhood friend remembers, giving her a surprise later would make for a nice gesture. He had to suppress the urge to comment on the fact that Mashiro had so many beautiful girls around her and was still single. It felt too awkward to say. Was Akifumi unaware of why Mihari mentioned this? Not at all. He just hadn't figured out how to balance his relationships with the different girls around him yet. It wasn't a romance novel where a guy could just coast by with good looks and drawing talent. Wake up. If you're this naive, then you deserve to stay single. Oh, by the way, when will your next work be finished? Mihari asked. Don't worry, I'll get it to you before Madoka Magica finishes its serialization. Mihari smiled, as reliable as ever. After finishing up the discussion, the two left Shueisha. Are you thinking about what Itosuna-san said? Akifumi asked. Mashiro nodded, her face still clouded with confusion. Seeing this, Akifumi paused for a moment before asking, Mashiro, do you like Madoka Magica? Mashiro thought for a moment before shaking her head. I mean, before, I saw a little boy reading it at the art exhibit, and I was curious about what was so interesting to him. So that's what made you want to learn comics in Japan? Yes. So it wasn't just about liking the story? It was something deeper. Akifumi thought. Not wanting to delve too deeply, he just said, well, that's not really important. Then, after thinking for a moment, he added, after watching Madoka, did you ever wonder why Madoka decided to become a magical girl? Mashiro thought for a moment before answering simply, for everyone's sake. She meant all the characters who appeared in the story. That's right. Akifumi smiled, nodding. Mommy, as Madoka's guide, helped her realize how harsh being a magical girl was. Sayaka and Kyoko revealed parts of the cruel truth. Hamura, though initially hard to understand, eventually showed Madoka that she was fighting for her. And when the Night of Witches came, Hamura couldn't stop it alone. The result of failing to stop it was that everyone would die. Everything led Madoka to understand why she became a magical girl and what her true reason was. So, what you need to think about, Mashiro, is what brings two characters who have no interaction to finally come together. What events gave them the courage to confess to each other? Not just the simple feelings like I like you or I've had a crush on you. Because everyone knows that for a relationship to start, there has to be mutual attraction, but what really matters is the journey that gets them there. Do you understand? Mashiro looked deep in thought for a moment, then nodded. I think I get it. It's not about having them start a relationship, it's about what makes them decide to. Exactly. You're getting it. Okifumi grinned, ruffling her hair again. This time, Mashiro didn't smile in enjoyment but instead was lost in her thoughts. After a few moments, she looked up at him and said firmly, Okifumi, teach me how to draw comics. Why? Why the sudden urge to learn? Because I need to know how to draw comics. It's really important to me. Okifumi was taken aback. Looking into Mashiro's determined eyes, he suddenly understood why she wanted to draw comics. Maybe others, especially top-tier oil painters, would think it was a waste of time. But for Mashiro, she understood something deeper. She was stuck in a creative block. No matter how much she painted, she wasn't growing anymore. But in comics, she found her potential for improvement. She may look clueless, but this girl is surprisingly sharp and perceptive. Okifumi thought to himself. He shook his head. The way I teach might not be the best fit. Is it about drawing other people's comics? Exactly. Mashiro replied without any confusion. After today, I realize I'm still far from drawing real comics. Before I can do that, I need to improve. Chapter 125, Okifumi shook his head. The way I teach might not be the best fit for you. Is it about drawing other people's comics? Mashiro asked. Exactly. After today, I realize I'm still far from drawing real comics. Before I can do that, I need to improve. Mashiro replied without any confusion. Have you made up your mind? Mashiro nodded seriously. Yes. If you've decided, then I won't hold back. As long as it makes you happy, I will do whatever you want. Huh? Why does that sound a little off? Pushing aside the strange thought in his mind, Okifumi nodded. Well, since you've made up your mind, I'll teach you how to draw comics when we get back. Please train me to become an adult. It wasn't just my imagination. Okifumi suddenly felt a wave of guilt. Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, he sighed in relief. Otherwise, who knows what kind of looks they'd get, or worse, someone might even call the cops on them. Don't use words that could easily be misunderstood like that. What's wrong with it? Mashiro blinked, her face full of innocence and confusion. No, never mind. But the next time, please avoid using the word train. Oh. She nodded obediently, though still unsure why. Is this what it feels like to have a new disciple? And one that's a beautiful girl, no less. This world is truly strange. As for what Okifumi would use to teach her, it would naturally be Guilty Crown. Over these past days, whether it was Guilty Crown or World End, Okifumi had already drawn an entire volume's worth. What he would have Mashiro do was simple: take the Guilty Crown content he'd drawn and trace over it. Different people needed different approaches. If he just taught her about character design or the storyline like he did with Eriri, it would be no different than letting her continue making things up on her own. Through tracing and her daily life, she would slowly came to understand what makes a story, and how one should go about creating a comic. Well, let's head back for now. The lunch should be almost ready, right? Mashiro nodded. Under the sun, their shadows were close together. Monday. After the quiet weekend, things were bustling once more. In the classroom where Tanaka, Tadakuni, and the others were, it was especially noisy first thing in the morning. Tanaka. It was a roar full of malice from his friends. After a brief escape attempt, Tanaka was eventually cornered in the back of the classroom. As for his usual good friends, Tadakuni and Tabata, they had already run off as soon as they saw things weren't looking good. Shivering, Tanaka flashed a pleading smile. He raised both hands. Guys, let's talk about this, okay? This killing intent is so thick, it feels like you guys trying to kill me. If you get reported, it won't be good for you, right? Tanaka's words made them hesitate for a moment. But you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Do what on purpose? Tanaka blinked in confusion. Madoka Magica, Episode 3. As soon as these words were said, their resentment almost turned into something tangible. Ah, you're talking about Mommy-senpai, right? You knew? Tanaka waved his hand, signaling his friends to calm down. I know you're upset, but please don't rush. As a manga fan, I know the plot is totally unpredictable, right? So you plan to trick us from the start? Am I that kind of person? Tanaka said with great righteousness. It's because I know Mommy-senpai's death and the following events that I understand this is a story that absolutely can't be missed. Tell me, after watching Episode 3, do you still think Madoka Magica is just an ordinary series? Don't you want to see what happens next? Well, the group of friends hesitated. Haha, as expected. Even though they usually claim they'd never watch a series with such a sharp edge. After seeing it, they were crying and begging for more? Tanaka could barely hold back his laughter. Let me ask you, was Mommy-senpai's scene amazing or what? Wasn't it shocking enough? His friends all nodded honestly. Is it really my fault for making sure you didn't miss out on such a masterpiece? Hey, no way. Tanaka, trust us, we didn't mean it like that. It's just. You thought I was trying to trick you? Tanaka spoke with great dignity. Am I that kind of person? I just wanted to share a good story with you. But if you're going to think like that, I won't tell you about the next great anime. No, Tanaka, you're right. We'll buy you lunch. We'll get you soda. Tanaka nodded in satisfaction. When he returned to his seat, he saw the two traitors, Tadakuni and Tabata. Tadakuni avoided his gaze. Are you okay? Traitors. We were in it together, and you pushed me out to take the fall? Sorry, please forgive us. This time, for World End Volume 2, you'll pay. No problem. We'll handle it. Tanaka finally nodded with satisfaction. Similar little scenes were playing out at other schools as well. By the way, the school festival is coming up, right? Kado's words pulled Kifumi out of his thoughts. He sighed heavily. Please, don't remind me. The sports festival had just ended last week, and next month, the school festival would be here, another hassle. Kado's mind was oddly aligned with his. She, too, thought of the sports festival. Speaking of which, Kifumi, you were quite the star at the sports festival. Some of the younger students were really over the top. Thinking about it, Kifumi felt even more drained. Though he hadn't received much attention before this year, ever since the sports festival, his shoe locker was filled with love letters every day. I should have held back a little. Kado wiggled her fingers. No way. If you didn't show your full strength on the field, it would have been disrespectful to everyone. Is Kado the type to care about things like that? Well, you misunderstood, Kifumi. Humphrey. Kifumi rolled his eyes, not believing a word of what she said. Later in class, it was no surprise that the upcoming school festival was announced, with students needing to be nominated for committees, and preparations for activities. Unsurprisingly, his evening would be delayed after school. Exhausting. At 6:00 p.m., Kifumi, Mashiro, and Mahiru finally arrived home. They were nearly 2 hours later than usual. This is such a hassle. Though Kifumi had managed to avoid being part of the organizing committee, the class activities were unavoidable. I'm really looking forward to seeing you in a butler outfit, Kifumi. Mahiru teased, smiling. Mashiro, nibbling on a piece of cake like a small squirrel, looked like she was enjoying the spectacle. I can't wait. She agreed. After a class vote, the chosen activity was a butler cafe. Last year, it had been a haunted house. Why not a maid cafe? He was really looking forward to seeing Mahiru and Kado dressed as maids. One would be expressionless, while the other would greet him with a sweet smile and say something like, "Welcome, my master, I am your humble servant." Or something along those lines. Chapter 126, the black knee-high socks and the white front skirt created an absolute realm of beauty. Just thinking about it makes it amazing, right? After making this remark, Kifumi glanced at Mashiro. It's only Monday, and you've already devoured an entire round cake, Mashiro. There are still 6 days left, you know. The girl, who had been happily eating her cake, suddenly looked at him with a mournful gaze. Mugi, you're mean. Mashiro's complaint almost felt like a reward, and Kifumi couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. You guys go ahead, I've got something to do. I'll head to the back home for a bit. Okay. Kifumi returned to his apartment. This morning, he had received news from Machida Sanoko that the second volume of World End was confirmed for release. Clearly, the editorial team had put in some extra hours over the weekend. Next up was similar work to what they did last time, and Kifumi wasn't exempt from helping out with publicity. But this time, he didn't plan on using his main account for the announcement. The first time he used it to explain his debut as an illustrator, but there was no need to use it a second time. Coincidentally, he had just gotten his new account, Shadow, verified. Although he had almost no followers at the moment, it felt more appropriate to announce the news there. He logged into his new account. Upon seeing the number of followers, he was a bit taken aback. 10,000 followers already? Wow. He remembered that he'd only applied for the account on Sunday. That meant in just 2 days, the account had gained 10,000 followers. Looks like World End is more influential than I thought. He glanced through the fan comments. Finally. The author's verified account. So happy. World End is amazing. The unique sorrow it brings makes me reflect. I love it so much. I'll continue supporting you. Can't wait for Volume 2. Huh? The author hasn't posted anything yet? Are you shy? The messages were full of enthusiasm, all supporting the work and him. It was clear that World End had truly resonated with the fans. There were some fans wondering why he hadn't posted anything yet. As for the negative comments, there weren't many, but of course, they existed. Even world-famous masterpieces didn't get universal praise, so what more for a light novel? Okifumi's mindset had long been calm, especially after Madoka Magica had dealt with backlash when Mommy Senpai died in the story. He briefly considered what to post, finally deciding on this message. I'm Shadow, and with the help of Fujimi editors, I've finally verified my account. Thank you all for your attention and support for World End. Volume 2 will be released on the 1st of next month. In this volume, the fairy soldiers head to the final battleground, where William, with the responsibility of the next generation, and the fairy soldier girl Kthli go to floating island number 11 for a suitability check and receive the news of the last mission. The illustrations in this volume are once again by my favorite artist, the Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei, and I'm sure the artwork will meet your expectations. I hope to continue receiving your support. Thank you. Compared to the Warrior of Love and Hope's lively tone, Shadow's style was much more composed, marking a clear distinction between their personas. After posting, the comments flooded in quickly. Though not as fast as the other account, within 10 minutes, Okifumi was overwhelmed by the sheer number of messages. The author is alive, gotcha. Wow. That was so fast. I love how fast you are, Shadow-sensei. Is this speed even real? It's unbelievable how fast it is. Volume 1 just released 20 days ago. And now, Volume 2 is coming. Ugh, my wallet. My wallet? Isn't it coming out in November? My allowance will be here just in time. I'm so excited for Volume 2. I'll definitely buy it no matter what. It's coming out fast. Is the quality okay? No need to rush. Even if it takes 3 or 4 months to release, I won't mind as long as the quality stays the same. I'm worried the second volume might not be as good. I'll wait a bit before deciding whether to buy. At first, fans were all excited about the arrival of Volume 2, but soon enough, some began to voice concerns about its quality. How many of them were truly worried and how many were just trolling? Well, only they knew. In any case, thanks to the SNS updates from the author, along with the promotion, more than 90% of fans had heard about the release date for Volume 2 on November 1st. Time flew by, and before they knew it, November 1st had arrived. Coincidentally, just like the last time, the release date fell on a Wednesday. Since seeing World End, Hikari Nohara had been much less motivated at work. He was no longer working himself to exhaustion. After all, finishing his work early only led to more tasks and overtime. It was better to take it slow. He was eagerly anticipating Volume 2. Although there were some concerns online about the quality, he wanted to judge it for himself after reading it. During lunch break, Hikari rushed to the nearest bookstore. What? Sold out? He couldn't believe his eyes. But when the store owner shrugged helplessly and said they were sold out, he had no choice but to try other stores. These guys. He recalled all the people online complaining about the decline in quality while still buying the book like crazy. Such hypocrites. Well, complaining now wouldn't help. He just hoped other bookstores still had copies. Luckily, fate was on his side. At the second bookstore, he managed to get the last copy of Volume 2. Relieved, he cursed again under his breath. Damn it. After getting back to his desk, he barely made it through the afternoon and took the rest of the day off for a sick day. He returned home and, without even touching the fast food he'd picked up, dove straight into reading World End. A few hours later, having finished the second volume, Hikari sighed deeply. The quality was just as good as expected, but why did he suddenly lose his appetite? Chapter 127, compared to the first volume, the second volume of World End was undoubtedly even more popular. You see, according to the latest sales statistics, as of the 20th of last month, the first volume had sold 96,000 copies. And this number continues to grow by several thousand copies each day. As Machida Sanoko said, there's still a huge gap between where it is now and when its potential is fully exhausted. The sales numbers are just mind-blowing. Along with the incredible sales, the fan base has grown to over 90,000 people, and their enthusiasm has caused many bookstores to sell out of World End. Only a few smaller, more remote stores still had a couple of copies left. For the fans who got their hands on it early, they couldn't wait to dive into the next part of the story as soon as they had a moment. By 11 p.m. that night, there were explosive discussions across light novel forums and chat groups. I owe an apology to Sensei. When I first bought the second volume of World End, I was doubtful, but after reading it, I can only say it was amazing. If the first volume was a good wine, then the second volume is like an aged vintage. It's so delicious, I couldn't put it down. It's clear that the first volume of World End is a mature commercial work. It perfectly captures the sadness of the story, targeting a specific audience. But the second volume is a huge leap forward. The plot twists are so perfectly timed, the story keeps escalating. In this volume, we see Kthli's choices, William's emotional struggles, and how these contrasting feelings, one cold and detached, the other warm, combine to add more heat to the story. Both of them are on different battlefields, with completely different fates. It's keeping me on edge, and I'm even more excited to see what happens next. I don't really care about all that, I just know that this volume made me even sadder, especially Kthle's story. It almost brought me to tears. +1, the story is amazing, and the impact of the second volume is huge. As a 30-something wizard, even I'm starting to want to fall in love. The quality of this volume is even better than the first. For fans who were worried that the fast release would mean a drop in quality, you can rest easy and just enjoy. Really? It's easy to say when you're not the one running around for 2 hours after work, only to find every bookstore is sold out. Exactly. Everyone online was saying the speed would hurt the quality, but now they're all rushing to buy it. Has anyone seen any second-hand copies yet? I'm not sure when we'll get a reprint. I bet those who were complaining about the release speed were just trying to stir up trouble. I went to buy it this morning, and there were still plenty in stock. I honestly thought the second volume was going to flop. After getting their hands on the second volume, many fans couldn't help but praise it, and even some popular bloggers posted lengthy reviews, drawing in even more enthusiastic fans. For those who missed out on the second volume, there was a lot of complaining, but one thing was clear: World End Volume 2 was definitely not going to sell less than the first volume. The next afternoon, after school, as soon as Akifumi got home, he received a congratulatory call from Machida. "Congratulations, sensei." Her voice was brimming with uncontainable joy, making it easy to imagine how good her day had been. Akifumi smiled. "Did the first day sales come in? If I remember correctly, last time you didn't call me until a week after the release." He teased. "For a new author and a new book, we need more time to figure out the full picture." Machida replied without hesitation. "Calling it too early would just add pressure on the author," she added. Akifumi chuckled. He wasn't really bothered about the first day sales. Even though World End eventually became a hit, with its popularity peaking in 2015 and earning several awards, its journey was far from smooth. After the second volume's release, the series was almost dropped, only surviving thanks to its strong reputation and fan support. When Akifumi decided to venture into light novels, he didn't have huge expectations. He figured that even if the sales were modest, they could push out some comics later on to boost the novel's numbers. But to his surprise, things were going far better than he expected. World End had already taken off. "Anyway, what were the first day sales?" Akifumi asked with a smile. 11,000 copies. Machida couldn't help but smile even more, her excitement clear in her voice. "Most importantly, the initial print run was only 12,000 copies, so we sold almost all of them on the first day." "Congratulations, Machida-san." Akifumi responded. Thanks." Machida began to thank him but suddenly paused and said with a mock frown, "But wait, isn't World End your book? Why are you congratulating me? If World End sells well, you'll get a nice bonus, right? Doesn't that deserve congratulations?" Akifumi chuckled. "Well, technically, us editors are just underpaid workers doing our job, so there's no real reason for congratulations." Machida grumbled. Akifumi couldn't help but laugh. Even though the lower-level editors were working hard for their paycheck, the chief editor at a major publishing house like Machida was more of an industry elite. "But anyway, thank you for telling me the good news." Akifumi continued. "Now that the second volume is doing so well, the third volume's release should be no problem, right?" "The third volume? Already?" Machida's eyes twitched at the mention of the next book. It had only been 1 day since the second volume's release, and Akifumi was already talking about the third? If anyone else worked like that, they'd be lucky to keep up with such a fast pace. "But, yes, of course." Machida sighed, finally letting it go. "I guess we can start talking about the third volume now." The second volume had a lot of content ready in advance, so the third volume would probably take at least 2 months to be published. If things continue like this, with a new volume released every month, her body won't be able to handle it. "That's how it is? Well, I'll speed things up on my end," Akifumi said. "Thank you for your hard work, Shadow-sensei," replied Machida, her voice laced with appreciation. After hanging up the phone, Akifumi looked at the 100,000 word manuscript on his computer screen and muttered to himself, "Machida-san is saying this now. If I turn in volume 3 in about 10 days, it should be fine, right? After all, she did say that the faster it's done, the better." With that thought, Akifumi casually closed the document on his screen. The first print run of World End Volume 2 was 100,000 copies. That meant Akifumi would earn 6 million yen in royalties. For someone whose savings had already crossed into the 9-digit range, 6 million yen wasn't even noteworthy. Madoka had been on sale for nearly half a year now, and its combined sales of 2 volumes had already reached an astonishing 1.55 million copies. The royalties from this alone amounted to 137.64 million yen. While Anohana didn't quite match Madoka's success, it had still sold 920,000 copies, contributing 81.7 million yen in royalties. With magazine serializations, Madoka's animation, and merchandise, Akifumi's savings had now surpassed 300 million yen. So, 6 million yen really wasn't much at all. Stepping out of his room, he saw Mashiro sitting on the couch, focused on her pink drawing tablet. Maharu was busy in the kitchen, and Ariri was absent due to something she had to take care of. Just as Akifumi was about to sit on the other side of the couch and check his phone again, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 128, Akifumi furrowed his brow in confusion. That's odd. Who could it be at this hour? Ariri had a key, so she could just come in. And the other tenants in the building weren't very social, so it was unlikely to be anyone else. Although he was puzzled, Akifumi walked toward the door. Instead of opening it right away, he peered through the peephole. As the person outside took a few steps back, Akifumi was able to get a better look at them, but this only deepened his confusion, leaving him dumbfounded. Isn't his the world of a slice of life anime? He thought. Logically speaking, this person shouldn't be here. Standing outside was a mature woman who also felt rather uneasy. I've messed this up, she muttered. I was supposed to finish this task by mid-October, but I've been delaying it until now. I'm such a failure. At the sound of her sigh, her rounded figure swayed slightly. Click. The door opened from the inside. Who are you? Akifumi asked, feigning confusion. The woman, still sighing, smiled warmly. Hello. I'm your Briar, your new neighbor who just moved in next door. This is a small gift as a token of my appreciation. I hope we'll get along well in the future. She handed over the gift. Your Briar was dressed in a white coat with a black dress underneath. Her black stockings and heels that were about 5 centimeters tall accentuated her tall, curvaceous figure. Her delicate makeup highlighted her alluring eyes, high nose, and soft pink lips. Despite not showing much skin, she exuded a captivating charm, every movement drawing attention. She was your Briar, a character from the anime Spy X family. Why was she here in this world? Akifumi couldn't make sense of it, so he gave up thinking about it for a moment. With a smile, he accepted the gift and greeted her. Hello, your Briar-san. Welcome to the neighborhood. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Your hesitated before nodding. Well, if you insist, I won't be shy. Although I don't know why you're here in this world, your identity must be the same, right? Akifumi wondered inwardly. Assassin. Thorn Princess. Knowing who she was didn't make him feel too worried. An assassin wouldn't casually appear in front of their target like this. But why did she move in and come to visit me in person? Akifumi was still puzzled. If she had a mission, shouldn't it be more discreet? Maybe her identity had changed in this world. Or maybe she have a completely different identity now. Akifumi thought, his smile not faltering. Just then, Maharu stepped out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. The moment her eyes landed on her, they widened in surprise. She blinked, tilting her head slightly, clearly curious. Maharu asked, Mujio-kun, who is this? Akifumi, noticing her curiosity, gave a small smile. Ah, Maharu, this is your Briar. He said, gesturing toward her. She's new around here. You're ever polite but a little reserved, nodded gracefully and offered a gentle smile. Nice to meet you. She said, her voice soft, but friendly. Nice to meet you as well. My name is Shina Maharu. She introduced herself, her voice as sweet as always. Yor took her hand, returning the friendly gesture. It's a pleasure. She replied, a small smile tugging at her lips. After the introductions, Yor sat on the couch. Oh, and by the way, Ariri called earlier. Akifumi said, glancing at the table full of dishes. She said she had something to do today and wouldn't be coming. Looking at the table of food, Akifumi couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. She could have told me earlier. Well, since Briar-san is here, isn't that a happy coincidence? Maharu smiled and suggested, Briar-san, would you like to join us for dinner? Yor hesitated, wanting to decline, but the delicious smell of the food tempted her. In the end, she blushed and nodded. Well, I suppose I won't be polite. After sitting down at the table, Yor eyed the dish in front of her, a slight hesitation in her expression. Go ahead, Briar-san. Eat as much as you want. Maharu said with an encouraging smile. Yor hesitated for only a moment, her curiosity piqued by how beautiful the dish looked. She picked up a fish with her chopsticks, admiring the careful way Maharu had plated everything. With a smile of appreciation, she took a bite. Yor couldn't help but exclaim, this is so delicious. Maharu smiled shyly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. "Shina-san, would you mind teaching me how to cook?" Yor asked, her voice filled with genuine curiosity. "Briar-san, please don't be so formal. Just call me Mahiru," she said, her tone warm and inviting. Mashiro, who had been quietly eating, briefly glanced up at Yor body, then quickly looked back at her own. Muttering quietly, she replied, "You weren't invited here." Okifumi sighed, shaking his head as he softly pat her head. She looked up at him, her expression softening as a contented smile spread across her face. Before the conversation could continue back to Yor asking Mahiru how to cook, Okifumi interrupted. "Yor Briar. Your name doesn't sound like a typical Japanese name. Did you just move to this country?" His thoughts wandered for a moment. Letting her into the kitchen would be a disaster. Her cooking. It's full of dark energy that even someone like Twilight wouldn't survive. He is not gonna gamble with his life. Yor smiled, a little nervously. "Actually, my mother is from here, and I've always lived in this country. I was just relocated for work. This is my first time in a big city, and I'm still getting used to it. It feels a little overwhelming." Her confident explanation seemed genuine, and Okifumi didn't suspect anything at first. But then, a sudden thought crossed his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Wait. She is not lying about this, right? Chapter 129, After dinner, Yor didn't linger. She quickly stood up and took her leave. "Yor-san is a bit strange," Mashiro remarked, her voice quiet as she broke the silence. "Strange?" Mahiru blinked, a bit confused. "I actually think Yor-san is pretty great. She's so gentle, poised, and incredibly beautiful." As Mashiro thought of Yor's curvy yet tall figure, a faint hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Though her own figure wasn't bad, it seemed somewhat youthful in comparison. Mashiro shook her head, not offering further explanation. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Okifumi, her eyes filled with an expectant look. Okifumi gently patted Mashiro's long, smooth hair, his smile soft and reassuring. "Everyone has their own secrets," he said calmly. "Yor-san probably just concealed parts of her identity out of necessity. It's not really that strange." "Oh," Mashiro murmured, nodding thoughtfully. Her eyes, however, sparkled with happiness, as if a puzzle had just been solved. "Concealed her identity?" Mahiru looked at Okifumi, puzzled. "Well." Okifumi chuckled and explained, "Yor-san is dressed in high-end clothes, but claims she's never been to a big city like Tokyo, right? Doesn't that sound a little strange?" Now that she thought about it, Mahiru recalled that while the outfit was pretty basic, the labels weren't from cheap brands. She had worn similar clothes a few times for important events when she was younger. "So why did Monsieur say that?" Mahiru asked. "Probably for some reason she couldn't avoid." Okifumi smiled, "As long as we know she's not a bad person, that's all that matters." "True." Seeing that the girl's no longer dwelling on it, Okifumi withdrew his gaze. "I wonder how your skills are in this world. If they're like the original, maybe she could teach me something? Though I need to fix my relationship with this girl first." With a sigh, Okifumi returned to his room to continue working. Both the beginnings of Guilty Crown and World End were nearing completion, with their first chapters being written and drawn. Meanwhile, Madoka Magica and Inohana were also approaching their final chapters. And Guilty Crown would be published under Mashiro's name. Even though Guilty Crown wouldn't be credited to Okifumi, as long as Mashiro can improve her storytelling, that's all of that truly mattered to him. "Maybe I could find a few trusted apprentices and turn Shueisha into my own company." He briefly imagined such a scene, and for some reason, it was strangely exhilarating. Of course, that was just a fantasy. After all, he couldn't find that many trustworthy people who would willingly work with him. On the other side, Yor returned to her empty room, a sudden, unexpected sense of loneliness washing over her. The silence of the room felt oddly heavy, as though it was pressing in from all sides. However, the feeling was brief, almost fleeting. She pushed it aside with a shake of her head. "I've made initial contact with the young master," she whispered to herself, her voice steady despite the swirl of thoughts in her mind. A small, satisfied smile tugged at her lips. It was a step forward, one she had carefully planned, and it gave her a sense of purpose. Now, her next task was clear: she needed to ensure his safety. But how? Speaking of, how should I protect someone? Her voice faltered slightly as she muttered the question aloud, the words lingering in the air. Yor paused, staring at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes, usually calm and composed, betrayed the uncertainty creeping inside her. She had never given much thought about how to protect someone. It was always the other way around: she was the one taking lives, not the one preserving them. She had become a skilled assassin, well versed in the art of killing with precision and efficiency. But this was something new, something she wasn't sure she was equipped for. She closed her eyes, thinking. Should I just shadow him? Keep a constant watch over him, no matter where he goes? She imagined herself lurking in the shadows, always alert, always ready to strike at any threat that might emerge. But was that enough? What if something happened when I'm not around? She shook her head. No, she couldn't just hide in the background and wait for danger to come to her. Protection wasn't about lurking in the shadows, it was about preventing harm from ever reaching him in the first place. Yor's brow furrowed as she thought harder. Should I take him somewhere safe? Make sure no one even knows where he is? The idea seemed reasonable, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized how impractical it was. She couldn't shelter him forever. There would always be people looking for him. She couldn't hide him away forever. A pang of frustration tightened her chest. But what then? She placed a hand on her forehead, feeling the weight of her doubts. I'm good at killing, she admitted quietly to herself, her voice tinged with a bitter edge. But protecting someone? That's a different story entirely. She had been trained for violence, for secrecy, for missions that left no room for mistakes. But this was a new kind of challenge. Her mind raced. Maybe I need to learn more about him. Yor stood up, a sense of determination slowly replacing the uncertainty. I'll find out. I'll protect him by any means necessary. I can't let anything happen to him. That's my job now. She took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She had a new mission, and no matter how unfamiliar the path might be, she would walk it with the same dedication she gave to everything else. The safety of the young master was now her responsibility, and she wouldn't fail him. Chapter 130. In mid-November, World End was finally released and received a warm reception, though not without its fair share of criticism. Many jealous authors online mocked it, their words laced with bitterness. Or perhaps, they were nothing more than trolls hired by rival publishers, hoping to undermine its success. Even though I haven't read World End, an unknown author suddenly appearing like this, with no prior fame, it feels like Fujimi is trying to create a star, doesn't it? According to normal logic, the first volume was just released, and the second one is already coming out less than a month later. No one can really fail to see this, right? From the synopsis of this story, it's clear that it's a cliché plot. How could it have such good sales? I don't believe it. Fujimi's been sitting in the third spot for light novels too long, and now that a genius in manga has emerged, they're eager to start creating stars, huh? Forget the facts for a moment. Can a high school student really draw something like Madoka Magica or Anohana? Shueisha's success has made Fujimi think they can achieve the same with this approach. After all, they're part of the same group lol. These remarks spurred World End's readers into action, defending the work online. A heated debate quickly ensued. However, neither the author nor the publisher commented on the situation. Meanwhile, the two were having a conversation. Ha ha ha, those guys are too adorable. Machida's voice carried an uncontrollable laugh. Because of the recent debate, the sales of the two volumes have shown a significant increase. Only with controversy comes attention. Regardless of how good World End actually was, as a newcomer's work, even with Fujimi's heavy promotion, the results were somewhat lackluster. The traffic from Warriors of Love and Hope brought in some fans, and the company's promotion attracted others. In the end, the sales were a mix of both. Now, this unexpected stir was bringing the book to the attention of many outsiders. If just 10% of these onlookers became curious and bought a copy of World End, it would be a huge win for both Akifumi and Machida. As for whether this would harm the book's reputation, Machida wasn't worried. After all, the quality of the work was undeniable good. Maybe some didn't like its melancholic, tragic tone, but anyone who finished it would have to admit it was an excellent piece. Though Akifumi didn't get involved in these matters, from his experience, he could see the twists and turns clearly. Hearing Machida's words, he smiled. Looks like I don't need to worry about how to handle this. Of course not. Machida said confidently, leave these things to the professionals. Your job is to write great works. Akifumi smiled and said, now it seems like a good time to release the next volume of World End, doesn't it? Of course. Machida answered without hesitation. If we can release volume 3 next month and let the emotions built up from the previous volumes explode. Just imagining that scene made Machida tremble with excitement, feeling on the verge of something extraordinary. The thrill of a successful comeback was indescribable. However, she knew well that imagination and reality were different. Just don't rush it, sensei. Good works take time to refine. Volume 3 will be the finishing blow for a World End story. So take your time writing it. Even if the buzz dies down, the momentum from the accumulated interest will still be enough to push World End to hit 1 million copies sold. Akifumi could feel the sincerity in Machida's words. Actually, I've already finished the 3rd volume. The 3rd volume is already finished. Machida's smile froze, and her voice instinctively rose. The third volume is already finished? Okifumi, having already moved his phone away, muttered, "I'm in a train, please don't scream in my ear." After hearing no response from the other side, Machida snapped back to reality. Sorry. Shadow-sensei, I was just too excited. Is the third volume really finished? Once the voice returned to its usual tone, Okifumi placed the phone back by his ear, giving an affirmative reply. Yes. Please send it to me as soon as possible. Of course. Okifumi said half-jokingly, looks like Machida-san won't be asking me to delay the release this time. Sensei, don't tease me. I can't wait to release the third volume of World End right now. Delay? Every minute right now is free traffic pouring in. With the strength of the author, the third volume will undoubtedly be a game-changer. The sales will definitely break new records. Just imagining it made Machida's eyes sparkle, as if she could already see piles of cash waving at her. As for how the third volume was finished so quickly? Genius, just the word itself suffices. By the way, my other account will also post an update about World End starting serialization in Weekly Shonen Jump from December. That's okay, right? Of course, no problem. Machida quickly agreed. With the current popularity of World End and the massive buzz surrounding the talented new manga artist, this work was sure to reach the peak. After hanging up the phone, Okifumi's gaze shifted back to the computer screen. The sudden surge of online buzz had caught him by surprise. However, after realizing it, he began considering how to leverage this traffic to push World End to its true peak, the quality of the work, the fan base from Warriors of Love and Hope, the online heat from the ongoing debates. All good. But there was still something key missing. A song. An extraordinary one. Scarborough Fair. It's a Scottish folk song that rose to fame through a movie, later becoming a widely known classic. In the animated version, the song plays when William and Clea meet, changing the originally somber tone of the song, making it feel exponentially more poignant. This song fits perfectly with World End. If Okifumi wanted to bring the work to its peak, this song would be the missing piece in his puzzle. Luckily, unlike the song in Anohana, which he had to make from scratch, Okifumi had no trouble finding Scarborough Fair online. The songs matched that of his past life, exactly as it should be. Scarborough was a renowned song that already existed centuries ago. The song is about a dialogue between two people, where one asks the other to perform impossible tasks as proof of love. The tasks, such as making a cambric shirt without a seam, represent unattainable challenges, symbolizing the difficulties of love. Some interpretations link it to Scarborough, a market town in England. The song, especially popularized by Simon and Garfunkel, reflects themes of love, longing, and unfulfilled desires. The song's references to coriander, sage, rosemary, and thyme have special meanings. Coriander eases pain. Sage represents strength. Rosemary, loyalty and longevity. Thyme, courage. The singer and their partner are separated by death, and the impossible tasks symbolize the sadness and yearning that one holds for the lost loved one. Whether it's the memory of the song or its sorrowful melody, it fits so well with World End. So, Okifumi had long since planned to use this song as the background music, adding voice acting and his own art to create a moving video. Many past creators had used this song for their own videos, resulting in tears from viewers. Since it's a folk song, there are no copyright issues. Okifumi could use it without a second thought. I'll have to wait a bit longer for the color art to be finished. As he was mentally preparing the pieces, Okifumi knew exactly when to place each image for the best effect. For now, I just need the company to find the right voice actors to record the lines. He already asked a junior editor for help, and they had confirmed that casting would be done this weekend, and recording would begin soon. Though, the voices won't be from famous actors, just some lesser-known voices who don't have much going on. But I'm still hopeful. Okifumi wasn't too concerned about it. Even if they didn't meet his exact expectations, they would work with what they had. There were only about 10 days left until the end of the month. Even though he practiced editing for a while, he still felt a little anxious about doing it for real. Let's organize the school festival photos first. Thinking this, he quickly pulled up the photos taken during the recent school festival and began selecting the best ones. The festival had been a huge success. After school, there were no more late nights of overtime work. Okifumi's Butler Cafe had even placed in the top 3 of the event. On a side note, Okifumi, as the butler, had received quite a few small letters from some girls outside of school during the event. Though, those letters were quickly confiscated by the smiling Miharu and Kato. As for hanging out with the girls at the festival, he had his fair share of fun. He walked around eating with Mashiro, went out with Miharu and Kato in butler outfits, and was dragged to the haunted house and play by his son, dear childhood friend. By the way, I think I saw your san there? He remembered seeing someone who looked a lot like you, holding cotton candy, taiyaki, and takoyaki. It was such an odd image compared to the cold killer she appeared to be, and Akifumi couldn't help but wonder if he'd imagined it. Speaking of Monsieur, our relationship has certainly improved lately. Though he still didn't know why, she often came over, sometimes bringing small cakes or rare ingredients from her company, and always stayed for dinner. Is she really just come here to mooch off Miharu foods? After all, your cooking skills were far from impressive. Maybe I should bring it up next time. As Akifumi pondered these things, he continued with his work. Chapter 131, November 18th. Saturday, 5:24 p.m. Thanks you, Atosuna-san. You really saved me today. Akifumi Mujio expressed his gratitude, but Atosuna Mihari merely sighed, looking at him with a trace of exasperation. Akifumi-sensei, when are you finally going to start your new work? It's been months. The fans are starting to lose patience. She shot him a pointed look. Have you even checked your SNS lately? It's a wall of non-stop comments begging you for an updates. Even me, as your editor, feel nervous just looking at it. And yet, the man himself remained completely unfazed. Oh, that? No worries, I'm already working on it. Akifumi waved it off like it was no big deal. Mihari twitched. You said the exact same thing last time. Her frustration was almost palpable. Akifumi, however, just chuckled and teased. Don't tell me you're just desperate for something to boost your numbers? Of course I am. She didn't even try to deny it. In the 6 months she'd been in this industry, she had definitely grown a much thicker skin. A little criticism like that? As if that would make her flustered. Before Akifumi could say another word, Mihari continued, you know full well that the only mangaka I have who are actually producing work right now are you and Ariri-sensei. Ariri-sensei's work is going strong, and as my star writer, you can't just sit on the sidelines, right? Akifumi smirked, patting her on the shoulder. Relax. I won't let you down. On December 1st, World End is getting published. That same day, I'll hand over the first volume of the manga adaptation. How's that? Mihari narrowed her eyes. If you already decided this, couldn't you have told me earlier? I've been stressing over this for nothing. Akifumi chuckled. Well, I wanted to surprise you. Surprise? More like you want me death from a heart attack. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Then, as if something just clicked, she asked, wait. Was today's recording session also something for World End novel? Akifumi raised an eyebrow. Since when did you get so sharp? Please. You don't seriously think I haven't read World End, do you? Mihari shot him a knowing look. I was there when you first pitched the idea. And as your manga editor, of course I had to get familiar with the story. Besides, you used the names William and Kthli in the script today. That alone was a dead giveaway. Akifumi scratched his head. Alright. My bad for underestimating you. He then grew serious. But yeah, today's recording was important for World End. If it succeeds, a lot of the credit goes to you, too. Well, if it does well, that benefits me as well. Mihari said nonchalantly. So, no need for thanks. Just get back to work already. Akifumi laughed. Alright, I won't argue with that. As he walked away, Mihari muttered under her breath, I bet he's planning another one of his surprise gift again. For someone who had already read World End. Just hearing those lines today had hit her hard. I wonder what the final product will be like. Probably another reason for me to stock up on tissues. When was the last time a story made her cry? Oh, right. That damn Nohana. And that heart-wrenching song that came with it. Damn you, Akifumi. Always making me cry. Meanwhile, completely unaware of his editor's grumbling, Akifumi was thoroughly pleased with the 2 voice actors he had chosen for the project. They fit the voices of World End perfectly. No, more than that, the emotions they brought to the characters were even deeper than in the original novel. The voice acting industry is just as competitive as ever, huh? He let out a quiet sigh before stepping onto the train station. Huh? Why not take a taxi? Well, for someone like him, this kind of grounded experience was just more enjoyable. Pulling out his phone, he logged into his SNS account Warrior of Love and Hope. A quick glance at the comments, and sure enough. Nothing but people begging for updates. I'm dying without your stories. Sensei, any news on a new project? It's been 2 months since your last post, you know. If you're out of ideas, just give us a sequel. Madoka Magica clearly has room for more story, right? If Madoka Magica gets a sequel, I'll buy it in a heartbeat. Sensei, even if you don't have a new story yet, at least come say hi. +1. Akifumi couldn't help but grin. Well, since you're also impatient, don't blame me when I hit you with the big guns. He already had a plan in mind. His fingers flew over his phone screen at lightning speed. Check. Send. A new post appeared. Yo, long time no see, everyone. It looks like you've all missed me a lot. Yeah, I know it's been way too long since my last update. But hey, what can I say? Madoka Magica and Anohana are still running in the magazine. I can't exactly skip the serialization stage and just drop the tankobon volumes, right? Alright, fine, you got me. I may have been slacking off a little. But come on, can you blame me? School events like the sports festival and cultural festival kept piling up. I couldn't just ignore those and lock myself in a room to write. But now that all of that is over, and with Madoka Magica and Anohana reaching their final chapters, it's time for a new announcement. December 1st. Mark your calendars. Okay, I can't spill all the details yet, company rules and all. But on that day, I promise to drop a special gift for all of you. I've spent over a month preparing it, and I guarantee it'll be worth the wait. On top of that, signed collector's editions of Madoka Magica and Anohana, along with exclusive merch, will go live on December 1st at 8 p.m. So be sure to keep an eye out. Oh, and of course, the big reveal for my new project will happen at the same time. Stay tuned. That's all for now. Hope you're all excited. He read it over once more before hitting send. It looked like he had shared a lot, but in reality, he had barely given them any real information. That was the trick, drop just enough hints to keep them intrigued. Throw in a freebie to raise their enthusiasm, and the hype would naturally reach its peak. Even though Akifumi had never worked in this industry before, he had seen enough to know the game. And just as expected, the fans' reactions flooded in almost immediately. He's back. Good news, Sensei finally posted an update. Bad news, he didn't tell us what the new project is. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Akifumi grinned. Well then. Let's see how well you guys can handle this. Chapter 132, December 1st, huh? That's just a few days away. We've waited this long, what's 2 more days? Exactly. Looking forward to the new work from Sensei. But hey, does anyone remember the last time Sensei gave us a gift? I have a bad feeling about this. Last time? You mean Anohana? Secret base? Those painful memories are coming back all at once. Wait. Don't tell me this time will be the same? Wake up, people. What's there to be afraid of? Last time, it was because Anohana was releasing, but this time? We already know how Madoka and Anohana ended. There's nothing left to fear, right? Yeah. No way Sensei would drop another tearjerker song before we even see the new work. Exactly. The reason that song hit so hard last time was because it fit Anohana so well. If we haven't even read the new story, how are we supposed to cry over it? Logical take. So, I think we can safely look forward to this mystery gift. Honestly, I'm more excited about getting a signed collector's edition. Same here. I missed the last event, still regretting it. At least you didn't go and leave empty-handed like me. Bro, that's tragic. December 1st? Just checked, it's a Friday. Perfect. Even if I have to pull an all-nighter, I'm staying up for this. The comments section was buzzing with excitement, everyone was eagerly counting down the days. Meanwhile, in a cozy living room. Mujio-kun, I saw you posting about writing a light novel? Mahiru asked curiously, sitting primly on the couch. Beside her is Yer, who had been listening in silence, subtly perked up her ears. You saw my post? Akifumi nodded. Now that I think about it, both of you know I'm always writing the new novel, barely take a day off. That is true, but that doesn't mean we know what it's about. Mahiru tilted her head. So, what's the theme for your first light novel? Akifumi thought for a moment before answering, humans and nature. On the surface, it might sound simple. But at its core, World End explored the fundamental relationship between mankind and the world itself. In this story, celestial beings, star gods, arrived on Earth. Some of them, weary from their endless journey, chose to settle here. They crafted human bodies as vessels, using the spirits of native beasts as their souls. Time passed, and as the human population grew, the number of souls increased, but the physical shells remained limited. Desperate to survive, humanity sought a solution. Warriors were chosen, driven by the noble cause of saving their people. They waged war against the star gods, hoping to seize control of the shells for themselves. But before their plan could even be set in motion, they were wiped out by the very creatures they once were. In the end, humanity perished not by the hands of an external enemy, but by their own ambition. What does it truly mean to coexist with nature? Mahiru blinked, confused. Akifumi chuckled. In short, it's a touching story. Touching. Mahiru frowned. Mujio-kun, can't you ever write something happy? Mugi-kun smiled. Only when people experience despair do they truly learn to appreciate hope. So that's how you see things, huh? Miharu mused. Then I guess we're in for another unforgettable story. Of course. Yor hesitated before raising her hand. Sorry, but what exactly are you two talking about? Okifumi turned to her. Light novel. Miharu looked at Yor curiously. Do you like light novel? Yor tilted her head. What's light novel? Silence. The room fell into a stunned pause. Miharu hesitated before cautiously asking, Yor-san, what do you usually do in your free time? It was one thing to not read manga. But to not even know what light novel was? That was on a whole different level. This clueless assassin. Okifumi sighed internally. This pretty much confirmed everything he had suspected about her. Is it weird not to know? Yor asked innocently. That simple question caused Miharu to suddenly reconsider her own perspective. Novel was incredibly popular, yes. But was it really that strange for someone to not know about it? What was considered common sense to one person might be completely foreign to another. Like a person riding the subway for the first time, everything about it would feel exciting and new. But for someone who took the train daily, it was just another routine part of life. Realizing this, Miharu quickly shook her head. No, it's not weird at all. Let me explain. As she patiently broke it down for Yor, Okifumi watched with amusement. What a kind girl. He thought. Of course, the reality was. Your not knowing about light novel was less about innocence and more about how utterly detached she was from normal society. A few days passed, and after getting a crash course in manga, Yor was successfully pulled into the world of 2D. Naturally, that also meant she ended up crying over Madoka Magica and Inohana. Meanwhile, with just 8 days left until December 1st, Okifumi posted an update announcing the release of World End, Chapter 3. The moment the news broke, the internet went wild. Debates reignited. Was this the publisher trying to create a god? At first, Machida Sanoko had been thrilled by the buzz. But as speculation intensified, she started feeling the pressure. After all, their agreement was that Okifumi identity would remain a secret. If this kept up, it was only a matter of time before people started demanding answers. Well, Okifumi shrugged, once the manga is out, we can just reveal everything. If anything, this experience will make it easier for me to start new projects in the future. Plus, it's a great way to funnel manga fans toward my light novels. Hearing this, Machida finally let out a relieved sigh. Okifumi, meanwhile, reviewed the final video for his upcoming reveal. With a satisfied smile, he murmured, the last piece of the puzzle is in place. And just like that, December 1st arrived. Despite bookstores stocking up in advance, World End, Volume 3 still sold out almost immediately. Those who managed to get a copy proudly showed off their purchase. Those who didn't took to the internet to vent their frustration. Time ticked by. Then, at exactly 8 p.m. every Warrior of Love and Hope fans held their breath as they refreshed the page. A video appeared. The title? If happiness had a color, what color would it be? A strange sense of unease crept up their spines. And without knowing it, they were about to be swept up in the storm that was World End. Chapter 133, 8:00 p.m. This time is somewhat symbolic. For many readers who purchased the third volume of World End, it's likely they haven't finished reading it yet. After all, light novels mostly appeal to students, and these students often have various interests. At this time, many are probably just putting down their chopsticks after dinner, maybe getting ready to flip through a few dozen pages. For a small number of working professionals, after a busy week, if they don't have any social obligations at this time, they're likely just getting back to their tiny rented apartments. They might have a moment to relax, settle down, and carefully read the book. However, for those die-hard fans, the ones who live and breathe love and hope, the overlap of passion and anticipation creates a kind of torment. They want to be the first to know the latest news and receive the gifts from their beloved author, but they also want to dive straight into reading the third volume of World End without delay. After weighing it out, the craving for the newest information and the gifts ultimately wins. How can something that's called latest news be delayed? If they miss it this time, who knows when the next opportunity will come to get a rare gift from the author. But the World End book has already been bought, right? Even if they delay by 10 minutes or half an hour, they can always stay up a bit to finish reading later. Besides, they don't have school tomorrow. For those fans outside of these two categories, it's even easier. Just go straight to the social media platforms and enjoy the event. Unless there's something else to do, why miss out on this grand occasion when they can just check their phones? So, when the clock struck 8:00 p.m., 60% of the over 1 million followers were eagerly waiting. That's an incredibly high percentage. As expected, the update arrived right on time at exactly 8:00 p.m. It was a video. The video's title was, If Happiness Had a Color, What Would It Be? A sense of unease surged in the fans' hearts. But as the saying goes, since we've already waited this long, why not click and see? The video started, and after a brief blackout, the silhouette of the red-haired girl appeared. She stood on a high platform, almost like a warship. The scene quickly shifted to a bloodied red-haired figure, lying on the ground, her gender unclear, her voice full of agony. Thley, stop. Don't go. We'll fight you battle, too. That's why, if you don't have to fight anymore, then don't. Now that you can be happy, then go and be happy. If you do, we won't be able to accept it. The camera returned to the girl's earlier silhouette. A young girl with fiery red hair, dressed in black imperial military attire, her long hair flowing wildly in the wind, her face expressionless. From her profile, her eyes seemed hollow, devoid of any emotion. The screen froze for a few seconds. Then, a deep, emotionless female voice said, "Sorry. I definitely can't find happiness anymore." Her words, though plain, carried a sense of finality. The girl truly had no chance of ever finding happiness. A nameless sorrow began to stir. But her monologue continued. Because I've already realized. I have already been surrounded by happiness. But unlike the words she spoke, her delicate face showed no joy. Her red eyes, empty like a lifeless doll. As the words ended, the girl no longer hesitated. She fell from the platform, her body diving straight toward the earth below. Above her, the dimming sunset cast a mournful glow over the clouds. In this vast, gloomy sky, the girl was just a tiny speck falling from the high platform, her descent toward the ground inevitable. The screen turned black, and then brightened again. A beautiful girl with blue hair, draped in a black cloak, appeared in a small alley. She turned slightly, and in the distance, a man, barely visible in a gray cloak, stood. As the camera zoomed out, large gray and white buildings came into view, while a hauntingly beautiful saxophone played softly in the background. With each passing second, the song grew louder. As the images flickered, various characters, dressed in different styles, appeared in quick succession. The melancholic saxophone played on. The music continued to rise, and the fans watching the video felt a wave of sorrow rising in their hearts. Then, the first line of dialogue appeared, "Are you going to Scarborough Fair?" The strange figures on the street watched the blue-haired girl and the man, who were holding hands, running through the streets. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, in the floating city, facing the sunset, the couple's silhouette lengthened, as if whispering to each other, or perhaps simply enjoying this fleeting moment of peace. "Remember me to one who lives there." Suddenly, the blue-haired girl stepped onto the stream, running forward while wielding a glowing blue sword. In an instant, the scene shifted to the battlefield at dusk, where the red-haired girl appeared, wielding a red sword, slaying enemies one after another. "She once was a true love of mine." The male protagonist held the female protagonist in his arms, and although she was shy, there was a look of uncertainty in her eyes, like a deer caught in the headlights. It should have been a sweet scene, but with the sorrowful melody in the background, fans couldn't help but feel more uneasy. The next scene brought their unease to life. Despite her shyness, despite her reluctance, the girl suddenly pulled away from the male protagonist's gaze, making the painful decision to leave. In the blackness, the red-haired girl held her sword, running toward the future. "Thley, keep going." Memories began to resurface, and it was as though she was falling from the warship. Crying, she ran into the arms of the one she loved, but a flash of red in her originally blue hair. High-fiving her friend, it seemed they were making a promise, but her hair, once pure blue, was now streaked with more and more red. "Tell her to make me a cambric shirt, Thley. I once swore to be with him forever." The two of them, happily shopping for fruits at the market. "Thley, this vow makes me incredibly happy." Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. "William, I once swore to be with her forever." The two of them happily browsing a bookstore together. "William, this vow brings me unparalleled peace." Thley, standing on tiptoe, still couldn't reach a book placed higher than her. William smiled, reaching down to grab it for her. The joy in their expressions made the moment seem perfectly happy. By the river, for some reason, Thley pouted and stared stubbornly at the male protagonist's profile. "Without no seams nor needlework, Thley, I once thought I really liked this person." Under the moonlight, tears streamed down their faces as they embraced, as if bidding farewell. "William, I once thought I truly cherished this person." William smiled gently, ruffling the girl's hair. "Then she'll be a true love of mine, Thley. Having such feelings makes me so happy." Under the moonlight, the two of them shared their feelings. A hint of soft red appeared in her hair. Thley, still smiling, wore a thin veil in the room, her red hair now even more prominent. Her face, adorned with a shy expression, seemed more delicate than before. "William, having such feelings makes me so joyful." Kfley, with her full red hair, walked through the battleship, her eyes hollow and emotionless. Kfley, he once told me he would make me happy. William, I once told her I would make her happy. The girl leapt from the sky, her pure white wings unfurling behind her. Kfley, hearing him say that makes me so happy. William, being able to say that to her fills me with satisfaction. A vast and endless horde of beasts. The battle, relentless and unceasing, would only end in death, never halting until the very end. Kfley, I've received so much happiness from him. William, I've received so much from her. But I. Kfley, so now, no matter what others say, I will be the girl he loves the most in this world. The scenes of battle and memories intertwined, the sorrowful music never taking a break. And then, the curtains fell. Tell her to find me an acre of land, parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme, between the saltwater and the sea strands, then he'll be a true love of mine. Kfley, William, thank you. Under the girl's colorful wings lay William and Insania, both unconscious. At the end of the scene, beneath the brilliant, blinding sunset, Kfley, now with her red hair, stood with the holy sword, facing the endless beasts below her. As the video ended, countless fans were still staring at the screen, dazed. Even though the scenes had little dialogue or explanation, despite knowing nothing about the two characters' relationship, the sincerity in their monologues made the fans feel the undeniable truth of their feelings. It was this truth that left them stunned, unable to snap out of the video's grip. The fitting background music added layers to each scene, making it all the more powerful. Minutes later, the fans with the deepest empathy were crying uncontrollably. The average fans had tears in their eyes, each drop falling heavily as their noses tingled. Below the post were endless comments already flooding in. I don't even know what the story is, but I'm already crying, sobbing. The last time I cried this badly was from an Ohana. But this video. I don't even know these characters. Why is it so emotional? Is the fucking author just straight up ruining us now? Is this a direct sign that the next work will be a tragedy? But I still want to watch it. Am I insane? Did no one notice? The female voice had joy in her words, while the male's was full of sorrow. The contrast was stunning. And with the music and visuals, it was pure perfection. What song is this? It's amazing. Perfect for the video. I found it through a song identifier, it's Scarborough Fair. This song is incredible. I'm setting it as my ringtone. Respect to the person above, not afraid of crying, huh? So what's the new work called? Dot. And then, suddenly, the tone shifted in the comments. If happiness had a color, it would definitely be the blue dyed by the crimson of the end. Kfley. Williams Kfley. Sob sob sob. So that's it. These two old men teamed up, huh? I was flipping through the third volume, just a few pages in, and bam, I saw this video. I can't even bring myself to watch it. No wonder Warrior of Love and Hope is doing the illustrations. It was always planned to turn this into a manga, wasn't it? Although this is exciting, all I want to do right now is cry. For the first time, I have a favorite manga artist and a light novel I love. Two happy things overlapped and gave me even more joy. It should be a dream come true, but why? Why did it end like this? Doesn't anyone feel bad for William? This man, isolated from the world, finally formed a connection, only to be left like this? Though the second volume already hinted at the ending, I still held on to a little hope, hoping for a miracle. Sob, I just want to cry out loud. It was clear fans who had read World End instantly recognized the two characters in the video. After all, they looked exactly like the illustrations. It wasn't hard to tell. Other fans who didn't understand the context asked, what's going on? Are Kfley and William the main characters? World End, I know that light novel. A few months ago, the mangaka said he'd be doing the illustrations for it. So are you saying his next work is a light novel adaptation? Is this real? I'm not into light novels, but if that's true, I might check out the novel first. Exactly. This light novel is just amazing. Read the novel first, then the manga, it will be an unparalleled experience. You're trying to trick me, right? Just earlier I was crying like a baby, and now you're trying to lure me into this. Not saying much more, this time I'm not sending knives to the mangaka, I'm sending them to Shadow Sensei. Warrior of Love and Hope put so much heart into this video. Just a little token of appreciation, I'll send something to Shadow Sensei. This kind of aching pain, I don't think I'll get over it anytime soon. Only for this work, I won't call Kfley my wife, because only William can give her happiness. Countless fans discussed in the comments, sharing their sorrow and sadness over Kfley and William's fates. Naturally, many fans who weren't interested in light novels before couldn't help but feel curious. They were now planning to read the novel before the manga comes out. And for those who had just finished reading World End Volume 3, they were finally unable to hold back the tears. After seeing this video, they were sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 134, Kfli. A man in his 30s, sitting in his small room, is crying uncontrollably. Despite the immense sorrow, the emotions that had been building inside him were finally released, perfectly. A similar scene unfolds all over Japan. Only those who have read the World End trilogy would truly understand what real sadness is, and how precious the love between these two characters is, after watching this video. Others might feel sadness or sorrow too, but their emotions are only skin deep. The discussions from fans of the artist and the author, the heated debates, and the controversies surrounding the work. All these things came together, creating an unstoppable flood of emotions that eventually erupted all over the internet. But that's a story for another time. For now, there are more people like Hikari Nohara, loyal fans of the work, who, after venting their inner sorrow, couldn't help but pick up their pens and write long posts of reflection. I'm a man who's almost 30. My daily life is rather dull, working, overtime, and sometimes going out with colleagues to a izakaya. There's nothing much beyond that. When did things start to change? Looking back now, it's kind of funny. That day, my boss unexpectedly didn't assign me overtime. I had an early shift and suddenly felt lost, not knowing what to do with all this free time. That's when I noticed a group of young guys, their eyes sparkling as they passionately discussed everything related to the world of anime. It reminded me of my younger self. Back then, I was just like them, wasn't I? Except, back then, anime wasn't something people could openly talk about. I had to keep my interests a secret and couldn't share them with others the way they were doing. My past passion was slowly wiped away by the demands of life, but the memories it stirred led me to a bookstore. And there, I picked up a book that, looking back now, I'd call a fateful encounter. World End. The first volume, with its sorrowful and out-of-place tone, captivated me. It felt just like my own experience, coming to a big city alone, trying to survive, unable to fit in anywhere. By the second volume, I was even more engrossed. The heartbreak of the battles lost on the front lines tore at me. Kfli's revival brought me joy, but the author's writing made it clear this was going to be a tragedy. And then, the story reached its peak in the third volume. The love between Kfli and William was heartbreaking, yet I couldn't help but envy it. At least from Kfli's perspective, we could see how happy she was. She had no regrets about their love. Her wish to be remembered, to leave behind a bond, had been fulfilled. Just like the edited video said, no matter what others think, I'm surely the happiest girl in the world right now. So, Kfli's death, while tragic, made me feel deep sympathy for her. At least, in her final moments, she found love and the kind of bond that many people would envy. In contrast, William, still alive, makes me feel even more sorrowful. Their love burned so brightly, and compared to the deceased Kfli, William alive, still thinking makes me want to pity him even more. Ultimately, William is the true protagonist of this story, and Kfli is just one part of his long life. His life has been filled with tragedy, driven by the belief that even if he couldn't protect the whole world, as long as he could protect one person, it would be worth it. He even reached the limit of human endurance for that. Yet, in the end, it was all for nothing. He couldn't protect her. In the end, it was her who protected him. There will probably be other characters in the future, and I imagine they'll face similar tragedies, right? Going back to the present, we can see the emotions between the two from their dialogue. But compared to Kfli's passionate love, William is clearly lost. Because even he realized, does he truly love her, or does he see her as just a tool for his own redemption? The answer lies in William's heart. We, the outsiders, will never know. As of now, William, still alive, seems directionless. I think the story might eventually take us to the prequel. The true ending must be drawing near. This post was naturally written by Hikari Nohara. After going through such intense pain, he instinctively wrote this long review, spilling his emotions. As expected, after posting it, the review received countless praise and admiration. This is amazing. This review really speaks to my heart. Even though Kfli's death left me heartbroken, it's William who really tugs at my heartstrings. I'm a little worried, though. After such a climactic moment, how will the story continue to bring sorrow? I just hope the ending doesn't disappoint. Shadow-sensei. Okifumi, looking slightly annoyed, pushed his phone away. After hearing silence on the other end, he finally brought it back to his ear. I know you're excited, but can you keep it down? My ears are about to go deaf. Sorry. Machida Sanoko laughed heartily, though her voice was softer than before. But her joy was no less intense. So, any good news this time? Shadow-sensei is always like this. Machida sighed helplessly. Am I the only one who is happy here? Doesn't that make me look like an idiot? I'm happy too, I just don't know how to show it. Sure. Machida tone was dismissive, clearly not buying it. Although the first day sales of The World End Volume 3 were 22,000 copies, that video from last night really ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Today, the printing department is working overtime, and many bookstores are frantically restocking. It looks like this month's sales will hit a new record. That's wonderful. Akifumi finally smiled. The second volume of The World End sold 126,000 copies in its first month. It was a massive improvement over the first volume's sales. The online promotion during that period played a big part in making this happen. With the current level of buzz, it's likely that the third volume will reach new heights in sales. On top of that, the sales of the first two volumes will also benefit from the increased popularity and see a boost. By the way, while yesterday's spike in attention also brought with it more negative reviews, but such discussions will only fuel the fire even more. The people on the top and I agree let the controversy simmer a bit longer. After all, once Akifumi-sensei finds the right time to reveal their identity, everything will be settled. Akifumi nodded noncommittally. I understand. Well, I won't say much more. The release just happened, and I'm busy too. See you, Shadow-sensei. After hanging up, Akifumi's gaze drifted to the screen of his computer. What appeared there wasn't the overwhelming praise from yesterday, but visible malice. I don't deny that World End Volume 3 is excellent, but I just have one question. Take me as an example. How is it possible to release a new volume every month, maintaining such high quality? Isn't it strange? Looking at the pen name Shadow. It's clear this person is likely fictional or doesn't exist. Otherwise, why choose this particular pen name? I wouldn't be surprised if a company like Fujimi could produce such a great work, but from the perspective of a single author, I doubt anyone could maintain such high-quality work while keeping up with such a fast release pace. At first, some people questioned the quality of the work itself, but after the release of the third volume and Akifumi's video, those doubts disappeared. What replaced them were questions about the identity of the author. Clearly, the emergence of such a strong work had threatened not only the publishers ahead of Fujimi but also those behind them. The best result would be to crush this threat in its cradle. Well, professionals should handle professional matters. Akifumi closed the webpage and stopped paying attention to the online noise. Instead, his thoughts turned to his next project. No doubt, as December arrived, Akifumi had already finished preparing for both Guilty Crown and World End manga. Currently, World End manga was about to be serialized in a magazine starting next week, and Guilty Crown was being scheduled under the name Masai. It's worth mentioning that Shokuchiki no Soma had steadily risen in popularity, with its reputation improving week by week in the magazine rankings. After all, no teenager could resist Arena's captivating art style. Moreover, the series itself had plenty of fan service. Just like before, after finishing Guilty Crown and World End, new ideas for stories began flooding Akifumi's mind. There were still two new works, but this time, there was only one slot left for a serialized story. So, he had to carefully consider which work to debut first. Although this new one is amazing, I might be questioned now even if I draw it. People might say I've run out of ideas, right? Despite this concern, Akifumi felt a stronger inclination towards the new story. After all, the twists in this one would leave readers speechless and full of excitement. While the other story was also good, it couldn't compare to the level of shock that awaited in the former. Just as Akifumi was struggling with this decision, a phone call dispelled his doubts. Minano-san? Akifumi asked, surprised. He knew that in the past, it was always the junior editors who contacted him, so this was the first time the editor-in-chief was reaching out personally. Actually, there's something I'd like you to help with. Could you come to the office? Alright, I'll pack up and head over right now. Akifumi replied without hesitation. After all, Shueisha had always been supportive of him, helping in many ways. When they needed something, he was happy to assist. Soon, Akifumi arrived at the company. As the elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, Akifumi stepped into the bustling office of Shueisha. His eyes quickly spotted his editor, Ato Tsunamihari, who stood near the reception desk, flipping through some documents. Without wasting a moment, he approached her. Didn't you hear anything? Akifumi asked, trying to mask his curiosity. Mihari glanced up and shrugged, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Minano-san said to wait until you arrived. With a sigh, Akifumi decided to rein in his impatience and followed Mihari down the hallway. They soon arrived at Minano's office, where she greeted them with a calm smile. Would you like something to drink? Minano offered politely. Just some water, please. Akifumi replied. Mihari, ever efficient, poured a cup of water and handed it to him. The three settled onto the plush sofa, the air thick with anticipation. Minano leaned forward, her expression turning serious. Here's the situation. In a concise yet detailed manner, Minano laid out a scenario. Shueisha, Known not only for its dominance in the manga industry but also for its ventures into light novels and animation, had been tasked with an important mission. Akifumi was being requested to assist in writing a script for the upcoming Japan Animation Awards next year. Akifumi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why specifically me? Minano shook her head. It's not that we singled you out, Akifumi-sensei. This time, all scriptwriters without active projects are being assigned. Akifumi blinked. So, this award is that crucial? Minano nodded solemnly. Absolutely. For major corporations like Shueisha, the stakes are high. To maintain our animation production qualification, we must have 20 works rank in the top 10 at the Japan Animation Awards within 5 years, with at least 3 works in the top 3. Otherwise, we lose our qualification. Akifumi frowned. That seems intense. What's the reasoning behind such a rule? The ACG industry is one of the 3 major industries in Japan. The competition is fierce, and this regulation prevents large corporations from becoming complacent. Only by continuously producing exceptional works can a company earn more privileges. This rule applies not only to animation but also to manga and light novels. Unfortunately, animation is Shueisha's weakest point. Before Akifumi could respond, Minano continued, moreover, the Japan Animation Awards only accept original animation works for consideration. This places us at a significant disadvantage compared to other companies. After listening to Madame's explanation, a heavy silence filled the room as the weight of the task settled on Akifumi's shoulders. He took a sip of water, his mind already racing with ideas and challenges that lay ahead. Comparing it to the separation of the animation, manga, and light novel industries in his past life, it was hard for Akifumi, as an outsider, to judge which approach was more reasonable. However, the current model of how things work was undoubtedly the best way to ensure the quality of a company's works. I understand it now, so you're asking me to write the script, right? And the specific deadline. The reason Akifumi agreed wasn't just because the other party was helping him, but because if the project in his hands can immediately adapt it into an anime, that was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for him. Since it needs to be submitted for the Bright Awards, we must submit part of the script by February next year. After speaking, Minano apologized with a bit of embarrassment. I'm really sorry, Akifumi-sensei. I know this request might be a bit demanding, but just do your best. If the project gets selected, the company will offer you corresponding payment as a gesture of goodwill. Akifumi waved his hand. No need to be so formal, Minano-san. To be honest, I'm not being entirely selfless. My decision is based on the potential this project has. Besides, the company didn't consider me at first, right? It was only after some unexpected circumstances and the success of World End that this idea came up, correct? Minano smiled but didn't answer directly. However, the answer was clear enough. Not wanting to dwell on this topic any further, Minano continued, though it might be a bit early to mention this, I'll tell you now about the benefits you'll receive if it's successful, to motivate you. The royalties for light novels and manga will increase to 20%. Merchandise share will go up to 10%. The fee for animation adaptations will rise to 6%. Upon hearing Minano's terms, Akifumi was a little taken aback. He couldn't help but comment, Minano-san really believes in me, huh? With such generous terms, it was obvious that the company's animation department must be in trouble. Realizing this, Akifumi knew that if he managed to produce an excellent script, even if he asked for more, the company would likely agree. It was like a negotiation where one side revealed their final offer, giving the other side more room to operate. This trust made Akifumi feel touched. Minano smiled nonchalantly. After all, Akifumi-sensei is a highly valued talent in the company. In the future, we might need your help in many areas. If a small favor can help us better understand someone, then it's definitely worth it. Even so, the trust was still incredibly significant. Akifumi shook his head, not wanting to delve deeper into the issue. By February next year, right? I'll make sure to deliver the script as soon as possible. I'm confident in your speed, Akifumi-sensei. Minano said with a smile, extending her hand. Then I'll leave it to you. With such generous conditions, I'm really quite envious. Akifumi laughed self-deprecatingly and shook Minano's hand. After leaving Shueisha, Akifumi couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect such an opportunity. The 2 projects he was struggling to balance now seemed clear at last. With the excellence quality of Stein's Gate, getting into the top 3 should be no problem, right? Although the first 12 episodes might feel a little slow. But he was the scriptwriter. If he handed the entire script over to Shueisha, they would be able to immediately connect the dots. They'd be amazed by the brilliance, not give up because the first 12 episodes were too boring. The initial hesitation about whether to serialize the work in Weekly Shonen Jump was mainly due to the long, tedious build-up. What if the series were cut off before reaching the climax due to poor reviews? For someone like Akifumi, whose career had been smooth sailing, that would be a major blow. His genius reputation would be tainted. He had hesitated to give up because of a lingering hope. Now, with Minano's suggestion, he no longer had to worry. He could focus on drawing Your Lie in April with peace of mind. Chapter 135. By the way, does your san know how to fight? Ugh. Yes, I do. Yor replied absent-mindedly, wiping her tears as she read the world end. Lost in the emotional climax of the story, she only realized what she had just admitted after a moment. Wait. What did you just ask me? Yor's eyes widened in panic. Akifumi gave her a helpless look. I asked if your san knows how to fight. Why? Why would you ask that? Yor stammered, her expression tense. Had the young master finally discovered her secret? Akifumi narrowed his eyes slightly. Now I know. Yor's heart nearly stopped. Why you do? Had he known all along? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, imagining the worst-case scenario. Tears welled up in her eyes, this time not just from the emotional novel but from fear and guilt. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Akifumi hesitated. For you, Yor san. Was the world ending just too sad? Yor froze. Huh? Akifumi gently took the book from her trembling hands. If you're not used to stories like this, you don't have to force yourself. Yor couldn't hold back anymore. Ugh. She sobbed, tears flowing uncontrollably. To Akifumi, it seemed like she was overwhelmed by the tragic ending of the novel. Her tearful face was so pure and heartbreaking that he couldn't help but feel moved. Meanwhile, Yor cried for an entirely different reason. Akifumi unconsciously reached out to comfort her, patting her head gently, just like he did with Mashiro. Then his movement froze. Will this upset the Thorn Princess? A little nervous, he glanced at her. Seeing her still crying sadly, he relaxed. His hand, now more confident, patted her head freely. Suddenly, there was a powerful gaze from the side. Mashiro stood expressionlessly, glaring at the hand that was patting Yor's head. Although no words were spoken, Akifumi, familiar with how young girls think, knew she was probably thinking, why not me? Seeing this, Akifumi chuckled and reached out with his right hand to pat Mashiro's head. The girl instantly narrowed her eyes, a serene smile appearing on her face. What a gullible little girl. Once things calmed down, Akifumi spoke up again. The reason I asked is because I've seen your san practicing shadow boxing before. Your stance looked really impressive, so I got a little curious. Eh? Yor's eyes widened. So? It wasn't about her secret identity? Suddenly, she blurted out, is that all? Is there something else? Akifumi tilted his head in confusion. Was she referring to her assassin identity? Akifumi thought to himself, showing a suitably puzzled expression. And no, nothing else. Yor quickly shook her head. Yes, I know a little. Then. Could you teach me? Why the sudden interest in fighting? Yor asked, genuinely puzzled. When a boy is growing into a man, doesn't he naturally long for this kind of thing? Akifumi said with an eager smile. Once I realized I have someone skilled around me, I couldn't help but want to learn. Skilled? There's no such thing. Yor mumbled, clearly underestimating her abilities. If you really want to learn, I can teach you. She added hesitantly. Then I'll be counting on you, your sensei. Akifumi replied cheerfully before turning to Mashiro. Once Miharu comes back from grocery shopping, can you let her know? I want to go too. Mashiro said, glancing at her drawing tablet with a sigh. Don't you need to finish your drawing? Akifumi grinned. Mashiro hesitated, torn between her art and her curiosity. Finally, she sighed and returned to her tablet. But. You better come back early. No problem. Akifumi reassured her. And I'll get you more of that layer cake. But I already had 4 this week. If Miharu finds out, she'll be upset. Then let's just keep it a secret from Miharu. Akifumi said with a mischievous smile. Alright. Mashiro answered, playing along with his plan. Akifumi playfully pinched her nose. You better not end up a little piggy from eating all those cakes. It won't be cute. Mashiro glanced down at her body. Just one more wouldn't hurt. Her earnest expression made both Akifumi and Yor laugh. Mashiro-san, you're really adorable. Yor commented with a warm smile. The two left the house, and Mashiro quietly returned to her work, her expression calm as usual. Not long after, the door opened, and Miharu returned from shopping, her eyes scanning the room in confusion. Huh? Where is everyone? It's just you, Mashiro? Mashiro paused for a moment before replying in her usual monotone voice. Akifumi asked Yor to teach him how to become an adult. Miharu froze. How to become an adult? Her face flushed bright red as her mind wandered to. Well, more inappropriate thoughts. Mashiro tilted her head slightly, noticing Miharu's reaction. "Miharu, are you feeling unwell? Your face is red." Mashiro asked, worried, reaching up to check her forehead. "I'm fine." Miharu waved her hand dismissively, though her cheeks were still flushed. "Mashiro, please explain more clearly." Okifumi said that every boy, before becoming an adult, naturally becomes interested in fighting. So he asked her to teach him. Mashiro's answer while her focus still on her tablet. Miharu blinked in disbelief, her face still burning from her earlier misunderstanding. She shook her head in disbelief. "How did it turn into that? What you said makes it sound so different." "Of course, it's Mashiro's way of interpreting things," Miharu muttered to herself. She was always amazed by the girl's unique thinking. "Speaking of which, it's already December," Miharu said absently. Mashiro tilted her head in confusion. "What's so special about December?" "December means the New Year's coming up," Miharu said, smiling as she ruffled Mashiro's hair, though her expression was shadowed with a hint of something more complex. "The New Year," Miharu repeated softly. Mashiro's eyes lit up. "So, does that mean we can have more of that layer cake than usual?" "Yes, indeed." Miharu nodded with a smile. "For the New Year, I'll let you have 5 cakes in 1 week." 5? Mashiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. She started mentally counting, adding the ones Okifumi would give her. "So, with his help, I could have over 7 in a week?" Her face lit up with a pure, innocent smile. Miharu, meanwhile, was lost in thought. "I've known Mujio-kun for half a year now," she mused. "It all started with that heavy rain. But even though I've been trying to keep my distance, it feels like we've grown even more apart over time. The last time they communicated was because of Mashiro. Even during the New Year holiday. I doubt he'll reach out." Miharu thought sadly. The two of them were thinking about completely different things, each lost in their own thoughts. 2 hours later, Okifumi and Yor came back from the gym, both showing different expressions. "Yor-san, you really went easy on me." Okifumi laughed, rubbing his sore arm from where she had thrown him. "I'm glad you held back," he added with a little chuckle. "If you hadn't, I'd probably be in the hospital by now." Yor apologized, looking guilty. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so serious." Okifumi laughed, shaking his head. "No, it's fine. Honestly, I think it's a good thing. If I learned some power techniques, I might have even won." Yor raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by his compliment. "You think you could be me? With no training?" Okifumi, remembering her original strength, couldn't help but roll his eyes in private. "In this world, you'd definitely be a force to reckon with, right?" he thought. "It's funny though, hearing you say that, even if it's just to comfort me," he said aloud, his voice light-hearted. "Comfort?" Yor thought to herself, a little confused. Okifumi smiled and added, "Can you continue teaching me? I'm serious about learning. As long as you're interested." Mas Mujio-kun replied. She was a bit surprised by how earnest he sounded and almost called him young master. "Then I'll rely on you," he said, smiling. Chapter 136. A few days passed, and the sales of World End skyrocketed, reaching a remarkable 60,000 copies. If this number were made public, both industry professionals and the general public would be stunned, calling it a monster achievement. Despite this success, the online rumors still hadn't stopped. No matter how much the fans tried to defend it, the haters continued claiming, "This success is faked." Without any official statement from the publisher or the author, the fans felt frustrated and helpless. They couldn't outright oppose the haters, but they were still worried. "Shadow-sensei, it's almost time," Machida said, sounding a little irritated. "We've waited long enough, it's about to backfire." Okifumi smiled. "Don't worry. I'm about to make a little mistake." "A mistake?" Machida's curiosity piqued. Okifumi took out his phone, logged into his SNS account, and posted 2 updates. The first one read, "At first glance, everything seemed fine, but the names of the centers were completely opposite. That should do it." Looking at his handiwork, Okifumi nodded in satisfaction. Instead of explaining things outright, he preferred to guide his fans toward discovering the truth themselves. If he explained things directly, fans might wonder if it was a trick, if there was some hidden agenda. But if they uncovered the truth on their own, they would never doubt it. Instead, they would be thrilled at the moment of realization. "Now, let's just sit back and let things unfold." He turned his attention away from the computer screen and got back to work, his top priority being the script for Stein's Gate. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz due to the 2 recent posts Okifumi had just made. One was posted under the account Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei, and the other under Shadow Sensei. The discrepancy made both posts seem oddly misplaced. The content itself wasn't strange, but the context felt completely off, making them look hilariously out of place. Some fans were instantly confused. Comments under Warrior of Love and Hope's post? Can someone explain what the heck does sensei means by this post? I understand every word individually, but after putting it up together, I have no idea what's going on. Confused +1. Has someone been slandering sensei online? No clue. Haven't heard a thing about it. Is there any context to this? If sensei is preparing to sue someone, shouldn't we have at least heard a rumor or two? Sure, sensei often breaks our hearts with tragic storylines, but that's just for the plot. If someone is actually slandering him, I won't stand for it. Agreed. We support sensei taking legal action to defend his rights. Meanwhile, under Shadow's post, a different discussion was taking place. So World End is now serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump? That I knew it was mentioned in Volume 3's afterword. But the real question is, since when that this author have double serialization? And hold up, another new manga series is starting? Isn't sensei a light novel author? Has dealing with internet drama finally made him lose it? This post's tone feels completely different than usual. Could it be? I don't care about any of that, I just want to ask, is Shadow a real person and not just some pseudonym cooked up by Fujimi Publishing? Please, sensei, give us a clear answer. We all want to believe in sensei, but we also need him to address these rumors directly so we can have confidence in him. As time passed, fans who followed both accounts started putting the pieces together. Wait a minute. Doesn't this post sound just like something Warrior of Love and Hope sensei would write? And sensei often juggles multiple projects. If he's launching a new series in Jump, that's not out of character at all. Speaking of online drama, Shadow sensei has been caught in a lot of controversy lately, right? Now look at Warrior of Love and Hope sensei post, it totally matches Shadow sensei usual writing style, doesn't it? No way? Could it be? This is insane. But given how sensei always works on multiple projects at once, maybe it's not impossible? No, double serialization is one thing. This is on a whole other level. Maybe they just accidentally swapped phones? Honestly, I'd rather believe that it's the same person. Wait, what are you guys even talking about? I don't get it at all. Go check out Warrior of Love and Hope's recent post. The timestamps on both posts are less than 2 minutes apart. This is crazy. Could someone actually be this talented at everything? Just gonna say I'm a former classmate of sensei. He was always the top student in our grade. Even if he had aimed for the University of Tokyo's hardest science programs, he would have had no trouble getting in. The University of Tokyo's science department? Are you serious? Stop it. How does someone like this even exist? This is too insane. I need to take a cold shower to process this. At first, it was just a handful of fans discussing things. But as more people joined in, the realization spread like wildfire. The two posts, once stripped of their mismatched usernames, made perfect sense. And the mention of a new series in Jump? It was too much of a coincidence to ignore. Then there was a line, I'm sure you're all used to me releasing 2 series at once, right? That was practically a dead giveaway. Sharp-eyed fans pieced everything together and came to an inevitable conclusion. Within just an hour of the posts going live, the comments section of both accounts was flooded with identical reactions. Sensei, next time, double-check which account you're posting from. I didn't expect you to be this adorable. My respect for you just skyrocketed. Having multiple accounts really is a hassle. I once accidentally texted my girlfriend using my alt account. Sensei, why did you try to hide this from us? Even if you told us you were writing a light novel, the worst we'd do is complain a little. Warrior of Love and Hope, if each of you complains just a little, that still adds up to a lot. Sensei, you really have no sense of priority. Warrior of Love and Hope sensei, there are too many manga serialized in magazines already. If I want to write, light novels are my best bet. Now that I think about it, sensei is probably the only one who keeps serializing manga even after the Tankobon collected volume is finished. I never expected him to be this good at writing light novels. The tragic atmosphere in World End is absolutely gripping. Now that I think about it, Shadow Sensei was probably meant to represent Sensei's own shadow all along. I wonder what the editor's reaction was when he first said he wanted to write light novels. Wait, if Sensei is now serializing 2 new series in Jump, what's gonna happen to World End? Will the light novel be put on hold? No. I'll die without it. That series is my lifeline. Everyone, have a little faith in Sensei's speed. Maybe he won't be able to release a new volume every month anymore, but every 2 or 3 months should be doable, right? Exactly. Plus, one of the new manga is literally World End. How's he supposed to draw it without writing the novel? Good point. But seriously, how is he managing to ace his studies while creating all these masterpieces? Because he's a monster. A genius's world is beyond our comprehension. Faced with a talent like this, the only logical response is to give up and accept our own mediocrity. Everyone, I have a question: how is it possible to serialize 2 manga series while also writing a light novel? No matter how you look at it, that's just insane. Most manga artists are already exhausted just keeping up with a weekly serialization. But when people found out that it was Love and Hope Warrior behind it all, not only were they not surprised, but they actually found it completely natural. Why is that? Anyone asking that question clearly hasn't read Sensei's works. Whether it's Madoka Magica or Anohana, these top-tier works, do you really think anyone would just sell them off? If you could create even one of these, the benefits would far outweigh selling the rights to someone else. I can't believe there are still people who don't understand something this simple. I can't wait to see Sensei's reaction when he realizes his secret identity has been exposed tomorrow. If it weren't for Sensei's own slip-up, we probably wouldn't have found out the truth for a long time. The discussion quickly took social media by storm, trending at the top spot almost instantly. Even those who personally knew Akifumi caught wind of the news right away. This guy. He's really hopeless. Hiratsuka Shizuka sighed, half amused, as she looked at the trending post on her phone. I never expected that not only could he draw such amazing manga, but his writing skills were also top-notch enough to produce something like this. She still vividly remembered the first time she read his work. The overwhelming sorrow in its storytelling had moved even her to tears. How many times has this kid tricked me into crying? After a brief moment of thought, she gave up on counting. Well, I should probably give him a heads up. She dialed Akifumi's number. The number you are calling is currently unavailable. Shizuka was stunned for a second before shaking her head. Well, that's not my fault, then. Love and Hope Warrior is actually Shadow? Kazuma-doka Utaha was speechless. Then, a bitter smile spread across her face. I can't believe the 2 authors I admire most are actually the same person. Thinking about Akifumi's face, she gently ran her fingers over the signed cover of one of his books. Her usually composed heart suddenly felt unsettled. That bastard. He kept something like this from me again. Lying in her bed, Ariri gritted her teeth in frustration. Tomorrow, he's gonna pay for this. For some reason, though, her mind flashed back to a certain kiss they had shared months ago. Her cheeks flushed red. She had been drawing Jinchai for years, yet deep down, she was still just a hopeless romantic. Now that I think about it, with Mashiro and Mahiru around, it's been a long time since. Wait, no. What am I even thinking? Ariri, get it together. It's not like we're dating, so why does it matter? Arg, so annoying. I'm not thinking about that guy anymore. Sleep. She reached out and turned off the lights. Ugh, I don't feel great. Am I catching a cold? Whatever. I should give myself a massage. After drawing manga non-stop every day, exhaustion was inevitable. If he didn't take care of himself, he'd really get sick. After a short massage, he took a shower, the sound of water echoing through the room. Mujio-kun. Mahiru stared blankly at her phone screen. Then, she let out a small, bittersweet smile. He's just too amazing. Someone like me, just an ordinary girl. Looking back at everything about herself, she shook her head. Gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought, her mind was flooded with too many emotions. Mashiro's room was illuminated only by the glow of her computer screen. She was focused on her drawing, occasionally furrowing her brows as she struggled to make sense of the complex plot she was illustrating. She paid no attention to the chaos unfolding online. As expected of Shadow, no, I suppose I should call him Akifumi-sensei now. Machida Sanoko couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She had initially been worried about how he would clear up this misunderstanding. How could he do it without angering his fans while still making them believe him? But now, she realized her concern had been completely unnecessary. If she hadn't been in on it beforehand, she might have thought this whole situation was just an accidental slip-up. The fans were all thrilled by what they thought was the truth. Little did they know, what they had discovered was just the truth Akifumi had chosen to reveal. Sales are probably going to skyrocket after this, huh? For hardcore fans, just seeing their idol's name was reason enough to spend money, let alone when the work itself was of such high quality. Thinking about it, Machida Sanoko couldn't help but smile. TSK. Wearing a bathrobe, revealing just enough skin, Atosuna Mihari casually sipped her milk while glancing at her phone. I never thought that bastard with his twisted sense of humor would actually have a day where he screws up like this. I should find a chance to tease him properly later. Just imagining his flustered reaction filled her with joy. The night passed. The next morning, when Akifumi turned on his phone, he was greeted by countless missed calls. He chuckled but didn't bother responding right away. Instead, He logged into both of his accounts and quickly deleted 2 specific posts. Then, he went silent. Playing dead seemed like the best option for now. But his ever-watchful fans noticed the change immediately. Flooding the comments section, they wrote. Now, he finally realized it. That's why he deleted the posts. Sensei, you're already exposed. Trying to play dumb won't work. Come on, guys, have some tact. If Sensei wants to play dumb, let's just roll with it. What posts? There were no posts. We didn't see anything, right? Oh no, what happened last night? I think I lost my memory. Exactly. Nothing happened last night, I can vouch for that. We totally don't know that Sensei is actually Shadow Sensei too, and that he wrote World End. Right, everyone? Absolutely. No worries, Sensei, we'll keep it a secret. Why is Sensei so cute? I love him so much. Reading through the comments, Akifumi couldn't help but mutter, are these guys online 24 out of 7 or something? It had barely been a minute since he deleted the posts, and already the comments section was overflowing. He sighed. Should I just come clean, or try to cover it up? Then, he had an idea. Love and Hope Warrior, damn it. I've been hiding for so long, but I guess I can't keep it up anymore. Fine, I give up. I'm Shadow Sensei. I wrote World End. Laugh all you want. Shadow, ahem, last night, while discussing the Volume 4 illustrations with Love and Hope Warrior Sensei, I accidentally used the wrong phone. I never expected it to cause such a misunderstanding. My apologies. Fans, seeing the 2 posts appear within a minute of each other, left their verdict, sure, we totally believe you. That was some terrible coordination, we're giving you 0 points. Chapter 137, What started as a minor alternate account incident turned into a long-running joke among netizens. Although the clarification post the next day seemed somewhat misleading, causing some fans to second-guess themselves the more they thought about it, the less sense it made. Chatting about illustrations late into the night was one thing, but how were they still perfectly synchronized the next morning? And how do you even mix up your phones? Not to mention, both of them should have had lock screens. Even if they somehow managed to unlock each other's phones, were they using the exact same model? Even if they were, how do you go an entire night without realizing the mistake, only to remember the next morning? What, were they just having too much fun chatting and got drunk? But wait, one of them is still in high school. No way they were drinking. So, after the initial confusion, most fans quickly saw through the ruse. Instead of feeling deceived, they were even more entertained. As a result, fans from both sides started mingling, and eventually, they all bought the manga and light novel versions to check them out. Sales skyrocketed. Fans felt like they had hit the jackpot. Not only did they uncover a hidden truth, but they also discovered just how talented their favorite creator was and found even more content to enjoy. Akifumi felt like he had hit the jackpot, too. His relationship with fans became even smoother, and the sales of his works saw a noticeable boost. No one even cared about how many projects he had started without finishing. After this incident, starting a new project wouldn't require any extra justification. All in all, it was a win-win situation for both sides. Days passed quickly, and the online buzz gradually died down. As Christmas approached, the festive atmosphere at school became livelier. The arrival of Christmas also meant that the second holiday break was near. Though it was the shortest break among the 3 vacations, just a little over 10 days, it was more than enough to make students happy. Especially for the boys. Christmas was an incredibly rare opportunity for them. What kind of opportunity? Well, if you know, you know. If you don't ask. The waters run too deep. So, Kato, what are your plans for Christmas? Kato thought for a moment before answering. My sister will be coming over, we'll probably just stay home as a family, have a meal together, and watch TV. That sounds nice. Akifumi couldn't help but feel a little envious. Akifumi parents had been ridiculously busy since last year and hadn't came home recently. If it weren't for the occasional phone call, he might have started wondering if something had happened to them. Spending time together on a special day like this felt like a distant memory. Is it really that nice? Kato blinked, her tone as calm as ever. Of course. Akifumi replied. Maharu also looked over with envy in her eyes, filled with longing. If Akifumi hadn't experienced spending time with his parents for a few years, then Maharu probably had never experienced it at all. Seeing their envious gazes, Kato said, it might sound a bit selfish, but I'd actually like to go out on Christmas. I heard a lot of places will be beautifully decorated. Akifumi immediately protested, Kato, you don't know how lucky you are. Exactly. Maharu nodded earnestly. There's nothing better than spending time with family. Getting scolded like this. Kato scratched her cheek helplessly. But I never said it was bad. Just thinking about running around outside in the freezing cold is already a crime. Kato fell silent for a moment before changing the subject. What about you two? How are you spending Christmas? Comfortably curled up under the kachitsu, playing games and watching TV. Kato imagined the scene for a moment before commenting, "That's so like you, Akifumi. You're such a social butterfly, yet still a hardcore homebody. That contrast is pretty amusing." "I don't want to hear that from you, Kato." Akifumi rolled his eyes. Who else but you could say something like that with a straight face? Is it really that funny? It was clear Kato was a bit puzzled by this, but she quickly moved on. "What about you, Shina-san?" Mahiru thought for a moment and then replied, "Probably the same as Akifumi-kun." Kato gave them a knowing look. "Shina-san family relationship isn't that great, huh?" After spending time observing her, Kato had already came to this conclusion. This conversation only reinforced it. To think that none of us plan on going out on Christmas. What a trio. The school day ended quickly, and as the final bell rang, students in clubs were full of energy, embracing their youth on the field. As always, Akifumi walked toward the train station with Mahiru and Mashiro. Just a few months ago, even a t-shirt felt too hot. Now, even with a coat, it still feels kinda cold. He sighed while looking at the two girls beside him, bundled up in warm clothes. There was a slight sense of melancholy in his eyes. Sure, their thick outfits made them look even cuter, but compared to the lively summer, something felt missing. No wonder winter is known as the season of sentimental thoughts. With the cold weather, unnecessary thoughts seem to multiply. "Well, it is winter, after all," Mahiru said with a smile. Akifumi wasn't convinced. "Even if your stockings are lined with cashmere, wearing just one thin layer in this cold doesn't seem make any different at all." "It's warm," Mashiro said from the side. "Do you want to touch mine?" Mahiru giggled, covering her mouth. Akifumi sighed and ruffled Mashiro's hair. "Mugi, that's mean." Mashiro pouted at him with a hint of playful protest. "You messed up my hair. That's punishment for saying something so dirty?" Mashiro blinked in confusion. "That was dirty?" Ignoring her innocent expression, Akifumi turned to Mahiru. "Hey, are you free this weekend?" Mahiru gave him a knowing look. "Why would you think I'm not?" The unspoken meaning was clear before asking, "Maybe consider what I usually do on weekends?" Akifumi chuckled. "Even if I already know, it's basic courtesy to ask." Mahiru sighed. "Yes, I'm free. Then, do you want to go to the shopping district with me?" "Is this a date?" Mahiru stretched out the word playfully, her voice carrying a hint of laughter. Beneath her teasing tone, however, was a nervousness she couldn't quite express. Akifumi, completely oblivious, answered without hesitation, "Of course it's a date." For a split second, Mahiru's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks, already pale from the cold, were now tinged with pink. "What's a date?" Mashiro asked, her innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. "A date is when two people agree on a time and place to do something together." "Oh." Mashiro nodded, completely accepting his explanation. "Then, when and where did Mugi and Mahiru make plans to go do something together?" Akifumi smiled and answered, "We'll be going this weekend, at a shopping district nearby." "As for what exactly we're doing?" "That's a secret I want to know." Mashiro looked at Akifumi, her eyes full of expectation. "If you find out ahead of time, it won't be a secret anymore." "Oh." Her bright eyes were soon clouded with disappointment. Mashiro lowered her head but then lifted it again, asking quietly, "Can I come along?" Mahiru, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Mashiro, aren't you supposed to be drawing a manga? Didn't you have a pretty good idea for a story recently?" Hearing this, Mahiru hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I need to draw a manga." Looking into Mashiro's innocent eyes, Mahiru felt a strong pang of guilt. "By the way, Mashiro, do you want some ring-shaped cake?" "I do." Mashiro's eyes lit up, but she looked at Mahiru shyly and added in a quiet voice, "But I've already had 3 this week. As a reward for being a good house-sitter, I'm sure Mahiru wouldn't mind if you have 1 or 2 more." "Really?" Mashiro asked, looking towards Mahiru. Mahiru smiled helplessly. "I won't get mad. Then I'll have a ring-shaped cake, the last one can wait until I'm home alone next time." "All right." Akifumi answered with a laugh. Back at home, Mahiru went to the kitchen to cook, while Mashiro went to another room to start drawing her manga. After a brief hesitation, Akifumi entered the kitchen. She found Mahiru standing at the counter, her gaze vacant as if lost in thought. "Ahem." Mahiru jumped slightly, noticing Akifumi standing behind her. She forced a smile. "Mugio-kun, what are you doing here?" "Well, I noticed you seemed a little off, so I came to check." Mahiru fell silent for a moment, looking down. "I'm sorry." "Why apologize? Is it because you think you made me worry? Okifumi sighed. In that case, don't do things that make me worry. Miharu gave a bitter smile. Hey, Mugi-kun, do you think I'm a very despicable woman? Because she wanted to be alone, she had used that excuse to make Mashiro give up. Now, she was foolishly hoping to ease her pain with someone else's words. No. Really? Miharu's eyes were still confused. Even though Miharu is 17, you're still far from being a woman, right? Miharu gave Mugio a helpless glance, the sadness in her heart nearly breaking through. You know that's not what I meant. Looks like your mood is getting better. Okifumi said seriously, everyone has their own selfish side. It's only natural to consider yourself. Just like the characters in an Ohana. Each one of them had their own selfish reasons for what they did. If you think you're despicable for something like this, then I actually wish everyone in this world could be this despicable. That's not how you comfort people. Miharu wiped away the tears in her eyes, and compared to her earlier sorrow, she seemed a little better now. Well, as long as it works, right? Okifumi didn't mind Miharu's complaints and continued, besides, I'd rather go on a two-person date with you. Miharu's face turned red, and she shot Okifumi a glare. You just want me to go with you to buy presents, don't you? Stop pretending it's a date. You figured it out? If only she could deny it right now. Miharu felt a sense of disappointment in her heart but kept a smile on her face. We were just talking about Christmas during class. With your personality, Mugio-kun, how could you not have prepared a gift? Then, when the time comes, I'll have to leave it to you get out of here. I need to start making dinner. Okay. The weekend arrived, and they were at the shopping mall. Do you think this is too childish for Hiratsuka-sensei? Okifumi waved his hand. It might be small for kids, but for sensei, it's just right. With that, without hesitation, Okifumi went straight to the counter and bought a nearly life-sized plush toy of a beast that eats iron. After paying, Miharu, who had been standing nearby, spoke up, a little annoyed. Mugio-kun, you're so decisive that it makes me feel like I'm not even needed here. I told you, the real reason I brought you along was so I could go on a date with you. You're joking again. Miharu muttered, her cheeks burning, her heart racing wildly. That was the sound of her heart fluttering. Wait. Okifumi looked puzzled as Miharu jogged over to speak with a store clerk. After a brief conversation, she quickly made her payment and returned to Okifumi's side. With a glance at him, Miharu said, well, this is such a rare opportunity. I also want to get some gifts for everyone. Okifumi nodded with a smile, and then they continued shopping. 2 hours later, are you sure you don't need me to help carry some of these? Looking at the mountain of gifts that almost burying Okifumi, Miharu, who is holding only a few bags, looked concerned. Is this all? Who do you think I am? Don't push yourself, okay? Don't worry. Seeing this, Miharu reluctantly nodded. Just then, Miharu's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Miharu's face showed a mixture of surprise, joy, and nervousness. Mugio-kun. Seeing Miharu not knowing how to speak, Okifumi waved his hand. Go ahead. I'll be right here waiting for you. Thanks. Miharu smiled gratefully and quickly ran off to answer the call. Is it from her family? It was the only thing that could make Miharu show such a complex expression. Standing in place, 10 minutes passed quickly. That took longer than I expected. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Miharu hung up the phone and walked back to him. Her expression was visibly sad. Didn't go well? Miharu gave a bitter smile. Mugio-kun, do you know? Well, just like you said a couple of days ago, I know almost everything you do every day. It's not hard to guess, is it? Mugio-kun, you really are smart. Miharu shook her head. Do you remember when we first met? How could I forget? Okifumi laughed. That day, the rain was really heavy. Miharu looked like a silly kid, sitting at the park all alone. Silly kid? I was really an idiot, am I? Miharu sighed, a confused look in her eyes. Actually, that day, I had an argument with my family, so I ran out. I just sat there at the park, sulking. Do you regret it? Isn't it obvious? Originally sad, Miharu suddenly flashed a bright smile. If I hadn't run out, I wouldn't have met you, Mugio-kun. So no matter how many times it happens, I'll still sit in the rain waiting for you to come and save me again. What if something happened, and I wasn't able to come? Though he wanted to say that, looking into Miharu's eyes, the words got stuck in his throat. Hey, Mugio-kun. Yeah? Am I not alone anymore? What do you think? True. Miharu smiled, then closed her eyes and said softly, Mugio-kun, do you know? I don't even know when it happened, but I realized I've fallen completely for you. Chapter 138, Mahiru's unexpected confession left Akifumi momentarily frozen in place. With a relieved smile, Mahiru opened her eyes. It seems like you already knew, Mujio-kun. She pouted playfully. Making a girl confess first. You really are a bad person. Of course, he had known. That's exactly why he didn't know how to respond. Akifumi let out a wry smile, searching for the right words. Mahiru's expression remained light-hearted. So, do you still think I'm not a cunning woman? She sighed, glancing away. Airi trusted me as her friend, yet I went behind her back and confessed first. Akifumi frowned. If you ask me, that's more on her than you. She had every chance but kept messing it up. No matter what others did, at least 90% of the responsibility lay with her. Mahiru chuckled with a touch of melancholy. You're not wrong. Then, with a serious look, she whispered, if I had been the first to meet you, I wouldn't have given anyone else a chance. A shadow crossed her face. But the first person to meet you was Airi. I'm the one who came later. Akifumi gazed at her, puzzled. Mahiru smiled softly. That's why, as someone who came later, I don't have the right to say these things. She took a deep breath. Mujio-kun, did you know? I was an unwanted child. My parents only got married because of family interests. There was never any love between them. Even my birth was an accident. She laughed bitterly. My father had a mistress, and my mother had a lover of her own. I worked so hard growing up, thinking that if I became excellent enough, maybe they would notice me. Maybe. Just maybe. They would mend their relationship because of me. Her smile was filled with an aching sadness. But in the end, I was too naive. No matter how hard I tried, whether it was getting top grades or being the perfect child in everyone's eyes, nothing I did ever made them look at me. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. That rainy day, I had to go see my father about transferring schools. It was the rare chance I had to meet him. I thought maybe, just maybe, if I tried a little harder, he'd say something kind to me. But all he cared about was his other family, his mistress and the child they had together. I should have known better. But I was still furious. I ran out into the rain, hoping that maybe he would come after me. But in the end, the only one who came looking for me was you, Mujio-kun. Tears welled in her eyes, yet her smile shone brighter than ever. But you know what? I'm so glad I met you. Before I met you, I kept thinking I was just an unwanted, unnecessary existence. But with you, I realized I do belong somewhere. I am wanted. And realizing that made me so happy. Then, I met Airi, a wonderful friend. I discovered manga, light novels, and anime, things I had never paid attention to before but found so fun. And when Mashiro moved in, your house became even livelier. It made me not want to leave. Each and every time. I never wanted to leave. She puffed up her cheeks slightly. Even though it annoys me a little when you look at other girls, expecting such an amazing guy like you to belong only to me is just unrealistic, huh? She chuckled. I had a bit of a greedy thought like that, but only for a moment. So, my confession. It's not because I expect anything in return. I just wanted you to know my feelings. That's all. Please believe me, Mujio-kun. Her unwavering gaze made Akifumi sigh. Honestly, how could I not believe you? To be honest, when you started talking, I was worried. I was afraid you still saw yourself as someone unwanted, as someone without value. But I guess I was overthinking it. Mahiru playfully rolled her eyes. Do I seem that stubborn to you? Akifumi chuckled. With your personality, I wouldn't put it past you to get stuck in that kind of mindset. He smiled dryly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done so many reckless things. To think that parents as horrible as yours managed to have a daughter as angelic as you. Maybe they ignored you not because they didn't care, but because they felt unworthy of you? Mahiru giggled. I'm nowhere near as great as you make me out to be. I'm not an angel or anything like that. I'm just a girl who happens to look a little better than average, but compared to people with loving families, I'm nothing special. Akifumi smirked. You do realize that just being pretty is enough to make a lot of girls jealous of you, right? Mahiru blushed slightly but held his gaze. Mujio-kun, do you think I'm pretty? Akifumi shrugged. Unless someone's blind, I don't think anyone could deny that. Mahiru's expression softened. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. As long as you like me, that's all that matters. Her words were so earnest that Akifumi couldn't help but tease her. You really are sneaky, Mahiru. Eh? You always say things that make me want to tease you. Mahiru looked away, her cheeks turning even redder. But you said you just wanted me to know your feelings. Do you really think a guy can just stay indifferent after hearing something like that? Mahiru. And no. Stop. She cut him off before he could say anything else. You're incredibly important to me, Mujio-kun, but Ariri is also my dear friend. Her voice trembled, and tears threatened to spill again. Asking you to choose. That's something I just can't do. I absolutely can't. Akifumi gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. You don't have to. Eh? I don't have to choose. Before she could react, Akifumi pulled her into his arms, tossing aside the gift he had bought. Ah! The sudden embrace made Miharu's mind go blank. Even through the thick layers of their winter coats, their heartbeats pounded against each other. The world around them faded as passers-by cast them warm, envious glances. I'm greedy, you know. I won't let go of either you or Ariri. Even though she knew she shouldn't, Miharu's heart pounded at the sound of his deep, sincere voice words meant just for her. She whispered, almost like a complaint, how could you say something like that? Akifumi smiled. Just like you can't lie to yourself, neither can I. He had already accepted his fate as the villain in this story, and at this moment, he had no hesitation whatsoever. I can't choose between Miharu and Ariri. I just can't. Then, you have to confront your own feelings so, Miharu. What do you think? Akifumi loosened his embrace slightly, holding Miharu by the shoulders and looking straight into her eyes. Miharu averted her gaze. What if I say no? Akifumi's lips curled into a smile. Why are you smiling, Mujio-kun? Miharu asked, puzzled. Because that's the most natural answer. Then you. Miharu looked even more confused. Akifumi spoke with conviction, because from the very start, I wasn't asking for your permission. No matter what you say, whether you scold me or even hate me, I have no intention of giving up. Faced with his burning gaze, Miharu couldn't help but look away. She whispered, I just realized. Compared to me, you're much more cunning, Mujio-kun. There's no way I could hate you now. She added. After all, you're the one who made me understand there's someone in this world who truly needs me. Sometimes, reason alone isn't enough to dictate our actions. At that moment, emotions took over, and what happened next was the most natural expression of intimacy. A while later, Miharu lowered her head, her face flushed with a deep red. Guilt welled up inside her for betraying Ariri, yet, at the same time, she couldn't deny the thrill of it. Miharu. Mashiro still have a lot of snacks at home, right? Yeah, plenty. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Even if we go to the someplace tonight and don't come home, Mashiro should be fine alone, right? Eh? Miharu let out a small yelp, her already flushed cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red. Her head felt light, dizzy from his words. Do you not want to? Do I not want to? Miharu took a moment to truly examine the emotions swirling within her. Instead of resistance or fear, she felt something else: anticipation. Mashiro being alone at home. That's not okay, right? A fledgling has to leave the nest eventually. We need to trust in Mashiro's growth. Miharu bit her lip gently, her watery eyes flickering as if they could shatter at any moment. Finally, she gave a small nod. Akifumi, Mujio and Shina Miharu stood awkwardly in front of the Love Hotel, its neon lights casting a soft glow on their faces. This was their first time stepping into such a place together. Miharu fiddled with the strap of her bag, her cheeks flushed, while Akifumi scratched the back of his neck, trying to appear nonchalant. So, this is it, huh? Akifumi said, breaking the silence. Miharu nodded, avoiding his gaze. They stepped inside, greeted by a sleek, futuristic lobby with a touchscreen menu displaying various room themes. Miharu's eyes widened as she scrolled through the options. A spaceship room? A jungle theme? They even have a room that looks like a castle. Akifumi chuckled at her excitement. You pick. I'm fine with anything. After a moment of deliberation, Miharu selected the romantic Paris theme, giggling as the screen confirmed their booking. The elevator ride to their floor was quiet, save for the soft hum of music. When they entered the room, both of them froze. The walls were designed like a fancy hotel in Paris, and a fake chandelier hung from the ceiling. Wow! Miharu whispered, taking it all in. This is a lot. Akifumi awkwardly laughed. To hide his nervousness, he decided to check up the room and search for any hidden camera in the room, or recorder in the room. Even though this is a hotel room, I should still be careful, some people might try to peek in. As they rummaged through the room's amenities, Akifumi opened a closet and froze. Inside was a cabinet full of costume, and one of them was Black Bunny costume, complete with ears and a tail. Miharu? He called, holding it up. You're not going to believe this, you can also cosplay in here. Cosplay? Miharu turned and gasped, her face turning bright red. Miharu hesitated, then looked up at him shyly. Do you want me to wear it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Akifumi's eyes widened, and he scratched the back of his head, trying to hide his own embarrassment. I mean, Only if you want to. It's up to you. Don't force yourself. Before she could respond, Mahiru's gaze drifted to another part of the closet. Her eyes landed on a butler outfit, complete with a tailcoat and body. A mischievous smile crept onto her face. Well, if I wear the bunny costume, then you have to wear that, she said, pointing to the butler outfit. Mahiru nodded her head, expecting him to refuse. But to her surprise, Okifumi shrugged and said, "All right, deal. I'll wear it if you wear the bunny costume." Mahiru's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, really? You're actually going to do it?" she asked, her voice rising slightly in disbelief. Okifumi grinned, clearly enjoying her reaction. "Yeah, why not? It makes it more unique, right?" After a moment of silence, Mahiru took the costume from him. And she started to push him to the corner of the room. "Oh, okay. But you have to turn around and close your eyes until I'm ready." Okifumi obliged, go to the edge of the room and starting to change his clothes too. A few minutes later, after he done changing, Mahiru's voice called out softly, "Okay. You can look now." He opened his eyes and felt his breath catch. Mahiru stood in front of him, wearing the bunny costume. The bunny ears perched atop her head, and the tail swayed slightly as she shifted her weight from one foot to the other. She looked adorable, and Okifumi couldn't help but laugh, though his cheeks were tinged with pink. "You look amazing," he said, his voice warm. Mahiru awkwardly giggled, twirling slightly. Really? I think the size it's not right. I look kinda of silly." Chapter 139, "No, it's perfect?" Okifumi said, standing up and taking her hands in his. "You're perfect? You also look perfect too, Mujio-kun." Mahiru while shyly looking at him. Okifumi looked at Mahiru's face and he can't hold it any longer. He gently hugged Mahiru, drinking every detail of her features with his eyes. Her eyes meet with his and he began to lose himself in her gaze. He sensed a hint of hesitation in her expression. "Mujio-kun." "Mahiru." "NNH." Mujio softly caressed her lips. Reassured, she closes her eyes and the contours of a smile shape their kiss. "MMH." Mahiru assertively pushes her tongue against Okifumi's lips, as if she's asking for more. Giving in to her pleas, Okifumi intertwined his tongue with hers. "Moi." "MMH, MMPH." "MMH. MMH. HFF, MMP. MMH, moi." While they exchange passionate kisses, her saliva mixes with his. It's impossible to tell who is who anymore, as their tongues mingle and entwine. Occasionally they have to separate, but neither of them can wait long until the next kiss. Her clouded breath feels so good on my skin, and the little moans she makes excite me more. Okifumi thought as he run his hand down till it rests on her hips. Mahiru stiffens in response. She opened her eyes and looked at Okifumi. "It's okay." After a short silence, Mahiru takes his hand, and presses it against her belly. "Mahiru." "MMH, moi." "MMH, MMPH." They kiss again, and with their lips connected, Okifumi starts caressing her abdomen and hips. Apparently Mahiru's a bit ticklish, because she squirms and lets out a little giggle. "Hee hee. Sorry, it's that hurt?" "No, it's okay." Mahiru answers as she forcefully pushes her lips again. Now that she has grown familiar with the sensation, they getting bolder with their tongues. "MMH. NNH, MLLN. Moi, MMH. MMPH." Okifumi trace a circle around her belly before turning his attention to her breasts. "Ah!" Exclamation mark. Mahiru interrupts the kiss when she feels his hand on her chest. Her looks makes Okifumi a bit self-conscious. "But we've already gone this far, I can't back out at this point," Okifumi thought, as he start exploring the shape of her breasts, cupping them in his hands. "Ah! Mahiru? Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine. I'm just a little surprised." Reassured by her answer, Okifumi massaged her breasts again, her soft body pliable under the pressure. "They're so big." Don't say that. I'm already insecure enough about them." Oh. Okifumi let go of her breasts and returned his attention to kiss her again. "MMPH.NNH, moi, MMPH. MMMH." When he feel her relax again, Okifumi hand drift downward once more. When he reached the junction of her thighs, she quivers again. "Ah. There." Okifumi look at her with questioningly eyes. I. Okifumi freeze up for a moment, but when he see no hesitation in her eyes, he keep on inching his hand downward, until it slides in between her legs. "Fwa." Mahiru stirs slightly and respawn, reflexively bringing her legs together, Okifumi hand trapped in between. Okifumi take the opportunity to savor the warmth of her body. "You're so warm down her." "JG's, you idiot." Mahiru blushing and tried to avert his eyes. Okifumi delicately start caressing her through her panties. "MMH. As Akifumi traces his fingers up and down, he can feel the shape of her pussy through the fabric. Akifumi gently pushes finger down where he think her entrance must be. Fwa. Ah, NNH faint moans escape Miharu lips. Ha. Ah. MMH. Akifumi softly caressing her intimate regions. Whenever his finger sinks down between her inner lips, she trembles in response. This must be her most sensitive spot. Akifumi start toying with it with his index finger. NNH, Fwa. Ah! Exclamation mark NNH, ah. NNH. Your voice sounds so cute right now. Akifumi said as he stopped for a bit. But it's embarrassing. I'd love to hear more, huh? Ah, wait. Fwa. Eek. Ah. Akifumi flexes finer a bit more forcefully, the fabric of her panties still caught in between. Despite her panties, Miharu quivers in pleasure again, and more moans escape her lips. Ah, Mugio-kun. NNH, moi, moi. Miharu started to kiss Akifumi again, perhaps to try and stifle her moans. MMH? Akifumi surprised at her sudden boldness, but enjoy the taste of her lips while he keep caressing her. MMH, Fwa. Ah. Ha ha. MMH. NNGH, MMH. Ah, ah. Ah. Mugio-kun kiss me. Sure, every time he run his finger over her sensitive spot, he can feel it twitch through the costume. Then, Akifumi feel a moist spot at the tip of his fingers. Ha. Ah, ah! Exclamation mark NNH, ah. Miharu let a moans escape. If you keep touching me there, eek. MMH! Exclamation mark. Miharu clenches her thighs together, tightly squeezing down on Akifumi hand. Akifumi feel a few more jolts run through her, she suddenly relaxes again. Did she came a bit? Hamaha. Miharu. Akifumi bring his hand to her face, softly cupping her cheek before tracing a line towards her ear. Hee, that tickles. Miharu giggles and gives his hand a playful nuzzle, encouraging Akifumi to toy with her ear a bit more. After Akifumi've explored its shape, he bring his hand back to her cheek and draw in for another kiss. NNH, moi.mmph, mmh.mmh, moi, bah. Fwa. Akifumi stop for a bit and look at her again. Did that feels good? Yes. It's so much better than when I touch it myself. Akifumi blink in surprise at her sudden confession. Then, Miharu quickly averts her gaze when she realizes what she said. Miharu, do you touch yourself? Ak? Did I said it out loud? Yeah, loud and clear. MMGH. Miharu eyes frift all around the room, everything to but not looking at his eyes. Enchanted by her cuteness, Akifumi decided to toy with her, opening a bit more. Ah, wait. NNH, no, eek! Exclamation mark. Ah, that's. Exclamation mark. MMH! Exclamation mark. Akifumi rub over her clit repeatedly with his fingers, and she moans and writhes in pleasure. Alright, I'll talk. Just wait a minute. NNH. I admit that I've tried touching myself a few times. Miharu's flustered voice is barely audible. I never expected you to do that. I was just curious. Isn't everyone? Ah, I wish the ground would swallow me up. Miharu hides her face behind her hands in embarrassment. Akifumi gently move her hands away and cover her lips with his. She eagerly returns Akifumi kisses. NNH. MMPH. MMH, na. MMH, MMH. MLNN, moi. As Akifumi keep brushing his lips against hers, he slowly sink a finger into her pussy. NNH. When he pushes finger a little deeper inside, Akifumi hear an audible squish. Fwa. Ah, ah. Akifumi hook his finger and firmly caress inside her, circling her clit with his thumb at the same time. Ah, MMH, MMH! Exclamation mark. Fwa. Ah, exclamation mark. I if you do it at the same time. Ah! Exclamation mark. MMH, NNGH, HFF. Fwa. Ah! Exclamation mark. You're so wet. MMH, TH. That's because you're touching me there. Eek. Ah! Exclamation mark. Every time Akifumi move his finger, Miharu seems to get more sensitive. She bucks her hips and trembles in pleasure at the slightest caress. NNH, ah. Ah! Exclamation mark. It feels different from when I do it by myself. Ah! What is this? Is it that different? Yeah. Ah! Exclamation mark. WH. What's this? Something's. Ah! Exclamation mark. I feel like something's gonna MMH! Exclamation mark. Miharu tightly clenches down on his finger, violent jolts running through her entire body. Her pussy contracts, and a wave of liquid squirts out as she releases the tension built up inside. NNH, NNGH. HFF, Fwa. Nah, ha, ha, ha. Did you just come? Akifumi asked. Is that what it is? Miharu's shoulders heave with every word as she tries to catch her breath. Was that your first time? When I touched myself before, I was too scared to go this far. Miharu presses her forehead against Akifumi's chest as she talks, as if she's trying hiding her face. But it felt good. She lets out a bashful giggle. It sounded so adorable that Akifumi pulled her into tight embrace. Miharu's hands, that had come to a rest on the bed after her climax, are now fiddling with his pants. Oh. Akifumi startled by her touch. Ah. Miharu shoots a curious look when she notices the hardness on Akifumi's pants. Ah, you is that? She swallows her words before she can say them. Hey, is that your? Why yeah. Akifumi answer and smile really. Did it get that big because of me? Yeah. Akifumi answer honestly. For a moment she furrows her brow as she stares at Akifumi bulge. Then, she tentatively reaches for it. Miharu? It's fine. I'm not sure what she means is fine exactly, but as Miharu starts stroking his pants, Akifumi dick trembles in excitement at the sensation, and she jerks her hand back in surprise. Sorry. That was a bit sudden. It's okay. Huh? Why you made me feel so good, Mujio-kun. So I wanna do the same for you. Miharu answers between ragged breaths. And besides, today is the day that we become official as a couple. So, even though it's my first time, I wanna. Akifumi places his finger on her lips before she can finish her sentence. I know it's taking you a lot of courage to say all this stuff, you even cosplay for me, so I can't just keep quiet. I'll say the rest for you. Akifumi smile, and look deep into her eyes. And she gives Akifumi's hand a tight squeeze in return. Miharu. Will you share your first time with me? She nods firmly, and tears of happiness shimmer on her cheeks. Akifumi started to unbuckle his pants, and Miharu lets out a gasp when he pulled down his pants. I had no idea it could get that big. Well. Yeah. Miharu stares at Akifumi dick in wonder. This is getting a little embarrassing. Akifumi though. I mean, they told us about it in sex ed, but still. Miharu hesitantly reaches out for it with her hand. See, can I touch it? Of course. When her fingertips brush against it, it's enough to make it pulse in excitement. Miharu jerks back her hand a bit after it's twitching, but curiosity gets the better of her. Don't worry. I'm not gonna bite. What are you saying? Akifumi laugh at Miharu's words, she's speaking like it's a live animal or something. Wow. It's so hot. She delicately touches the shaft with the tips of her fingers, and starts stroking it up and down. Does it hurt? No, not at all. It's okay to hold it a little tighter. Oh, like this? Miharu's fingers explore every inch of his dick, and eventually she seems to get a feel for it. And Akifumi's dick starting to leak precum. There's something coming out. It's all sticky. It's the proof that it feels good. Wow, really? There's so much of it. Miharu whispers in amazement as she keeps on stoking it up and down. Akifumi's hand started to slide between her pussy again. Nha.eek. Exclamation mark I thought it was your turn now. Mmh. Just my way of saying thanks. Akifumi said as he speed up his movement. That's exclamation mark NNGH. Miharu pussy is overflowing with love juices, dripping down on Akifumi's hand and onto the sheets. Akifumi dick gets harder with every one of her strokes, and it feels like it might burst at any moment. Miharu. Yeah. Miharu briefly nods and let go, before bringing her hips closer. Just tell me if it hurts, okay? Thank you. But I'll do my best. Miharu gently takes hold of Akifumi's cock and leads the tip toward her entrance. Here. I guess? Then she slowly lowers her hips, and sink it inside. NNH.NMGH, Miharu furrows her brow. You don't have to force it. I know. With a slightly pained smile, she lifts her hips and lowers them again, this time a bit further. NNGH. MMMH. Miharu closes her eyes in determination, and presses her hips down. Whoa. Akifumi felt like his whole dick is engulfed in warmth and softness, and a wave of pleasure comes over him. MMH. It's in. MMMH. Miharu. Akifumi can feel the tension throughout her whole body, but she still manages a smile. I'm so happy to share yet another new experience with you. She's so precious. Akifumi pull her into a tight embrace and give her a gentle kiss. MMPH. MMH, moi. HGG, MMMH. As their kisses grown more passionate, Akifumi can feel the tension ease inside her. Fwa. Miharu finally let go and take in a deep breath. Drips of their saliva land on her chest. Mujio-kun. Why, you can try moving if you want. But are you really okay? Why, you have to move for it to feel good, right? Otherwise you won't, are you sure? Yeah. Just take it slow, okay? Okifumi nod and slightly lift her hips, giving him the room to move. Ah. MMH. Okifumi slowly pull out about halfway, before burying his shaft deep inside her again. Ah. NNGH. Miharu? I'm fine. Just a bit surprised. I can feel you. So deep inside me. Her word prompted Okifumi to move again, he resisting the urge to just start pounding her roughly. His dick slides smoothly in end of her pussy now that she's relaxed. Ah. NNGH, MMH. K kiss me. MMH, moi. MMHPH. They exchange kisses as they rock their hips together. Miharu hips flex in time with a Okifumi thrust. NNG. Fwa, an exclamation mark NNGH. MMM. Oh, og. I think I could get used to this. Exclamation mark Miharu voice changes, their gentle rocking seems to have lifted her to a new level of arousal. Exclamation mark NNH. Mugio-kun, this is amazing exclamation mark, I can feel you moving inside. It's so thick. It hardly furs. Common exclamation mark NNGH, MMMH exclamation mark, whoa, you're squeezing me so tight. MMMH, I can't stop myself from tightening. Fwa. Exclamation mark, I can feel you twitching inside me too, Mugio-kun. Eek. Exclamation mark, when Miharu thighs quiver in pleasure, Mugio feel tremors inside her, and his dick twitches in response. Exclamation mark exclamation mark, this is amazing, do you like it, Miharu? Yeah exclamation mark, at first it hurt a little. But now I'm totally fine. MMH exclamation mark it feels so good. Fwa, exclamation mark, Miharu leans in toward and moves in for another kiss, her breasts brushing against Okifumi's chest. Okifumi intertwined his tongue with hers, and cup her boobs in his hands, massaging them gently. Moi, MMH.Fwa, MLLN. MMH, Fwa, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, KH. Miharu. Okifumi started to move more roughly, loud slaps sound the room every time their hips come contact, further fueling their excitement. Do you hear that? It sounds so dirty. It's because you're thrusting into me so hard. An exclamation mark, I wanna. MMH exclamation mark, make you feel even better, too. Miharu starts grinding her hips, desperate to deepen the connection. As they move in unison, they slowly drive each other closer to the edge. NNH exclamation mark NNGH, Fwa. Exclamation mark Mugio-kun, I love you exclamation mark I love you too, Miharu. Exclamation mark MMH, NNGH exclamation mark KH, HFFF. Okifumi feel her inside tightening NGH. You're squeezing my cock again. I feel like something's coming. It's like before. I can't hold it back exclamation mark. Miharu seems to be approaching her climax. Every time Okifumi plunge into her, tremors run through her hips, spreading through her whole body. Exclamation mark exclamation mark MMH, no, I can't. Exclamation mark exclamation mark, it's MMMGH. As Miharu keep moaning and try to stop it. I'm loving your moans. No, don't listen. Exclamation mark. Okifumi buck his hips, buying his cock deep inside her as much as possible. He feel himself grinding firmly against her walls, and Miharu jerk widely in response. Exclamation mark eek. It's is so deep. Exclamation mark, it's coming. Something is coming again. Miharu pussy contracts around Okifumi dick. NNGH. Miharu. I'm getting close, too. Yeah. I want your cum inside me. All of it exclamation mark, are you sure? Yes. Please come inside me. Miharu word snap Okifumi logic, he grabbed her hips to steady them, and increase the pace. NNH exclamation mark Fwa, exclamation mark exclamation mark, I've never felt like this before exclamation mark. The pleasure spread through Miharu's body as she wildly thrashes her hips back and forth, her tuft started to become blurry, her pussy twitches as she writhes in pleasure, splattering her juices all over the place. MMH, Fwa, exclamation mark NNH, MMH, moi. Miharu gasps for breath between kisses, before greedily leaning in for more. Exclamation mark I can't, I'm coming. NGH. Me too. Okifumi grab her hips and push his dick as deep as it'll go, and then floodgates open, as his cum start to comes out. Exclamation mark NNH exclamation mark, it's so hot. I can feel it seeping into me exclamation mark. Miharu pussy is still pulsing, as she start to have another climax, It almost feels like she's trying to milk out every last drop. Mahiru. Mugio-kun. Hee. Mahiru taking heaving breaths, and start to lean into for a kiss. MMH, exclamation mark fwa, When they draw apart, Mahiru look at him, and a smile appear on her lips. That was amazing. Thank you, Mahiru. Okifumi cup her face affectionately. No, I should be the one who thanking you. You give me everything I never experience. They began to exchange some lazy kisses while enjoying the afterglow. Chapter 140, Good evening. Mashiro stood at the doorway, staring at them blankly. She sniffed the air. Mahiru smells weird. Her gaze turned even more inquisitive as she looked at the two of them. Mahiru tripped on the way home, so we stopped by a clinic nearby before coming back. Okifumi said, giving the explanation he had prepared in advance. Hearing this, Mashiro's expression immediately turned to one of concern. Mahiru, are you okay? I'm fine. Mahiru, still flushed, shook her head and averted her eyes. I just have a little trouble walking. The doctor said I'll be fine after a couple of days of rest. Phew. Mashiro let out a sigh of relief. That's good. At that moment, an intense wave of guilt surged in both Okifumi and Mahiru's hearts. Trying to ease his own guilt, Okifumi changed the subject. Mashiro, are you hungry? Mashiro touched her stomach and nodded. Hungry. I'll go make you something to eat right away. He carried Mahiru into her room and gently set her down on the bed. You're not in the best shape, so you should sleep with Mashiro tonight. If you need anything, just call me. Mahiru's face was still red, but her eyes were filled with warmth. Seeing how happy she looked, Okifumi couldn't help but grumble softly, if you were hurt, we should have just stayed out for the night and rested on the hotel properly. Mahiru shook her head. I couldn't just leave Mashiro alone. And let's not talk about this anymore. Go make dinner for Mashiro. You. Okifumi shook his head in amusement and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before leaving the room. Mashiro, do you want to have some bankuchen while you wait? Mashiro's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. And no, it's fine. She just turned down her favorite snack. What's going on with her? Okifumi gave her a puzzled look. She averted her gaze, glancing nervously at the snack cabinet. Following her line of sight, Okifumi walked over and opened it where there had once been a 2-digit number of bankuchen, only a single-digit number remained. Mashiro pouted. I was too hungry. You could have eaten something else. Okifumi sighed and ruffled her hair with a helpless smile. Next time, don't eat so many at once, okay? Ultimately, it was their fault for coming home so late. He couldn't blame her for it. Mashiro hesitated, then looked at Mahiru with concern. Mahiru. I'll buy more tomorrow to restock. Let's just keep this our little secret, okay? Mashiro nodded happily. But after eating so much bankuchen, can you still eat dinner? I can. Okifumi gave her a weird look. Where does all that food even go? She eats so much, but never gains weight. Stepping into the kitchen, he picked up the knife and started preparing dinner. As he worked, his mind wandered back to everything that had happened today. A radiant smile naturally spread across his face. Today really feels like a dream. The next morning. Mahiru, how are you feeling? Mahiru tried to move, but winced in pain. Okifumi immediately apologized. I'm sorry. If I hadn't been so rough yesterday, she wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's not your fault. I just have a weak constitution. She reassured him, placing her hand over his. She smiled gently. Maybe I should ask your san for some training. With how weak I am right now, I feel like I'll only slow you down. Okifumi chuckled. You'll get stronger over time. For now, just rest. I'll take care of everything today. Even though it's my job, I'm making you do it instead. I really must. Before she could finish, Okifumi pressed his lips against her. Don't say that word. You're an irreplaceable part of this family, Mahiru. Her cheeks turned pink. I understand. I won't say it again. After a pause, curiosity flickered in her eyes. Okifumi, aren't you curious? About what? The call I got yesterday. Not really. Okifumi shook his head. I can guess it was from those two scumbags, right? Being unconditionally trusted like this. It made Mahiru smile warmly. I thought my mother called because she missed me after all this time. But she only wanted me to bring Mashiro to an important event. When I refused, she yelled at me. Okifumi ruffled her hair and said gently, forget about it. Don't dwell on things that make you unhappy. Mahiru nodded, a bright smile on her face. Right now, I'm the happiest person in the world. Chapter 141, That autumn, when I was 11, I could no longer play the piano. The moment I met him, my life changed. Everything I saw, heard, and felt, my entire world was painted in vibrant colors. Yet, in my eyes, it was all dull and lifeless. Like sheet music, like piano keys. Hey, have you seen Sensei's new work? The World End? Of course, I have. No, not that one. Didn't he mention on social media that he was starting a new series in Weekly Shonen Jump? Wait, what? I didn't hear about that. Well, because of a series of accidents, Sensei ended up deleting the post. Maybe you just missed it. Oh, that must be why. I was busy around that time. How's the new series? Is it good? It's only the first chapter, so it's hard to say. But it feels like another gut-wrenching story. Why do you say that? You'll know when you see the opening pages. Combined with Sensei's art style, the atmosphere is just overwhelmingly heavy. Well, it is their signature style. Lend me your copy? Go buy your own. I'm a bit short on cash. Please. Ugh, fine. Hee, I'll pay you back next week. You better. Soabe Tsubaki, a girl from our class, asked me to introduce her to Watari. They're meeting up tomorrow. Kaosai, you should come too. Arima Kaosai, huh? Why do I have to go? Soabe Tsubaki, if it's just the three of us, me, her, and Watari, it'll be so awkward. It would definitely turn into something ambiguous. But if it's 2 guys and 2 girls, it balances out. Besides, that girl plays the violin and Kaosai, you play the piano. You'd have something in common, right? When there's nothing else to talk about, you can discuss music. Isn't that nice? Arima Kaosai, I've already given up the piano. It's been 2 years since I last touched it. Mom, I'm home. Today is your special day. Arima Kaosai placed flowers before his mother's memorial, lost in thought. Her dream was to turn him into a world-renowned pianist. She once ran a music school, and her lessons stretched on for countless hours every day. She scolded him. She disciplined him. Even when he cried, she never went easy on him. You must succeed in Europe on my behalf. Her words from her hospital bed echoed in his ears. As long as it makes you happy, Mom, as long as it gives you strength, I'll do my best. Even as tears streamed down his face, Kaosai swore to himself. And then, 3 years ago, he finally got the chance to compete in a European competition. But just then, his mother passed away. He came to hate the piano. Even so, he clung to it. Because without it, he had nothing. Without the piano, he was an empty shell, filled only with echoes of the past. As the second chapter was released, fans started second-guessing their initial thoughts. The protagonist was suffering, his mother was gone, and he had abandoned the piano, his only solace. If the story kept pressing down this path, how could it possibly unfold? Then, as the third chapter arrived in mid-December, everything changed. Maizano once said, "The moment I met him, my life changed. Everything I saw, heard, and felt, my entire world was painted in vibrant colors. The world began to shine. A beautiful girl stood atop the playground structure, where children usually played. Even though the panels were still in black and white, fans could feel the change. Kaosai Arima's gray world was starting to light up. By the end of the chapter, these words appeared. At 14, in the spring, I took my first step forward on my own 2 feet. Time, which had stood still, began to move again. Finally. I can't believe it, we've waited so long for Sensei to draw something not tragic. With such a lively and bright art style, this has to be a sweet, romantic comedy. So let me guess, his mother died, he gave up on the piano, but then a girl saves him, he finds himself again, and he stands on stage once more? That's where this is going, right? Sure, it's a bit cliché, but damn it, I love it. Yes. Keep going, Sensei. I need this story. After reading The World End, this new series feels like a warm hug for my heart. Finally, it's not about breaking us, it's about healing us. I knew Sensei wouldn't just stick to one genre forever. I mean, after so many gut-wrenching stories, it makes sense to switch things up, right? It totally does. Absolutely. I hope Sensei continues to explore different themes. With their storytelling skills and art style. Just imagining what's to come makes me so excited. In reality, the Japanese market tends to favor tragedies over healing stories. Like a piece of candy, once the sweetness fades, you forget about it. But tragic stories leave an impression. Just hearing Secret Base reminds readers of Minma, or hearing someone said there is nothing left to fear brings back memories of Mami Tomoe. As mentioned before, there's no need to go into deeper reasons here. But no matter how much tragedy you consume, eventually, you'll crave something different. Staying in a state of emotional suppression for too long? It messes with people. And what better way to counteract tragedy than with healing? After all, our tear glands have been overworked. It's time to let them rest for a bit before the next emotional roller coaster. So, does this mean Akifumi-sensei new work is actually a healing story? Akifumi sighed. Who told you that? Wait. It isn't. Mihari looked stunned. After reading April Is Your Lie's third chapter, her thoughts had been in sync with the rest of the internet. Something like, finally. This sadistic mangaka isn't just here to make us cry anymore. Even within Shueisha's editorial department, many of Akifumi's fans had shed their fair share of tears. Even Shiohem. Mihari's face turned slightly red as she cleared her throat and asked, so? The core of this story is still tragic, isn't it? Akifumi didn't answer directly. No matter what, my stories are always about love and hope, it's just that different people see them from different perspectives, so what they take away from it varies. Looking at Madoka Magica, Anohana, and the world and love and hope were always central themes. Most readers just overlook them. But in today's fast-paced world, people only care about characters and flashy effects. Few take the time to think about what a story really wants to say. If the fans could only see the surface-level sadness and sorrow, Akifumi didn't mind. So, the main core theme is still depression, right? Mihari didn't dwell on the ambiguous explanation, instead cutting straight to the heart of the matter. In the end, it's still a tragedy? I wouldn't say it's entirely a tragedy. Akifumi carefully chose his words. On the grandest stage, Aramakousai rediscovers the colors of the world, reignites his passion, and pours his soul into his music. As for the heroine, Meiza Okori, she withers away like a delicate flower in full bloom. Isn't that a breathtakingly beautiful sight? Hearing Akifumi's description, Mihari shuddered involuntarily. This guy definitely has some screws loose. Just imagining the scene he described filled Mihari with an inexplicable sorrow. The one who was saved gained a new life, while the savior faded away. You're creating an illusion of a happy story, letting everyone bask in happiness before tearing away the veil to reveal the true despair underneath. That's brutal. First, you lure them in, then you break them one by one. For some reason, such thoughts surfaced in Mihari's mind. She couldn't help but sigh. You really won't rest until you've made everyone cry their hearts out, will you? The story's core was decided from the start. They're the ones overanalyzing things it has nothing to do with me. Akifumi shrugged innocently. Then at least stop misleading them. It's all for the sake of the plot, for the plot. Speaking of which, should we clarify this in a post? What's there to clarify? It's their speculation, I never confirmed anything. Mihari sighed, already able to foresee the fans' heartbreak when the truth was finally revealed. By the way, you're not planning to pull another surprise gift stunt, are you? Akifumi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That actually sounds like a good idea. If I really go through with it, I'll just tell everyone that my editor reminded me. Otherwise, I would have completely forgotten about it. Mihari's face turned pale. Are you kidding me? I was just making small talk, and now you're saying it was my idea? The fans who cry themselves to sleep won't know your address, but they sure as hell know where Shueisha's office is. If they start sending special gifts to the company, should I return the favor to you? Akifumi-sensei, I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Well, that depends on your performance. Damn it. I've matured so much, and yet this guy still has me wrapped around his finger. Mihari felt utterly helpless. Fine, I'll behave. By the way, will you be attending the December 24th gathering, Akifumi-sensei? Do I have to? Mihari hesitated. There will be an awards segment. And you've been nominated for several categories. So, in other words, I don't have a choice? Akifumi sighed. Exactly. Not to mention, this time we've also hope you can invited Ariri-sensei and Shina-sensei. Shina. Okay. I'll talk to Mashiro and Ariri about it. Whether she decides to come or not is up to her. Of course. After hanging up, Akifumi returned to his desk, the faint glow of his drafting lamp illuminating the pages scattered across his workspace. The room was quiet, save for the soft scratching of his pen and the occasional rustle of paper as he flipped through reference sheets. Before he knew it, the clock on his desk blinked 1:00 a.m. He leaned back in his chair, stretching his stiff shoulders, and glanced at his phone. Is Mashiro already fallen asleep? He wondered. But before he could dwell on the thought, the sound of a door creaking open broke the stillness. He stepped out from his room to check. Akifumi opened the door, unsurprised, to see Mihiro standing in the doorway of his apartment, dressed in sleepwear. Perhaps from climbing a flight of stairs, her cheeks were slightly flushed. For the sake of your health, please get some more exercise. Okay. The girl responded softly. Next door, Yor blinked in confusion. Why is Mihiro visiting the young master's room this late? So strange. She shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. She leaned against the wall and closed her eyes again. Chapter 142, The soft glow of the streetlights filtered through the curtains of Akifumi's apartment as he unlocked the door, holding it open for Miharu. She stepped inside, her quiet giggle warm in the cozy entryway. The night air had a slight chill, and the faint hum of the city outside made the apartment feel like a secluded haven. Already dressed in her favorite pastel pink pajamas, Miharu's hair was slightly tousled from the long day. She looked effortlessly adorable, and Akifumi couldn't help but smile as he closed the door behind them. The way she walks in so naturally. It almost feels like we're newlyweds. Perhaps Miharu felt the same. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she slipped off her shoes, placing them neatly by the door. This feels almost like we're married, doesn't it? She stammered, voicing what was on both their minds. Everything about her mannerisms reminded Akifumi of a bashful new bride. Leaning against the wall with a playful smirk, he crossed his arms. Well, maybe I should start greeting you with a kiss at the door. Or perhaps you'd like something more. Miharu's breath hitched. I. His sudden advance had clearly flustered her. The longer he held her gaze, the redder her face became. But when she realized he was teasing, she swatted his arm lightly, no real force behind it. You're mean. She muttered, though there was no real annoyance in her voice. Akifumi stepped closer, his tone softening. But you like me anyway, don't you? Miharu looked up at him, her wide eyes still tinged pink. Yes. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she averted her gaze, her heart racing. The air between them felt charged. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The faint ticking of the clock in the background only heightened the tension. Akifumi reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face. You're cute when you're flustered, you know that? Miharu's lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But before she could, Akifumi leaned in, their faces inches apart. Her eyes fluttered shut, and just as their lips were about to meet, a loud, unmistakable rumble broke the silence. PFFT. Miharu clutched her sides, giggling. Was that your stomach? Akifumi groaned, covering his face with his hands. Of all the moments. Miharu wiped a tear from her eye, still laughing. When was the last time you ate? Lunch. He admitted sheepishly, peeking at her through his fingers. I got caught up with work and forgot about dinner. Shaking her head, Miharu sighed, though her smile was fond. You're hopeless. Come on, let's get you some food before you pass out. She grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the kitchen, her touch sending a warm jolt through him. Akifumi followed obediently, watching as she tied her hair into a loose ponytail before slipping on an apron, a simple, light blue one with tiny white polka dots. The sight made his heart skip a beat. There was something incredibly endearing about seeing her in pajamas and an apron, ready to cook for him. What are you making? He asked, leaning against the counter as she rummaged through the fridge. How about tamariz? It's quick, and I know you love it. His eyes lit up. You're the best, Miharu. Seriously. She shot him a playful glance over her shoulder. I know. But don't think this gets you out of cleaning up afterward. As she chopped vegetables with practiced ease, Akifumi watched her, a soft smile tugging at his lips. The way she moved around his kitchen, as if she belonged there, it was comforting. You know. He said after a moment, his voice quiet but sincere, I meant what I said earlier. Miharu's hand stilled for a brief moment before she glanced at him, cheeks pink. I also hope I can be with you in the future too. Her voice was affectionate, laced with quiet certainty. With a gentle smile, she turned back to the stove, flipping the omelet with ease. Now sit down and stop distracting me. Dinner's almost ready. Akifumi obeyed, taking a seat at the small kitchen table. As she plated the food and brought it over, he couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, this was what happiness felt like. They ate together, sharing soft laughter and quiet conversation. When he finished his meal, Akifumi leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. Miharu, I've said it before, but I'll say it again, your cooking is incredible. Miharu blushed, looking down at her hands. It's really nothing special. It's just tamariz. Just tamariz. Akifumi raised an eyebrow. Miharu, your just tamariz is better than anything I've had at a restaurant. Eri, Mashiro, and I are basically as slaves to your cooking at this point. She giggled, cheeks turning even pinker. You're exaggerating. But I'm glad you like it. I love it. He said sincerely. And I love that you take care of me, even when I forget to eat like an idiot. Miharu's fingers traced the edge of her plate. Well, I like taking care of you. It makes me happy. Akifumi's expression softened, and he reached across the table to take her hand. You're too good to me, you know that? She looked up at him, her gaze warm yet shy. I just want to make sure you're okay. He squeezed her hand gently before standing up and walking over to his bag. Speaking of taking care of me, I know I haven't done enough to take care of you lately. And to be honest, I even forgot your birthday when it passed. I got so caught up in drawing manga that I completely lost track of time. I feel terrible about it." Miharu's eyes widened as he pulled out a small, elegantly wrapped box. "Mugio-kun. You didn't have to get me anything. I wanted to." He placed the box in front of her. "Open it." With trembling hands, Miharu carefully unwrapped the box and lifted the lid. Inside was a delicate silver necklace, its pendant a small, intricately designed star. The way it caught the light made it seem almost magical. "Oh." Her breath hitched. "It's beautiful." Okifumi smiled, relieved at her reaction. "I saw it a few days ago and immediately thought of you. You're like a star, Miharu, bright, beautiful, always guiding me." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Mugio. I don't know what to say." "You don't have to." He took the necklace from the box. "May I?" She nodded, turning so he could fasten it around her neck. His fingers brushed against her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. When she turned back, her hand reached up to touch the pendant. "Thank you. I love it. And I love you." Okifumi's smile widened as he pulled her into a warm embrace. "I love you too." When they draw away, they look each other deep in the eyes for a moment. The longer Okifumi looked at her, the more he became aware of how precious she is. "Miharu. Can we?" Okay, chapter 143, Yours apartment. The walls of Yours apartment were thin. She had always known this, but it wasn't until recently that it became a real problem. Yor wasn't the type to pry, or at least, she liked to think she wasn't. She prided herself on being professional, disciplined, and above all, focused on her mission. But lately, her curiosity had been getting the better of her. Her neighbor, the very person she was supposed to protect, had become a source of endless intrigue. And when Miharu visited him, Yor couldn't help but wonder what exactly was going on behind those thin walls. It wasn't long before she found herself pressing her ear against the cool surface of the wall, straining to catch even the faintest sound from next door. The apartment was eerily quiet most of the time, but there were moments were odd, unsettling moments, when Yor could swear she heard something. Muffled whispers, faint shuffling, or the occasional creak of furniture. It was also strange. What are they doing in there? Yor muttered to herself, her brow furrowing as she leaned closer. She knew Miharu. Sweet, kind Miharu, who always seemed to have a smile on her face and a dish in her hands. Yor had seen her come and go from the neighbor's apartment countless times, often carrying groceries or a container of freshly cooked food. At first, Yor had assumed it was nothing more than a friendly gesture. After all, Miharu was the type of person who would cook for anyone in need. But lately, Yor couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. Did I just hear laughter? Yor whispered, her ear still pressed against the wall. The sounds were faint, almost imperceptible, but they were there. A soft murmur of voices, the occasional giggle, and then silence. Too much silence. It was as if they were deliberately keeping their voices low, as if they didn't want to be overheard. Yor pulled back, her mind racing. Am I just being paranoid? She wondered aloud, pacing the length of her small living room. She stopped abruptly, her eyes widening as a thought struck her. Ah. Maybe Miharu is just there to cook for him. That's all. It made sense. Miharu was always cooking for someone, her friends, her coworkers, even Yor herself on occasion. It was just who she was. Kind, generous, and always thinking of others. Yor nodded to herself, trying to push aside her growing unease. Yawn. Since Miharu is with him, nothing else should happen tonight. Yor said, stretching her arms above her head. I should go to bed. She shuffled to her bedroom, the events of the day finally catching up to her. Her body ached from hours of training, and her mind was exhausted from overthinking every little sound that came from next door. She changed into her pajamas, brushed her teeth, and climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to her chin. Just as she closed her eyes, a sound jolted her awake. It was faint, but unmistakable, a small, sharp scream, followed by a series of muffled noises. Yor sat bolt upright, her heart pounding in her chest. What was that? She whispered, her voice trembling. Without thinking, she scrambled out of bed and pressed her ear against the wall once more. This time, the sounds were clearer. She could hear soft Miharu's voice, followed by the low murmur of her young master response. Yor's mind raced. Was Miharu in trouble? Was something happening next door that she needed to intervene in? Her instincts screamed at her to act, to burst through the door and make sure everything was okay. But she hesitated. What if she was overreacting? What if it was nothing? Calm down, Yor. She told herself, taking a deep breath. You're a professional. You can't let your imagination run wild. But as the sounds from next door continued, Yor's confusion only deepened. She kept listening, her ear pressed firmly against the wall, when suddenly, a new sound emerged, a rhythmic clapping noise, like skin meeting skin. Are they fighting something? She wondered, her brow furrowing in bewilderment. She sat there for what felt like an eternity, her ear glued to the wall, her mind racing with wild possibilities. Just as she was about to get up and check on them, Miharu's voice grew louder, much louder than before. This time, you could hear it clearly. Mugio-kun! The moment those words reached her ears, Yor jerked away from the wall as if it had burned her. What are they doing? She whispered to herself, her voice trembling. Her mind spun with confusion and disbelief. What is this? Since when did they become like that? And in the first place, aren't they too young to be doing that? As Miharu's voice grew even louder, Yor could feel her body growing hotter by the second. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she clutched her pillow tightly, trying to steady her breathing. Yuri. What is your sister supposed to do at a time like this? Yor thought, her mind spiraling. Desperate to block out the sounds, Yor buried her face in her pillow, but it was no use. The walls were too thin, and the noises were too vivid. The clock on her nightstand blinked too, 14 a.m., but sleep was the furthest thing from her mind. From the other side of the wall, she could hear everything: the muffled moans, the rhythmic creak of the bed frame, and other unmistakable sounds. Yor's face burned with embarrassment, and she groaned into her pillow. Why? Why is this happening? She muttered, her voice muffled and strained. The muffled sounds of moan, the creak of a bed frame, and then other noises. As an assassin, Yor was used to being alert, focused, and in control. Her mission was clear: protect Akifumi, her neighbor, at all costs. He was an important client, someone with dangerous enemies, and Yor had been assigned to ensure his safety. She had taken the apartment next to his, blending into the background while keeping a close eye on him. But tonight, her mission was being tested in a way she hadn't anticipated. I can't believe this. Yor groaned, rolling onto her side. How am I supposed to protect him if I can't even think straight? The sounds from next door continued, relentless and unmistakable. Yor squeezed her eyes shut, trying to focus on her training. She recited mission protocols in her head, visualized combat drills, and even tried counting backward from 100. But nothing worked. The noises were too distracting, too intimate. This is a nightmare, she whispered, burying her face in her pillow. In the grand mansion of the Shinomiya family, though it was already late at night, the lights in a certain young lady's room were still on. Holding a magazine in her hands, Shinomiya Kaguya's face was unreadable, though her eyes occasionally flickered with emotion. Her maid, Hayasaka, asked in confusion, didn't you say you'd never read this mangaka works again? Hayasaka, you don't understand. Kaguya wore a smug expression. The internet has thoroughly analyzed it. This manga is different from his previous works. I hate depressing stories. But healing stories? That's a different matter. But healing stories can still make you cry, right? Hayasaka wanted to say that, but Kaguya spoke first. Yes, healing stories aren't just about fantasies. There are still touching moments. But the overall experience is beautiful. As she spoke, she glared at a book on her nightstand titled The World End. Her resentment palpable. A story that's sorrowful from start to finish and ends in utter despair is completely different. I see. Hayasaka nodded, her face expressionless. But as she glanced at the open magazine in Kaguya's hands, she saw the title Your Lie in April and raised an eyebrow. Every single one of his works inevitably turns into a tragedy. Do you really think this time will be any different? She didn't voice her concerns, only sighed internally. I just hope this time, Kaguya-sama won't make me deliver another ton of razor blades. Even now, thinking back on that incident made her cringe so hard she wanted to disappear. Snapping out of her thoughts, Hayasaka reminded her, Kaguya-sama, it's very late. You should get some rest. I know. Kaguya waved her hand dismissively, resting her chin on her hands. Her slender, fair legs swung idly as she stared at Teramakausi's monologue in Your Lie in April, her eyes slightly dazed. But in my eyes, everything is dull and colorless. Like sheet music, like the keys of a piano. In the spring of my 14th year, I took my first step forward. Time, which had been frozen, began to move again. When will someone appear in my world, like they did for Teramakausi, and light up my life? A hint of loneliness crossed Kaguya's face. The next morning, Yor stumbled into the hallway, her eyes heavy and her mind still reeling from the night before. She was halfway to the elevator when she heard a familiar voice. Oh, good morning, Yor-san. Yor froze. Slowly, she turned to see Miharu standing there, her cheeks slightly pink and her hair tied up in a loose ponytail. Beside her was Akifumi, looking as calm and composed as ever, though there was a faint smirk playing on his lips. Morning. Yor stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. She couldn't meet their eyes, her face burning as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. "You look tired," Mahiru said, her tone laced with concern. "Did you not sleep well?" Yor's eyes widened, and she shook her head vigorously. No, yes. I'm fine. Totally fine." Okifumi raised an eyebrow, his smirk growing wider. "You sure? You look like you've been up all night." Yor's face turned an even deeper shade of red. I just had a lot on my mind," she mumbled, clutching her bag tightly. Mahiru tilted her head, her expression softening. "Well, if you need anything, let us know, okay? We're here for you." Yor nodded quickly, her heart pounding in her chest. Thanks. I should go. I'm late for something." Before they could respond, Yor turned on her heel and bolted down the hallway, her footsteps echoing loudly. She didn't stop until she was safely inside the elevator, leaning against a wall as she tried to catch her breath. Back in the hallway, Okifumi watched Yor disappear around the corner, his smirk turning into a full-blown grin. "Well, that was interesting," he said, crossing his arms. Mahiru frowned, looking up at him. "What do you mean?" Okifumi shrugged, his grin never fading. "Oh, nothing. Just. Yor seemed a little off this morning, don't you think?" Mahiru tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. "I guess she did seem a bit flustered. Maybe she's just stressed about work or something." Okifumi chuckled, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Yeah, maybe. Or maybe she just needs a good night's sleep." Mahiru smiled, leaning into him. "Well, I hope she's okay. She's such a nice person." Okifumi nodded, his smirk softening into a genuine smile. "Yeah, she is. Let's go wake up Mashiro first." Meanwhile, Yor was halfway across the city, still trying to shake off the embarrassment. She vowed to herself that she would never, ever press her ear against the wall again. Chapter 144, Wednesday. Everyone looks so happy. Watching her classmates joking and playing after class, Kato Megumi sighed. Okifumi was curious. "Didn't expect you to be the sentimental type, Kato." "It's not sentimentality. I just have mixed feelings about the upcoming new year." It was already December 20th. Once Friday ended, the winter break would begin. Which also meant that the year was coming to an end. Time flies too fast. Looking back, I feel like I didn't accomplish much this year. Like I wasted a lot of time. That's not a problem for you, Okifumi. You did so much this year. Huh? Kato spoke calmly, after all, the whole school's talking about it. Surely, Okifumi, you've heard about it, right? Okifumi recalled the book signing event from October. Though it didn't stand out much due to Mihiru's enrollment, it still had quite an impact. The fact that Kato was bringing it up like this was proof of that. Even someone like me, who doesn't pay attention to this stuff, knows about it. It was clear that this wasn't as insignificant as Okifumi had initially thought. However, "You're bringing this up now." Okifumi raised an eyebrow, curious. "Kato, are you angry?" "Yes." Kato didn't hesitate in his reply. "As a good friend, it's frustrating to be kept in the dark about something like this. I didn't hear it from you, but from the school rumors. Considering everything, it's totally reasonable to be upset, right?" Okifumi felt a little troubled at this. Kato's straightforwardness didn't annoy him at all, on the contrary, it was refreshing not to have to guess at hidden meanings. But why was Kato angry? It seemed almost cute. With a wry smile, Okifumi spoke up. "But Kato, you never asked me about it." He shrugged. "I couldn't just randomly tell you, hey, my manga's a huge hit online. Can you imagine? Now I'm a semi-famous new manga artist, right? That would sound like nothing but bragging." Huh? Kato blinked, surprised by this turn of events. Before Kato could respond, Okifumi continued, "Besides, I started drawing manga because I needed extra pocket money. The success I've had was completely unexpected. Not that I think it's a big deal, though. After all, manga and light novels are more about the commercial side of things, just trendy stuff for young people. If one day I write a world-famous classic, though, I'll be impossible to stop from showing it off." Kato fell silent. How did we end up talking about classic literature? Should I admire Okifumi for his boldness or tell him not to overthink things? Wait. Wasn't I supposed to be the one angry? By now, there was no way I could still be upset. With a sigh, Kato said, "Okifumi, you're too sly. Now I have no reason to be angry, huh?" It felt like he was being unreasonable. Okifumi smiled. "Kato, you never had a reason to be angry. If you didn't ask, how could I say anything? Fine, I guess it's my fault." Kato's gaze then shifted to Mihiru. "By the way, Mihiru seems happier lately, doesn't she?" She looks more cheerful than before. In fact, she even seems more beautiful. Is it just my imagination? How is Kato so perceptive? Okifumi felt a small jolt inside, but his face didn't betray him. She must have had something good happen to her. She's definitely been more cheerful lately. By the way, Christmas break is coming up after Friday, right? Have you got me a gift? Kato's attention was immediately diverted. She sighed, helpless. Though I didn't want to prepare anything for the devious Okifumi, what can I do? You're my only friend. As expected of Kato. So thoughtful. Okifumi smiled. I wonder what kind of gift it'll be. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm curious too, about what kind of gift you'll give me, Okifumi. Just wait and see. Time passed, and it was now December 22nd. With Christmas coming up on Monday, this was the last day before the break. Do you regret not thinking more carefully about your gift choice, Mujio-kun? Miharu, smiling and covering her mouth, looked at him playfully. This is the result of my careful consideration. Okifumi said. I just forgot how attention-grabbing something like this would be at school. Even though they left earlier than usual, there were still quite a few students on the way. With the giant iron-eating beast doll in his hands, Okifumi was definitely the center of attention. Hey, Mugi, is that a Christmas gift? Mashiro looked at the doll in Okifumi's hands, her eyes full of longing. Though she liked the doll, what she really wanted was the gift itself. Santa gives presents to good children. Mugi, you're lying. Mashiro said flatly, there's no such thing as Santa Claus. She knows? I'm usually very sharp. Miharu couldn't hold back her laughter. Mujio-kun, you tried to trick Mashiro, huh? Looks like that wasn't so easy. A child who doesn't believe in Santa can't meet him. Okifumi was still holding on to his story. Mashiro shrugged. So, is Santa bringing me a gift on Christmas Eve? Probably, as long as you sleep early and believe in Santa. I will, I'll go to bed early. Miharu kept smiling, beside her. Okifumi shot a glare at her. I'll deal with you later tonight. Miharu's smile froze, and her face flushed a little. As they arrived at school, why don't you guys head to class first? I'll take this to Hiratsuka-sensei's desk. Okay. Miharu and Mashiro went on ahead, while Okifumi headed for the teacher's office. Though it was still a bit early, the door to the office was wide open. But there wasn't a soul inside. Not hesitating, Okifumi walked in, placing the iron-eating beast doll on Shizuka-sensei's desk. Then he left without a word. I'm sure Hiratsuka-sensei will love this gift. Just imagining the other teachers crowding around the giant doll made Okifumi want to laugh. Clearly, he had forgotten all about how everyone had been staring at him like he was some kind of giant panda earlier. Maybe this was one of those moments where he'd damage himself to hurt the enemy? Returning to class, Okifumi still had some gifts in hand, but nothing as eye-catching as the giant doll, so they didn't attract much attention. Since he was early, there weren't many students in the classroom yet. Surprisingly, Kato had already arrived. She was talking to Miharu, who had also just gotten there. As Okifumi approached, he saw the two of them holding a gift box. It looked like they had just exchanged gifts. Thank you, Kato. Didn't Shina give me a gift too? No need to be so polite. Miharu smiled bitterly. Compared to the gift you made yourself, Kato, mine feels so lacking in thought. A handmade gift is indeed precious, but the important thing is the thought behind it, not the gift itself, right? Okifumi spoke up, so I don't think it matters that much. Right, Kato? Exactly. Kato nodded. So, Miharu, you don't need to feel guilty. But when Okifumi says things like that, is it just for his own benefit? Recently, Kato's been extra sharp. Okifumi said with a sigh, hurriedly pulling out the Christmas gift he had prepared for Miharu. One is a drawing I did myself, and the other one I picked out. Now, there's nothing left to say, right? He had long anticipated that this might happen, so he had prepared two gifts for everyone. One was the gift he bought while shopping at the mall with Miharu over the weekend, and the other was a hand-drawn illustration he made for the girls in the world of anime. Kato's face showed a hint of surprise. There are two gifts. Well, drawing is pretty easy for me, so don't worry about it, Kato. He said casually. How could I not care about such a thoughtful gesture? Though Kato thought this to herself, she didn't say it out loud. She took out the gift she had prepared for Okifumi and handed it to him. This is for you, Okifumi. The gift box was a little on the large side. What's inside? Okifumi asked, curious. You'll find out if you open it. Kato replied with a smile. Well then, I won't be polite. Okifumi eagerly opened the box. Inside was a white scarf. It wasn't too surprising, considering that this type of gift was typical for Kato's style. Okifumi tried it on and found that it was of very high quality and nice and warm. Thanks, Kato. I'm glad you like it. Kato said, her usually neutral face briefly breaking into a smile. Don't you want to see what I got you? He teased. Kato shook her head. No rush, we'll talk about it later. Well, if you're happy, that's all that matters. The three of them chatted and laughed as the classroom gradually filled with more students. Soon, the bell rang for the start of class. The last period of the morning quickly ended. Okifumi came to the office for a moment. Came the call from Hiratsuka-sensei. She walked out of the classroom with her usual neutral expression. The teacher's office was nearly empty at lunchtime. However, as soon as Okifumi entered, the few teachers in the room couldn't help but smile at the sight of him. The reason was clear, though Okifumi didn't need to think much about it. Of course, he still had to keep up appearances. He sat down next to Hiratsuka-sensei, who gave him a questioning look. Okifumi, did you send this doll? She asked, already knowing the answer. Well, there's no need to think it over. Yes, this gift is from me. Okifumi spoke confidently. I'm sure you're worried that it's too precious, but don't worry. You've been so kind to me, so I'm more than happy to give you something like this. Hiratsuka-sensei raised an eyebrow. Is this how you see me? Earlier in the morning, the colleague's half-suppressed smiles had left her puzzled. When she saw the doll on her desk, everything clicked. At her age, enjoying such things as a stuffed animal, who would have thought? But deep down, she was genuinely happy to receive a gift from one of her students, even if it made her feel a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat, smiling at Okifumi. Let's stop with that. The gift is great, and I really like it. I'm happy you like it, sensei. Okifumi grinned back. There was no resisting the charm of a national treasure. If there was, it would only be if the treasure wasn't big enough. Well, I actually wanted to see you for something else. Hiratsuka-sensei said, pulling out a beautifully wrapped gift from a drawer. Huh? Okifumi was genuinely surprised. What's there to be surprised about? Hiratsuka-sensei laughed. It's only natural for me to return the favor after receiving such a thoughtful gift from you, right? True, but this wasn't something you quickly put together at the last minute, was it? It was prepared well in advance. She confirmed. Okifumi felt a rush of emotion. Thank you, sensei. Aren't you going to open it? She asked. Of course. Okifumi didn't hesitate. He tore off the wrapping to reveal a black box with pilot written on it and a small logo. Opening it, Okifumi saw a beautifully designed fountain pen, its body adorned with gold cherry blossoms. Only one blossom was intact, while the others were missing petals, giving it a distinct look that symbolized the beauty of imperfection in Japanese culture. The pen was mostly black with specks of gold inside, and the cherry blossoms looked almost like snowflakes. It was stunning. Though he didn't know much about pens, he could tell it was an expensive item. Okifumi was a bit flustered. Sensei, this is too much. It's the thought that counts, not the price. She replied, dismissing his concerns. Besides, this pen isn't expensive at all. It's not even a fraction of what I spend on pocket money. She added. Okifumi couldn't help but joke to himself, even a year's worth of my salary wouldn't cover your pocket money, sensei. Still, I'll accept it with gratitude. Hiratsuka-sensei smiled. A pen is meant to be used, not collected. Got it? Got it. Keep working hard on your manga. Maybe try doing less depressing stuff like your lie in April, something more healing, right? Wait, will she be mad when she finds out the truth? Probably. It was almost New Year's, so it wouldn't be ideal to upset her now. I better keep the truth to myself. With a smile, Okifumi nodded. I'll do my best. See you next year, sensei. But you still have classes this afternoon, right? Okifumi asked. Hiratsuka-sensei laughed. Huh, I guess I'll just say goodbye now, since I won't have another chance. Right, then see you next year. Okifumi waved as he headed out. As the final bell for the day rang, signaling the end of the school year, the students were free to relax for the holiday. See you next year, Okifumi, Shina-san. See you next year. After watching Kato leave, Okifumi turned his attention back to the others. I feel like this moment has some kind of déjà vu. He said. Eh? Mahiru was surprised. Hasn't summer vacation been quite a while ago? Has it? Feels like it was just yesterday. Doesn't feel real. Okifumi laughed. Mahiru smiled. I feel like it's been ages. So much has changed. As they talked about everything that had happened over the past few months, Mahiru's eyes became thoughtful. Time seemed to fly by in the first half of the year. I can barely remember anything. Okifumi smiled and shook his head, taking the pile of gifts Mahiru and Mashiro had prepared. Let's head home. Didn't we plan to deliver gifts to the editors, Atosuna-san and Machida-san? Mahiru asked. I didn't expect you all to get so many gifts. Okifumi laughed, shaking the two large bags he was holding. By the way, did Mashiro give return gifts to everyone? I did. Mashiro said. Oh? Miharu noticed Akifumi's surprised gaze and smiled. Today, I gave away the last of the Bankuchan. Both Akifumi and Miharu blinked before bursting into laughter. Mashiro, that's amazing. You even gave away your favorite Bankuchan. Well, on the way back, let's stop by the supermarket and get more. Miharu suggested. Mashiro's eyes lit up, and her nodded eagerly. Yes. Despite the cold winter weather in Tokyo, where snowflakes seemed to be on the verge of falling at any moment, the warmth in their hearts this winter was unlike anything they'd ever felt. Chapter 145. I actually have a gift. Miharu looked at the gift box in front of her, looking completely surprised. You haven't earned it yet, but you've worked me to the bone. Just a little joke, hope you won't be mad. Miharu rolled her eyes. If I were that easy to anger, I would have quit long ago. I've been taken care of by you all this time, so it's only natural for me to give you a Christmas gift, right? Miharu smiled. It's hard to get a decent compliment out of you. Thank you, this is my gift for you. Miharu reached into her desk and handed over a wrapped gift box. I was going to give it to you at the year-end party tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to give me your gift first. Well, I might be too busy tomorrow and forget, so it'd be a waste to have prepared this gift. As Akifumi spoke, he was a bit surprised to see the gift from Miharu. He hadn't expected her to prepare something for him. After all, he had teased her quite a bit. Seeing Akifumi's surprised expression, Miharu shrugged and said, after all, I wouldn't be where I'm now without Akifumi-sensei. Even though your teasing can be really irritating sometimes, I can't repay your kindness with just this cheap gift. Compared to your current salary, this gift seems a bit cheap. I hope you won't mind. Akifumi smiled. How could I hate a gift from you? Then I'll accept it without hesitation. By the way, is Chief Madome at the company? Chief Madome is with the editor-in-chief and others at the year-end party venue. Then could you please pass this gift to Chief Madome for me? Sure. Then I'll rely on you for next year too. Actually, it's me who'll be relying on you, the more experienced one. As Miharu said this, she suddenly realized. Wait, it's only December 23rd. Isn't it a little early to say that? Well, I can just say it again when we greet each other for New Year's, right? Miharu couldn't help but chuckle. Afterward, Akifumi went to Fujimi's place and delivered a gift for Machida Sanoko. As expected, he received a return gift. Well, there are only 3 gifts left to deliver. No rush on these 4 gifts. Tomorrow or the day after, he'll find time to give them out. Right, and there are the gifts for the fans. Thinking of this, Akifumi felt a bit troubled, but then his eyes lit up with an idea. I hope they'll like these. Back home. Welcome back, it must be really cold outside? Miharu stepped forward and took off Akifumi's coat. You know my body type. Even if I went out in a short-sleeve shirt, I'd be fine in this temperature. Especially after training with your san for a while, his physical strength had improved dramatically. For instance, when having an intimate moment with Miharu, after about an hour, the girl could hardly keep up, but he didn't feel anything at all. He'd even tried walking outside in just a short-sleeve shirt when no one was around. The cold weather had no effect on him. Of course, if he actually went out in such weather in short sleeves, he'd probably be mistaken for a panda. While he didn't mind being looked at by others, he didn't particularly enjoy being the center of attention. Shaking off these thoughts, Akifumi smiled at the girl in front of him and teased, I feel like Miharu is starting to act more like the lady of the house. The girl blushed lightly and softly said, Mujio-kun, stop teasing me. Akifumi shook his head with a smile. He wasn't mocking her, he just genuinely thought so. Back in the living room with Miharu, he saw that Mashiro and Ariri were both curled up in the blankets, looking at their digital tablets with focused and serious expressions. However, Akifumi's arrival did disturb them a bit. Mashiro looked up and nodded at him, Mugi. After greeting him, she went back to focusing on her tablet. Ariri lazily put down what she was holding and said, Yo, you're back. Akifumi nodded in response and then curiously asked, I heard your dad's back, doesn't that mean you'll be really busy these days? Nope. Ariri waved her hand with a slightly gloomy expression, after Christmas, he'll be heading back there again. Are you not going with him? I'm a serialized manga artist now. I can't leave, no way. Now that Shokuchiki no Somo was getting really popular, she was getting a lot of positive feedback from readers every time she did surveys. Sure, there were some complaints about some of the content being too suggestive for a teen magazine, but for someone who had been in the industry for years, those minor doubts didn't bother her. However, thinking about serialized manga reminded Akifumi of something. By the way, isn't it tough to keep up with a weekly release schedule? Shouldn't you get some assistance? Yuri didn't try to act tough and seriously thought about it, before replying it's indeed a bit exhausting. After all, I'm not like you, some freak who finishes everything in one go without needing edits. Not to mention, I have to balance it with my studies. Every time I think about how you managed to be number one in your grade while serializing 2 mangas, I just want to open your head and see what's going on inside. That's a terrifying statement. Akifumi chuckled at her exaggeration. So, do you want to find assistants? Yeah, my backlogs from the holidays are almost used up, so to maintain the regular schedule, I'll probably have to get some help. Yuri sighed. Atosuna-san will help with that. I was planning to talk to her after the year-end party anyway. Akifumi nodded. Well, while you're busy outside, I'll prepare the gifts for the fans. Gifts for the fans? Just sending them a colored illustration feels a bit too simple. I'll write a short story for them and throw in some sweets. Yuri raised an eyebrow, surprised. When did you grow a conscience? Usually, whenever he was sending out something cruel, his expression was one of pure delight. What do you mean, conscience? Akifumi replied somewhat gruffly. It's all for the story. I'm just a fan-loving person. Yuri couldn't deny that. After all, even just drawing manga wasn't enough. He also wrote songs and edited videos for them, making him one of a kind in the industry. Still, you're such an overachiever. Most of the industry just sends a colored illustration as a New Year's greeting, but you're out here doing a whole short story. She could already imagine other manga artists' complaints. But, why was she one of the victims of the overachiever trend? Wanting to make the fans happy, what's wrong with that? Akifumi headed to his room. He opened a document and began editing the text, then started considering the storyboarding. Not too much, just 4 panels for each story. The ongoing Your Lie in April wouldn't be part of this. Only Madoka Magica, Anohana, and World End. After all, while World End is still in its early stages, much like Your Lie in April, the former is much closer to completion, with only 2 more volumes left. The story is almost fully told. On the other hand, Your Lie in April is still a fresh story, a tender new sprout, and any side stories at this stage could reveal too much too soon. Chapter 146, looking at the 2 girls in the house drawing manga and the one person working hard inside, a helpless smile appeared on Mahiru's face. Even though it's already the holidays, it feels like they're working harder than when they were in school. While Mahiru understood that the 3 were striving for their dreams, she couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for them. I can't fall behind too much either. Though the only thing she could do was to manage their logistics and make sure everything went smoothly, she was determined to do her best. As for her own dreams, just being able to continue being with them was enough. With that thought, Mahiru smiled softly. Time always flew by quickly when working. Before she knew it, it was already the afternoon of Christmas Eve. Mashiro, it's time to go. Unlike usual, where Mahiru would wait inside Akifumi's place, today she waited outside. As for Iriri, she was a step ahead and had gone inside to change clothes. Hold on a second. Inside, they could hear Mashiro's slightly anxious voice. A moment later, Mahiru stepped outside first. Mujio-kun, it's impolite to rush a girl when she's changing clothes, she teased. Shortly after, Mashiro came out. She looked slightly uneasy, her brows furrowed. She looked so strange. She was wearing a pure white dress, her skin like freshly fallen snow, and she looked almost like an ethereal snow fairy. Her long hair was styled elegantly behind her, adding a graceful touch, and her light makeup complemented her perfectly, making her even more beautiful. She wore crystal 5 centimeters high heels, and her pure, almost otherworldly aura made her look like a princess who had never encountered the real world. There was no doubt that tonight, she would be the center of attention. Akifumi blinked, slightly mesmerized at the sight. Mugi, did I captivate you? Mashiro's voice was soft, tinged with shyness, and her pale face flushed with a faint pink hue. Akifumi shook himself awake, smiling as he nodded. Mashiro is so beautiful, it's only natural to be captivated. Mashiro's face lit up with a genuine smile in response to the compliment. But then a gust of cold wind blew, and her face turned pale again. Mahiru sighed, draping her coat over Mashiro's shoulders. I told you it's cold outside. You should have worn it earlier, but now you can take it off once we get to the venue. Mashiro stubbornly said, I wanted Mugi to see it. I've already seen it. Don't catch a cold, okay? Take good care of Mashiro, alright? Mahiru said, looking at Akifumi. Akifumi smiled and nodded, don't worry. They left the house and got into the car. It was a car prepared by Shueisha, a privilege only Akifumi enjoyed as a newcomer. The venue for the year-end party was at a high-end hotel, where the standard dining price was several tens of thousands of yen. It was clear they had put a lot of effort into organizing the event. By the time Akifumi and Mashiro arrived at the venue, many people had already gathered. As a newcomer, Akifumi didn't recognize anyone and had no interest in socializing. He simply grabbed some drinks and food, leading Mashiro to a quiet corner. Despite this, some people couldn't help but glance their way, though no one approached them. After all, not everyone in the manga industry was a shut-in. There were some social butterflies, but they were the minority. The majority preferred to keep to themselves. Akifumi was more than happy with the peaceful corner. Keeping an eye on the entrance, he quickly spotted Ariri. He went over and pulled her to their corner, finally bringing the iron triangle together. Ariri wore a yellow evening dress that showcased her beautiful figure perfectly. "Relax," Akifumi said, handing her a glass of juice. I'm not nervous." Ariri protested, but she almost spilled her drink as she turned the glass in her hands. "You're a bit of a social anxiety case, huh?" Akifumi chuckled. Ariri touched her little tooth, taking a sip and finally starting to relax. She glanced over at Mashiro, curious. "Mashiro, aren't you nervous?" "Why would I be nervous?" Mashiro replied, puzzled. Ariri blinked, then realized that was a silly question. As one of the top oil painters in the world, Mashiro had attended many such events. Her calm demeanor showed that she was used to these occasions. Though Ariri herself had hosted plenty of parties, she felt this one, full of manga artists, was a little different. Being a former artist of adult content, she couldn't help but feel nervous. With that realization, she completely relaxed. Soon, the event officially started, and Atosuna Mihari, the editor, came over. She looked the most nervous among everyone as this was her first time attending such a gathering. The evening's agenda was pretty standard: speeches, awards, and looking toward the future. Akifumi was the only one among the three to receive any recognition: Best Newcomer Award, Most Popular Work Award, and Best Creative Award. The two girls, on the other hand, focused on supporting him. Once the formalities were done, under the guidance of Mihari, Akifumi met several senior professionals. Finally, the event concluded. Once back in the car, Ariri let out a sigh, reflecting on the evening. So tiring. Mashiro nodded. Akifumi sighed. "That's why I told you two not to come." Ariri shot him an exasperated look but didn't voice her complaints. Mashiro, on the other hand, honestly said, "I was curious because Mugi was coming." Akifumi shook his head helplessly. He didn't continue the conversation but turned to Ariri. "Are you free tomorrow on Christmas?" "Nope," Ariri replied, sighing. "My dad specifically came back to spend a holiday. But tonight, I don't have to go back." She blushed slightly, shyly looking away. Akifumi smiled and invited her. "Well then, do you want to stay over at my place tonight?" After a moment's hesitation, Ariri nodded. "Okay, I'll stay with you tonight." Not very straightforward, huh? Half an hour later, the three of them got out of the car. "Ugh, so cold," Ariri exclaimed as she stepped out, feeling the cold air despite wearing a coat. Mashiro didn't say anything but held on to Akifumi's hand a bit tighter. "Let's hurry inside," Akifumi said, holding both girls' hands as they quickly entered the apartment. While it was much warmer inside, it couldn't compare to the comfort of the car. It wasn't until they reached home that they finally relaxed, basking in the warmth. "Welcome back." Mihari greeted them with a sweet smile. "The water's already been prepared." Akifumi urged the two girls, "Hurry and wash up." Once it was just the two of them, Mihari stepped forward and hugged Akifumi. "It's a bit lonely being by myself," she said softly. Akifumi gently patted her back. "We've been together this whole holiday." Mihari nodded, leaning into his embrace. Outside, soft snowflakes drifted down, and the winter air thickened, adding to the festive mood of the new year across Tokyo. Chapter 147, The Shueisha Annual Gathering may seem like a simple meetup for authors, but in reality, it garners significant online attention. After all, in the manga industry, Shueisha holds an undisputed dominance. The awards presented at this event carry immense weight, even serving as a benchmark for the industry's major annual awards. So, as soon as the event concluded and the mangaka, including Akifumi, returned home, the real celebration among online fans had just begun. Under Akifumi's SNS account, Warrior of Love and Hope, fans frequently gathered to interact. However, during regular times, they preferred engaging in their own fan communities. But this time was different. With the annual gathering just ending, it meant that the award results were imminent. The honors their beloved mangaka received felt like personal achievements for the fans. Naturally, this was the perfect time to share their excitement in a large public space. As a result, messages flooded in every second. "Any news yet? The authors have left the venue. The official Shueisha website should announce the results soon. It's out. It's out. Best Newcomer Award, Most Popular Work Award, Best Creativity Award. Our sensei won 6 awards in total. Damn it, Becoming King was still out of reach. Well, yeah. It's expected. Sensei is still new, and most of his works are short stories. So what? With the brilliance of Madoka Magica, winning Becoming King should have been a given. Agreed. Let's be rational, Madoka Magica hasn't been around long enough. The final chapter was only released this August. While it may rival or even surpass this year's Becoming King in reputation and popularity, the sales numbers likely still have a considerable gap. That's right. Becoming King is Shueisha's most prestigious award because it evaluates comprehensive data. Just wait next year, this long overdue honor will surely belong to Sensei. Honestly, I'm already satisfied. Considering Sensei only debuted in the second half of the year and has only completed 2 major works, winning 6 awards is already incredible. This is Shueisha's recognition of Sensei's talent and our recognition too. And don't forget, Sensei is still in high school. He has decades ahead of him. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Debuting for just 6 months and achieving this much this year is already a perfect success. Anyway, congratulations, Sensei. Congratulations, Sensei. Soon enough, the SNS account was filled with nothing but congratulatory messages. Akifumi only found out about it the next day, Christmas Day, when Mihari reminded him. After all, Akifumi wasn't particularly active in maintaining his account. He only logged in when there was an announcement to make. To him, posting updates all the time felt disruptive, much like how he used to follow certain content creators, only to be disappointed when notifications turned out to be pointless chatter or ads instead of new videos. A few times was fine, but after too many, well. Anyone who's been there knows the feeling. Back to the point, as a newcomer, Akifumi never expected such a response from fans after the annual gathering. Otherwise, he would have posted his thanks right away. Even though he was a bit late, it wasn't too much of an issue. He quickly typed up a post, added a little extra content, checked it over, and hit send. Ahem, everyone, this is a belated thank you. Well, you all know I only started drawing manga this year. While I think I've achieved decent results, I still lack common knowledge in some areas, like not realizing I'd receive so many warm messages after the annual gathering. So, my gratitude is a little delayed. I hope you'll forgive this newbie for his ignorance. Seriously, thank you all so much for your support, your love for my work, and your warm blessings. This is the best New Year's gift I could ever receive. It gives me the confidence and motivation to keep drawing and creating. One thank you isn't enough to express my gratitude, so I've prepared a special New Year's gift for everyone, which will be revealed on December 31st at 8 p.m. Be sure to check in on time. Finally, even if words can't fully express my appreciation, I still want to say this loudly. Thank you all so much for your support. As soon as the post went up, comments flooded in. Kuakaku, I knew Sensei wouldn't realize. Since you're so sincere, we'll forgive you, but next time, respond to our expectations sooner. Laughs. Wait, Sensei has prepared a New Year's gift for us? Exciting. Brother, wake up. Remember the last 2 gifts Sensei gave us? Naulu. I've erased those memories. You can't make me remember. No way. No way. Someone out there actually expects Sensei's gifts to be a good thing? I mean, yeah, I cried a lot, but we got some great songs out of it. And the last time, we even got an amazing video. That's true. But I don't want to cry on New Year's Eve. New Year is supposed to be joyful. No matter how much I love and support Sensei, this time, I refuse to accept his gift. Yeah. A new year should start with happiness. Reading through the comments, Akifumi simply chuckled. They all said they didn't want it, but once he released his gift, they'd definitely open it without hesitation. Stepping out of his room, he saw Iriri, Miharu, and Mashiro in thin sleepwear and greeted them with a smile, morning. And Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. X3. As Akifumi took his seat at the dining table, his eyes widened at the sight before him, a grand feast, complete with a golden brown turkey, steaming pancakes, freshly baked croissants, and an array of festive treats laid out in an inviting display. Quite the spread for breakfast, huh? He remarked, raising a brow in amusement. Miharu flashed a warm smile. Well, it is Christmas. Oh, and here's your gift, Mujio-kun. She handed him a neatly wrapped box, tied with a delicate ribbon. Thanks. He accepted it, just as Iriri shoved her own gift into his hands with a huff. Here. Thanks for everything this year. Wow, Iriri, being so straightforward? That's rare, Akifumi teased, his lips curling into a smirk. Shut up. Her face turned crimson as she shot him a sharp glare. Mugi, here. Mashiro's quiet voice interjected as she presented her own gift. Unlike the others, it wasn't wrapped. Instead, she held up a framed oil painting, revealing a beautifully painted portrait of the four of them together. The brushwork was exquisite, each stroke capturing their expressions with striking realism and warmth. You actually used oil paint? Okifumi gasped, his eyes scanning the fine details. As expected of Mashiro. It's amazing. Airi and Miharu admired the painting with genuine awe. Okifumi took a moment to absorb the intricate piece before looking up with a sincere smile. Thank you, Mashiro. I love it. Mashiro's pale cheeks tinged pink, but a faint, satisfied smile formed on her lips. A calm voice, barely above a whisper, wavered slightly. I really like the gift from Mugi too. Huh? What gift from me? Okifumi blinked in confusion. Mashiro pondered for a moment, then nodded. No, it wasn't from Mugi. It was from Santa Claus. He left it by my bedside. I got one too, Miharu chimed in, grinning playfully. Thanks a lot, Santa. Humphrey. Airi crossed her arms, a smug expression settling on her face. I was a good kid this year too, so I got a present from Santa. But then, as if remembering something crucial, her eyes narrowed. By the way, where's the gift you prepared for us? She held out her hand expectantly, making it very clear she wasn't joking. Okifumi stared at her blankly, gears turning in his head. She's serious about this? Miharu blinked at Airi's demand, looking slightly taken aback, while Mashiro tilted her head, her expression as unreadable as ever. Mugi, aren't you Santa? Airi's eyes darted between them, confusion spreading across her face like wildfire. It only took her a few more seconds before realization dawned, and then damn it. You've been fooling me this whole time. I won't let you get away with this. Her teary eyes burned with frustration as she stormed out of Akifumi's house, vowing vengeance. As the door slammed shut, Akifumi let out a wistful sigh, shaking his head. She's great, isn't she? Even at her age, she's still so sincere and innocent. If it were anyone else, it might have been strange. But with Airi, somehow, it just felt right. Miharu chuckled softly. She's adorable. Mashiro nodded, her voice flat but sincere. Cute. A comfortable silence filled the room until Akifumi casually mentioned, by the way, I need to head to Shueisha later. Miharu perked up. Will you be back for lunch? Should be fine. Then we'll wait for you. Mugi, come back soon. Mashiro added softly. A small smile played on Akifumi's lips. Got it. At Shueisha, in Madame Minano's office. The three took their seats. Akifumi smiled and spoke first. Merry Christmas, Madame-san. Merry Christmas to you too, Akifumi-sensei. Madame Minano handed over a small package. Here's a Christmas gift. Thank you. Minano shook her head. No, I should be the one thanking you. You're here about the project from last time, aren't you? As expected from someone who became an editor-in-chief at such a young age, her intuition was razor-sharp. Akifumi chuckled and nodded. That's right. I've finished the script and brought it over for you to review. Miharu sighed in amazement. What kind of brain do you have? That's way too fast. People are different, and I'm destined to be alone? Can you speak normally? Miharu looked at Akifumi, baffled. If we were both geniuses, maybe I'd just be frustrated that you got ahead of me again, but my instinctual reaction was just pure shock. Doesn't that just prove that geniuses are destined to be misunderstood? And isn't a misunderstood person bound to be lonely? Sorry. Miharu apologized, then noticed the mischievous smirk on Akifumi's face. Wait. He got me again. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Miharu realized she had been tricked once more. Minano smiled at their exchange, then finally spoke. Looks like I asked the right person for this. Akifumi-sensei's speed never disappoints. Well, why don't you take a look first? Who knows, you might think it's not up to par. Minano shook her head with a smile. With your confidence, I doubt this work will be anything less than excellent. She picked up the script that Akifumi handed over. Huh? I get a copy too? Miharu blinked in surprise at the script in front of her. Well, if you're just sitting here doing nothing, wouldn't it be boring? Akifumi casually pulled out a switch, muted it, and started playing.